Calypso Odysseus reaches Sastria on a raft, and now, as dawn rose from her couch beside Tithonus, harbinger of light alike to mortals and immortals, the gods met in council, and with them Zeus, the lord of thunder, who is their king. Thereon Athena began to tell them of the many sufferings of Odysseus, for she pitied him away there in the house of the nymph Calypso. "Father Zeus," said she, "and all you other gods that live in everlasting bliss, I hope there may never be such a thing as a kind and well-disposed ruler any more, nor one who will govern equitably. There he is, lying in great pain in an island where dwells the nymph Calypso, who will not let him go, and he cannot get back to his own country, for he can find neither ships nor sailors to take him over the sea. Furthermore, wicked people are now trying to murder his only son Telemachus, who is coming home from Pylos and Lacedaemon, where he has been to see if he can get news of his father." "What, my dear, are you talking about?" replied her father. "Did you not send him there yourself, because you thought it would help Odysseus to get home and punish the suitors? Besides, you are perfectly able to protect Telemachus and to see him safely home again, while the suitors have to come scurrying back without having killed him." When he had thus spoken, he said to his son Hermes, "Hermes, you are our messenger. Go therefore and tell Calypso we have decreed that poor Odysseus is to return home. They will send him in a ship to his own country, and will give him more bronze and gold and raiment than he would have brought back from Troy if he had had all his prize money and had got home without disaster. This is how we have settled that he shall return to his country and his friends." Thus he spoke, and Hermes, guide and guardian, slayer of Argus, did as he was told. Forthwith he bound on his glittering golden sandals, with which he could fly like the wind over land and sea. He flew and flew over many a weary wave, but when at last he got to the island which was his journey's end, he left the sea and went on by land till he came to the cave where the nymph Calypso lived. He found her at home. 51, even a god could not help being charmed with such a lovely spot, so Hermes stood still and looked at it. But when he had admired it sufficiently, he went inside the cave. Calypso knew him at once, for the gods all know each other, no matter how far they live from one another. But Odysseus was not within. He was on the seashore as usual, looking out upon the barren ocean with tears in his eyes, groaning and breaking his heart for sorrow. Calypso gave Hermes a seat and said, "Why have you come to see me, Hermes honored and ever welcome? For you do not visit me often. Say what you want. I will do it for you at once if I can, and if it can be done at all. But come inside and let me set refreshment before you." As she spoke, she drew a table loaded with ambrosia beside him and mixed him some red nectar. So Hermes ate and drank till he had had enough, and then said, "We are speaking god and goddess to one another, and you ask me why I have come here, and I will tell you truly as you would have me do. Zeus sent me. It was no doing of mine. Who could possibly want to come all this way over the sea where there are no cities full of people to offer me sacrifices or choice hecatombs? He says that you have here the most ill-starred of all those who fought 9 years before the city of King Priam and sailed home in the 10th year after having sacked it. Zeus says that you are to let this man go at once, for it is decreed that he shall not perish here, far from his own people, but shall return to his house and country and see his friends again." Calypso trembled with rage when she heard this. "You gods," she exclaimed, "ought to be ashamed of yourselves." So again when Ceres fell in love with Iasion and yielded to him in a thrice-ploughed fallow field, Zeus came to hear of it before so very long and killed Iasion with his thunderbolts. I found the poor creature sitting all alone astride of a keel, for Zeus had struck his ship with lightning and sunk it in mid-ocean so that all his crew were drowned, while he himself was driven by wind and waves onto my island. I got fond of him and cherished him, and had set my heart on making him immortal, so that he should never grow old all his days. Still I cannot cross Zeus, nor bring his counsels to nothing. Therefore, if he insists upon it, let the man go beyond the seas again. But I cannot send him anywhere myself, for I have neither ships nor men who can take him. Nevertheless, I will readily give him such advice, in all good faith, as will be likely to bring him safely to his own country." "Then send him away," said Hermes, "or Zeus will be angry with you and punish you." On this he took his leave, and Calypso went out to look for Odysseus, for she had heard Zeus's message. Calypso then went close up to him and said, "My poor fellow, you shall not stay here grieving and fretting your life out any longer. I will also give you clothes, and will send you a fair wind to take you home, if the gods in heaven so will it, for they know more about these things and can settle them better than I can." Odysseus shuddered as he heard her. "Now, goddess," he answered, "there is something behind all this. You cannot be really meaning to help me home when you bid me do such a dreadful thing as put to sea on a raft. Not even a well-found ship with a fair wind could venture on such a distant voyage. Nothing that you can say or do shall make me go on board a raft, unless you first solemnly swear that you mean me no mischief." Calypso smiled at this and caressed him with her hand. "You know a great deal," said she, "but you are quite wrong here. I am dealing with you quite straightforwardly. My heart is not made of iron, and I am very sorry for you." When she had thus spoken, she led the way rapidly before him, and Odysseus followed in her steps. So the pair, goddess and man, went on, till they came to Calypso's cave, where Odysseus took the seat that Hermes had just left. When they had satisfied themselves with meat and drink, Calypso spoke, saying, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, so you would start home to your own land at once." "Goddess," replied Odysseus, "do not be angry with me about this. I have had infinite trouble both by land and sea already, so let this go with the rest." Presently the sun set and it became dark, whereon the pair retired into the inner part of the cave and went to bed. When the child of morning rosy-fingered dawn appeared, Odysseus put on his shirt and cloak, while the goddess wore a dress of a light gossamer fabric, very fine and graceful, with a beautiful golden girdle about her waist and a veil to cover her head. He made the raft as broad as a skilled shipwright makes the beam of a large vessel, and he fixed a deck on top of the ribs and ran a gunwale all round it. Last of all, with the help of levers, he drew the raft down into the water. In 4 days he had completed the whole work, and on the 5th Calypso sent him from the island after washing him and giving him some clean clothes. Days 7 and 10 did he sail over the sea, and on the 18th the dim outlines of the mountains on the nearest part of the Phaeacian coast appeared, rising like a shield on the horizon. But King Poseidon, who was returning from the Ethiopians, caught sight of Odysseus a long way off, from the mountains of the Salemi. He could see him sailing upon the sea, and it made him very angry. So he wagged his head and muttered to himself, saying, "Good heavens, so the gods have been changing their minds about Odysseus while I was away in Ethiopia, and now he is close to the land of the Phaeacians, where it is decreed that he shall escape from the calamities that have befallen him. Still, he shall have plenty of hardship yet before he is done with it." Thereon he gathered his clouds together, grasped his trident, stirred it round in the sea, and roused the rage of every wind that blows, till earth, sea, and sky were hidden in cloud, and night sprang forth out of the heavens. Winds from east, south, north, and west fell upon him all at the same time, and a tremendous sea got up so that Odysseus' heart began to fail him. I am afraid Calypso was right when she said I should have trouble by sea before I got back home. It is all coming true. How black is Zeus making heaven with his clouds, and what a sea the winds are raising from every quarter at once. Would that I had been killed on the day when the Trojans were pressing me so sorely about the dead body of Achilles, for then I should have had due burial, and the Achaeans would have honoured my name. But now it seems that I shall come to a most pitiable end." As he spoke, a sea broke over him with such terrific fury that the raft reeled again, and he was carried overboard a long way off. It was as though the south, north, east, and west winds were all playing battledore and shuttlecock with it at once. When he was in this plight, Ino, daughter of Cadmus, also called Leucothea, saw him. Seeing in what great distress Odysseus now was, she had compassion upon him, and rising like a sea-gull from the waves, took her seat upon the raft. "My poor good man," said she, "why is Poseidon so furiously angry with you?" Then she dived down again like a seagull and vanished beneath the dark blue waters. But Odysseus did not know what to think. "I know what I will do. I am sure it will be best, no matter what happens. I will stick to the raft as long as her timbers hold together, but when the sea breaks her up, I will swim for it. I do not see how I can do any better than this." While he was thus in two minds, Poseidon sent a terrible great wave that seemed to rear itself above his head till it broke right over the raft, which then went to pieces as though it were a heap of dry chaff tossed about by a whirlwind. Odysseus got astride of one plank and rode upon it as if he were on horseback. He then took off the clothes Calypso had given him, bound Inno's veil under his arms, and plunged into the sea, meaning to swim on shore. King Poseidon watched him as he did so, and wagged his head, muttering to himself and saying, "There now, swim up and down as you best can till you fall in with well-to-do people." On this he lashed his horses and drove to Aegae, where his palace is. But Athena resolved to help Odysseus, so she bound the ways of all the winds except one, and made them lie quite still. But she roused a good stiff breeze from the north that should lay the waters till Odysseus reached the land of the Phaeacians, where he would be safe. Thereon he floated about for 2 nights and 2 days in the water, with a heavy swell on the sea and death staring him in the face. But when the 3rd day broke, the wind fell, and there was a dead calm without so much as a breath of air stirring. Everything was enveloped in spray. There were no harbours where a ship might ride, nor shelter of any kind, but only headlands, low-lying rocks and mountain tops. Odysseus's heart now began to fail him, and he said despairingly to himself, "Alas, Zeus has let me see land after swimming so far that I had given up all hope. But I can find no landing place, for the coast is rocky and surf-beaten, the rocks are smooth and rise sheer from the sea, with deep water close under them, so that I cannot climb out for want of foothold. If, on the other hand, I swim further in search of some shelving beach or harbour, a hurricane may carry me out to sea again sorely against my will, or heaven may send some great monster of the deep to attack me, for Amphitrite breeds many such, and I know that Poseidon is very angry with me." While he was thus in two minds, a wave caught him and took him with such force against the rocks that he would have been smashed and torn to pieces if Athena had not shown him what to do. Here poor Odysseus would have certainly perished even in spite of his own destiny, if Athena had not helped him to keep his wits about him. He felt that there was a current, so he prayed inwardly and said, "Hear me, O king, whoever you may be, and save me from the anger of the sea god, Poseidon, for I approach you prayerfully. Have mercy upon me, O king, for I declare myself your suppliant." Then the god stayed his stream and stilled the waves, making all calm before him, and bringing him safely into the mouth of the river. Here at last Odysseus's knees and strong hands failed him, for the sea had completely broken him. Then he left the river, laid himself down among the rushes, and kissed the bounteous earth. "Alas," he cried to himself in his dismay, "whatever will become of me, and how is it all to end?" In the end he deemed it best to take to the woods, and he found one upon some high ground not far from the water. Then, as one who lives alone in the country, far from any neighbour, hides a brand as fire seed in the ashes to save himself from having to get a light elsewhere, even so did Odysseus cover himself up with leaves. And Athena shed a sweet sleep upon his eyes, closed his eyelids, and made him lose all memories of his sorrows, the meeting between Nausicaa and Odysseus. So here Odysseus slept, overcome by sleep and toil. But Athena went off to the country and city of the Phaeacians, a people who used to live in the fair town of Hyperia near the lawless Cyclops. He surrounded the city with a wall, built houses and temples, and divided the lands among his people. But he was dead and gone to the house of Hades, and King Alcinous, whose counsels were inspired of heaven, was now reigning. To his house, then, did Athena hie in furtherance of the return of Odysseus. She went straight to the beautifully decorated bedroom in which there slept a girl who was as lovely as a goddess, Nausicaa, daughter to King Alcinous. Athena took the form of the famous sea captain Dymas's daughter, who was a bosom friend of Nausicaa and just her own age. Then, coming up to the girl's bedside like a breath of wind, she hovered over her head and said, "Nausicaa, what can your mother have been about, to have such a lazy daughter? When she had said this, Athena went away to Olympus, which they say is the everlasting home of the gods. This was the place to which the goddess went when she had given instructions to the girl. By and by morning came and woke Nausicaa, who began wondering about her dream. She therefore went to the other end of the house to tell her father and mother all about it, and found them in their own room. She stopped him and said, "Papa dear, could you manage to let me have a good big wagon? Moreover, you have 5 sons at home, 2 of them married, while the other 3 are good-looking bachelors. You know they always like to have clean linen when they go to a dance, and I have been thinking about all this." She did not say a word about her own wedding, for she did not like to. But her father knew and said, "You shall have the mules, my love, and whatever else you have a mind for. Be off with you, and the men shall get you a good strong wagon with a body to it that will hold all your clothes." On this he gave his orders to the servants, who got the wagon out, harnessed the mules and put them to, while the girl brought the clothes down from the linen room and placed them on the wagon. They pulled without flagging, and carried not only Nausicaa and her wash of clothes, but the maids also who were with her. When they reached the waterside, they went to the washing cisterns, through which there ran at all times enough pure water to wash any quantity of linen, no matter how dirty. After they had washed them and got them quite clean, they laid them out by the seaside, where the waves had raised a high beach of shingle, and set about washing themselves and anointing themselves with olive oil. When they had done dinner, they threw off the veils that covered their heads and began to play at ball, while Nausicaa sang for them, as the huntress Artemis goes forth upon the mountains of Taygetus or Erymanthus to hunt wild boars or deer, and the wood nymphs, daughters of aegis-bearing Zeus, take their sport along with her. Then is Leto proud at seeing her daughters stand a full head taller than the others, and eclipse the loveliest amid a whole bevy of beauties. Even so did the girl outshine her handmaids. When it was time for them to start home, and they were folding the clothes and putting them into the wagon, Athena began to consider how Odysseus should wake up and see the handsome girl who was to conduct him to the city of the Phaeacians. On this they all shouted, and the noise they made woke Odysseus, who sat up in his bed of leaves and began to wonder what it might all be. "Alas," said he to himself, "what kind of people have I come amongst? Let me try if I cannot manage to get a look at them." As he said this, he crept from under his bush and broke off a bough covered with thick leaves to hide his nakedness. On seeing one so unkempt and so begrimed with salt water, the others scampered off along the spits that jutted out into the sea, but the daughter of Alcinous stood firm, for Athena put courage into her heart and took away all fear from her. In the end, he deemed it best to entreat her from a distance, in case the girl should take offense at his coming near enough to clasp her knees, so he addressed her in honeyed and persuasive language. "O Queen," he said, "I implore your aid. But tell me, are you a goddess or are you a mortal woman? I dare not clasp your knees, but I am in great distress. Yesterday made the 20th day that I had been tossing about upon the sea. Yesterday made the 20th day that I had been tossing about upon the sea. And now, O Queen, have pity upon me, for you are the first person I have met, and I know no one else in this country. It discomfits their enemies, makes the hearts of their friends glad, and they themselves know more about it than anyone." To this Nausicaa answered, "Stranger, you appear to be a sensible, well-disposed person. There is no accounting for luck. Zeus gives prosperity to rich and poor just as he chooses, so you must take what he has seen fit to send you and make the best of it. I will show you the way to the town and will tell you the name of our people. We are called Phaeacians, and I am daughter to Alcinous, in whom the whole power of the state is vested." Then she called her maids and said, "Stay where you are, you girls. Neither he nor anyone else can come here to do us, Phaeacians, any harm, for we are dear to the gods and live apart on the land's end that juts into the sounding sea, and have nothing to do with any other people. This is only some poor man who has lost his way, and we must be kind to him, for strangers and foreigners in distress are under Zeus's protection, and will take what they can get and be thankful. So, girls, give the poor fellow something to eat and drink, and wash him in the stream at some place that is sheltered from the wind." On this the maids left off running away, and began calling one another back. They made Odysseus sit down in the shelter as Nausicaa had told them, and brought him a shirt and cloak. But Odysseus said, "Young women, please to stand a little on one side, that I may wash the brine from my shoulders and anoint myself with oil. For it is long enough since my skin has had a drop of oil upon it. I am ashamed to strip before a number of good-looking young women." Then they stood on one side and went to tell the girl, while Odysseus washed himself in the stream and scrubbed the brine from his back and from his broad shoulders. Then he went and sat down a little way off upon the beach, looking quite young and handsome, and the girl gazed on him with admiration. Then she said to her maids, "Hush, my dears, for I want to say something. I believe the gods who live in heaven have sent this man to the Phaeacians. However, give him something to eat and drink." They did as they were told and set food before Odysseus, who ate and drank ravenously, for it was long since he had had food of any kind. She got the linen folded and placed in the wagon. She then yoked the mules, and as she took her seat, she called Odysseus. "Stranger," said she, "rise and let us be going back to the town. I will introduce you at the house of my excellent father, where I can tell you that you will meet all the best people among the Phaeacians. Presently, however, we shall come to the town, where you will find a high wall running all round it, and a good harbour on either side with a narrow entrance into the city, and the ships will be drawn up by the roadside, for everyone has a place where his own ship can lie. You will see the marketplace with a temple of Poseidon in the middle of it, and paved with large stones bedded in the earth. Here people deal in ship's gear of all kinds, such as cables and sails, and here, too, are the places where oars are made, for the Phaeacians are not a nation of archers. They know nothing about bows and arrows, but are a seafaring folk, and pride themselves on their masts, oars, and ships, with which they travel far over the sea. I am afraid of the gossip and scandal that may be set on foot against me later on, for the people here are very ill-natured, and some low fellow, if he met us, might say, 'Who is this fine-looking stranger that is going about with Nausicaa?' It would be a good thing if she would take herself off and find a husband somewhere else, for she will not look at one of the many excellent young Phaeacians who are in love with her. If, therefore, you want my father to give you an escort and to help you home, do as I bid you. You will see a beautiful grove of poplars by the roadside dedicated to Athena. It has a well in it and a meadow all round it. Then, when you think we must have done this, come into the town and ask the way to the house of my father Alcinous. Close to her seat stands that of my father, on which he sits and tops like an immortal god. If you can gain her over, you may hope to see your own country again, no matter how distant it may be." So, saying, she lashed the mules with her whip, and they left the river. She was careful not to go too fast for Odysseus and the maids who were following on foot along with the wagon, so she plied her whip with judgment. As the sun was going down, they came to the sacred grove of Athena, and there Odysseus sat down and prayed to the mighty daughter of Zeus. "Hear me," he cried, "daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus, unweariable, hear me now, for you gave no heed to my prayers when Poseidon was wrecking me. Now, therefore, have pity upon me and grant that I may find friends and be hospitably received by the Phaeacians." Thus did he pray, and Athena heard his prayer, but she would not show herself to him openly, for she was afraid of her uncle Poseidon, who was still furious in his endeavors to prevent Odysseus from getting home. Reception of Odysseus ate the palace of King Alcinous. Thus then did Odysseus wait and pray, but the girl drove on to the town. This old woman had been brought by sea from Epera, and had been chosen as a prize for Alcinous because he was king of the Phaeae, and had now lit the fire for her own. She had been nursed to Nausicaa, and had now lit the fire for her and brought. She had been nursed to Nausicaa, and had now lit the fire for her own room. Presently Odysseus got up to go towards the town, and Athena shed a thick mist all round him to hide him in case any of the proud Phaeacians who met him should be rude to him, or ask him who he was. She stood right in front of him, and Odysseus said, "My dear, will you be so kind as to show me the house of King Alcinous? I am an unfortunate foreigner in distress, and do not know one in your town and country." Then Athena said, "Yes, father stranger, I will show you the house you want, for Alcinous lives quite close to my own father. They are a seafaring folk, and sail the seas by the grace of Poseidon, in ships that glide along like thought, or as a bird in the air. On this she led the way, and Odysseus followed in her steps. But not one of the Phaeacians could see him as he passed through the city in the midst of them. For the great goddess Athena in her good will towards him had hidden him in a thick cloud of darkness. He admired their harbours, ships, places of assembly, and the lofty walls of the city, which, with the palisade on top of them, were very striking. And when they reached the king's house, Athena said, "This is the house, father stranger, which you would have me show you. Her name is Arete, and she comes of the same family as her husband Alcinous. Poseidon, however, lay with his daughter, and she had a son by him, the great Nausithous, who reigned over the Phaeacians. Nausithous had two sons, Ahexenor and Alcinous. 58 Apollo killed the first of them while he was still a bridegroom and without male issue. But he left a daughter Arete, whom Alcinous married, and honours as no other woman is honoured of all that keep house along with their husbands. Thus she both was, and still is, respected beyond measure by her children, by Alcinous himself, and by the whole people, who look upon her as a goddess, and greet her whenever she goes about the city, for she is a thoroughly good woman both in head and heart, and when any women are friends of hers, she will help their husbands also to settle their disputes. If you can gain her goodwill, you may have every hope of seeing your friends again, and getting safely back to your home and country." Then Athena left Scheria and went away over the sea. She went to Marathon and to the spacious streets of Athens, where she entered the abode of Erechtheus. But Odysseus went on to the house of Alcinous, and he pondered much as he paused a while before reaching the threshold of bronze, for the splendour of the palace was like that of the sun or moon. The doors were gold and hung on pillars of silver that rose from a floor of bronze, while the lintel was silver and the hook of the door was of gold. On either side there stood gold and silver mastas, which Hephaestus, with his consummate skill, had fashioned expressly to keep watch over the palace of King Alcinous. So they were immortal and could never grow old. Here the chief persons of the Phaeacians used to sit and eat and drink, for there was abundance at all seasons. And there were golden figures of young men with lighted torches in their hands, raised on pedestals, to give light by night to those who were at table. As the Phaeacians are the best sailors in the world, so their women excel all others in weaving, for Athena has taught them all manner of useful arts, and they are very intelligent. Outside the gate is the outer court. There is a large garden of about 4 acres with a wall all round it. Such, then, were the splendours with which the gods had endowed the house of King Alcinous. So here Odysseus stood for a while and looked about him. But when he had looked long enough, he crossed the threshold and went within the precincts of the house. He went straight through the court, still hidden by the cloak of darkness in which Athena had enveloped him, till he reached Arete and King Alcinous. Then he laid his hands upon the knees of the queen, and at that moment the miraculous darkness fell away from him, and he became visible. Everyone was speechless with surprise at seeing a man there. But Odysseus began at once with his petition. "Queen Arete," he exclaimed, "daughter of great Erechtheus, in my distress I humbly pray you, as also your husband and these your guests, whom may heaven prosper with long life and happiness, and may they leave their possessions to their children, and all the honours conferred upon them by the state, to help me home to my own country as soon as possible, for I've been long in trouble and away from my friends." Then he sat down on the hearth among the ashes, and they all held their peace, till presently the old hero Aeneas, who was an excellent speaker and an elder among the Phaeacians, plainly and in all honesty addressed them thus. "Alcinous," said he, "it is not creditable to you that a stranger should be seen sitting among the ashes of your hearth. Everyone is waiting to hear what you are about to say. Tell him, then, to rise and take a seat on a stool inlaid with silver, and bid your servants mix some wine and water that we may make a drink, offering to Zeus, the Lord of Thunder, who takes all well-disposed suppliants under his protection, and let the housekeeper give him some supper, of whatever there may be in the house." When Alcinous heard this, he took Odysseus by the hand, raised him from the hearth, and bade him take the seat of Laodamas, who had been sitting beside him, and was his favourite son. Then Alcinous said to one of the servants, "Pontonous, Mix a cup of wine and hand it round that we may make drink offerings to Zeus the Lord of Thunder, who is the protector of all well-disposed suppliants." Pontonous then mixed wine and water, and handed it round after giving every man his drink offering. When they had made their offerings, and had drunk each as much as he was minded, Alcinous said, "Aldermen and town councillors of the Phaeacians, hear my words." Then Odysseus said, "Pray, Alcinous, do not take any such notion into your head. I shall be content to die if I may first once more behold my property, my bondsmen, and all the greatness of my house." 63. Thus did he speak. Then when they had made their drink offerings, and had drunk each as much as he was minded, they went home to bed every man in his own abode, leaving Odysseus in the cloister with Adat and Alcinous, while the servants were taking the things away after supper. "Did you not say you had come here from beyond the sea?" And Odysseus answered, "It would be a long story, madam, were I to relate in full the tale of my misfortunes, for the hand of heaven has been laid heavy upon me. But as regards your question, there is an island far away in the sea which is called the Aegean. Fortune, however, brought me to her hearth all desolate and alone. For Zeus struck my ship with his thunderbolts and broke it up in mid-ocean. She took me in and treated me with the utmost kindness. Indeed, she wanted to make me immortal, that I might never grow old. But she could not persuade me to let her do so. I stayed with Calypso 7 years straight on end, and watered the good clothes she gave me with my tears during the whole time. But at last, when the 8th year came round, she bade me depart of her own free will, either because Zeus had told her she must, or because she had changed her mind. Nevertheless, there was still much trouble in store for me. For at this point, Poseidon would let me go no further, and raised a great storm against me. The sea was so terribly high that I could no longer keep to my raft, which went to pieces under the fury of the gale, and I had to swim for it, till wind and current brought me to your shores. There I tried to land, but could not, for it was a bad place, and the waves dashed me against the rocks. So I again took to the sea and swam on till I came to a river that seemed the most likely landing place, for there were no rocks and it was sheltered from the wind. Now, therefore, though it has pained me to do so, I have told you the whole truth." Then Alcinous said, "Stranger, it was very wrong of my daughter not to bring you on at once to my house along with the maids, seeing that she was the first person whose aid you asked." "Pray do not scold her," replied Odysseus. "She is not to blame." "Stranger," replied Alcinous, "I am not the kind of man to get angry about nothing. It is always better to be reasonable. But by Father Zeus, Athena and Apollo, now that I see what kind of person you are, and how much you think as I do, I wish you would stay here, marry my daughter, and become my son-in-law. You will thus see how much my ships excel all others, and what magnificent oarsmen my sailors are." Then was Odysseus glad and prayed aloud, saying, "Father Zeus, grant that Alcinous may do all as he has said, for so he will win an imperishable name among mankind, and at the same time I shall return to my country." Thus did they converse. The maids thereon went out with torches in their hands, and when they had made the bed they came up to Odysseus and said, "Rise, sir stranger, and come with us, for your bed is ready." And glad indeed was he to go to his rest. So Odysseus slept in a bed placed in a room over the echoing gateway. But Alcinous lay in the inner part of the house, with the queen his wife by his side. Banquet in the house of Alcinous the games. Now when the child of morning rosy-fingered dawn appeared, Alcinous and Odysseus both rose, and Alcinous led the way to the Phaeacian place of assembly, which was near the ships. When they got there, they sat down side by side on a seat of polished stone, while Athena took the form of one of Alcinous' servants, and went round the town in order to help Odysseus to get home. She went up to the citizens, man by man, and said, "Aldermen and town councillors of the Phaeacians, come to the assembly, all of you, and listen to the stranger who has just come off a long voyage to the house of King Alcinous. He looks like an immortal god." With these words she made them all want to come, and they flocked to the assembly till seats and standing room were alike crowded. Everyone was struck with the appearance of Odysseus, for Athena had beautified him about the head and shoulders, making him look taller and stouter than he really was, that he might impress the Phaeacians favorably as being a very remarkable man, and might come off well in the many trials of skill to which they would challenge him. Then, when they were got together, Alcinous spoke. "Hear me," said he, "aldermen and town councillors of the Phaeacians, that I may speak even as I am minded. Let us draw a ship into the sea, one that has never yet made a voyage, and man her with 52 of our smartest young sailors. Then, when you have made fast your oars each by his own seat, leave the ship and come to my house to prepare a feast. I can take no excuses. And we will have Demodocus to sing to us, for there is no bard like him whatever he may choose to sing about." Alcinous then led the way, and the others followed after, while a servant went to fetch Demodocus. The 52 picked oarsmen went to the seashore as they had been told, and when they got there they drew the ship into the water, got her mast and sails inside her, bound the oars to the hull-pins with twisted thongs of leather, all in due course, and spread the white sails aloft. They moored the vessel a little way out from land, and then came on shore and went to the house of King Alcinous. The outhouses, yards, and all the precincts were filled with crowds of men in great multitudes, both old and young, and Alcinous killed them 12 sheep, 8 full-grown pigs, and 2 oxen. These they skinned and dressed so as to provide a magnificent banquet. A servant presently led in the famous bard Demodocus, whom the Muse had dearly loved, but to whom she had given both good and evil, for though she had endowed him with a divine gift of song, she had robbed him of his eyesight. Pontonous set a seat for him among the guests, leaning it up against a bearing-post. He also set a fair table with a basket of victuals by his side and a cup of wine from which he might drink whenever he was so disposed. The company then laid their hands upon the good things that were before them. But as soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, the Muse inspired Demodocus to sing the feats of heroes, and more especially a matter that was then in the mouths of all men, to wit, the quarrel between Odysseus and Achilles, and the fierce words that they heaped on one another as they sat together at a banquet. Here was the beginning of the evil that by the will of Zeus fell both upon Dians and Trojans. Thus sang the bard, but Odysseus drew his purple mantle over his head and covered his face, for he was ashamed to let the Phaeacians see that he was weeping. When the bard left off singing, he wiped the tears from his eyes, uncovered his face, and, taking his cup, made a drink offering to the gods. But when the Phaeacians pressed Demodocus to sing further, for they delighted in his lays, then Odysseus again drew his mantle over his head and wept bitterly. No one noticed his distress except Alcinous, who was sitting near him, and heard the heavy sighs that he was heaving. So he at once said, "Aldermen and town councillors of the Phaeacians, we have had enough now, both of the feast and of the minstrelsy that is its due accompaniment. Let us proceed, therefore, to the athletic sports, so that our guest on his return home may be able to tell his friends how much we surpass all other nations as boxers, wrestlers, jumpers, and runners." With these words he led the way, and the others followed after. 3 sons of Alcinous, Laodamas, Halios, and Clytonus, competed also. The foot races came first. Alcinous' son Laodamas was the best boxer, and he it was who presently said, when they had all been diverted with the games, "Let us ask the stranger whether he excels in any of these sports. He seems very powerfully built. His thighs, calves, hands, and neck are of prodigious strength, nor is he at all old. But he has suffered much lately, and there is nothing like the sea for making havoc with a man, no matter how strong he is." "You are quite right, Laodamas," replied Euryalus. "Go up to your guest and speak to him about it yourself." When Laodamas heard this, he made his way into the middle of the crowd and said to Odysseus, "I hope, sir, that you will enter yourself for some one or other of our competitions if you are skilled in any of them, and you must have gone in for many a one before now. Your return home will not be long delayed, for the ship is already drawn into the water and the crew is found." Odysseus answered, "Laodamas, why do you taunt me in this way? My mind is set rather on cares than contests. I have been through infinite trouble, and am come among you now as a suppliant. praying your king and people to further me on my return home." Then Euryalus reviled him outright and said, "I gather, then, that you are unskilled in any of the many sports that men generally delight in. There does not seem to be much of the athlete about you." "For shame, sir," answered Odysseus fiercely. "You are an insolent fellow. So true is it that the gods do not grace all men alike in speech, person, and understanding. This is your case. Now, however, I am worn out by labor and sorrow, for I have gone through much both on the field of battle and by the waves of the weary sea. Still, in spite of all this, I will compete, for your taunts have stung me to the quick." So he hurried up without even taking his cloak off, and seized a disc, larger, more massive, and much heavier than those used by the Phaeacians when disc-throwing among themselves. Athena, in the form of a man, came and marked the place where it had fallen. You may make your mind easy about this contest, for no Phaeacian can come near to such a throw as yours. Odysseus was glad when he found he had a friend among the lookers-on, so he began to speak more pleasantly. "Running is the only point in respect of which I am afraid some of the Phaeacians might beat me, for I have been brought down very low at sea, my provisions ran short, and therefore I am still weak." They all held their peace except King Alcinous, who began, "Sir, we have had much pleasure in hearing all that you have told us, from which I understand that you are willing to show your prowess as having been displeased with some insolent remarks that have been made to you by one of our athletes, and which could never have been uttered by anyone who knows how to talk with propriety. Demodocus has left his lyre at my house, so run someone or other of you and fetch it for him." On this a servant hurried off to bring the lyre from the king's house, and the 9 men who had been chosen as stewards stood forward. Presently the servant came back with Demodocus's lyre, and he took his place in the midst of them, whereon the best young dancers in the town began to foot and trip it so nimbly that Odysseus was delighted with the merry twinkling of their feet. Meanwhile the bard began to sing the loves of Ares and Aphrodite, and how they first began their intrigue in the house of Hephaestus. But Ares kept no blind lookout, and as soon as he saw him start, hurried off to his house, burning with love for Aphrodite. Now Aphrodite was just come in from a visit to her father Zeus, and was about sitting down when Ares came inside the house, and said as he took her hand in his own, "Let us go to the couch of Hephaestus. He is not at home, but has gone off to Lemnos among the Sintians, whose speech is barbarous." She was nothing loath among the Sintians, whose speech is barbarous. So they went to the couch to take their rest, whereon they were caught in the toils which cunning Hephaestus had spread for them, and could neither get up nor stir hand or foot, but found too late that they were in a trap. He was in a furious passion, and stood in the vestibule making a dreadful noise as he shouted to all the gods. "Father Zeus," he cried, "and all you other blessed gods who live forever, come here and see the ridiculous and disgraceful sight that I will show you." On this the gods gathered to the house of Hephaestus. Then the givers of all good things stood in the doorway, and the blessed gods roared with inextinguishable laughter as they saw how cunning Hephaestus had been. Whereon one would turn towards his neighbor, saying, "Ill deeds do not prosper, and the weak confound the strong. See how limping Hephaestus, lame as he is, has caught Ares, who is the fleetest god in heaven. And now Ares will be cast in heavy damages." Thus did they converse, but King Apollo said to Hermes, "Messenger Hermes, giver of good things, you would not care how strong the chains were, would you, if you could sleep with Aphrodite?" "King Apollo," answered Hermes, "I only wish I might get the chance, though there were 3 times as many chains. And you might look on, all of you gods and goddesses, but I would sleep with her if I could." The immortal gods burst out laughing as they heard him, but Poseidon took it all seriously, and kept on imploring Hephaestus to set Ares free again. "Let him go," he cried, "and I will undertake, as you require, that he shall pay you all the damages that are held reasonable among the immortal gods." "Do not," replied Hephaestus, "ask me to do this. A bad man's bond is bad security. What remedy could I enforce against you if Ares should go away and leave his debts behind him along with his chains?" "Hephaestus," said Poseidon, If Ares goes away without paying his damages, I will pay you myself. So Hephaestus answered, In this case I cannot, and must not refuse you. Thereon he loosed the bonds that bound them, and as soon as they were free they scampered off, Ares to Thrace and laughter-loving Aphrodite to Cyprus and to Paphos. Where is her grove and her altar fragrant with burnt offerings? Here the Graces bathed her, and anointed her with oil of ambrosia such as the immortal gods make use of, and they clothed her in raiment of the most enchanting beauty. Thus sang the bard, and both Odysseus and the seafaring Phaeacians were charmed as they heard him. Then Alcinous told Laodamas and Halius to dance alone, for there was no one to compete with them. Then Odysseus said, King Alcinous, you said your people were the nimblest dancers in the world, and indeed they have proved themselves to be so. I was astonished as I saw them. The king was delighted at this and exclaimed to the Phaeacians, Aldermen and town councillors, our guest seems to be a person of singular judgment. Let us give him such proof of our hospitality as he may reasonably expect. As for Euryalus, he will have to make a formal apology, and a present too, for he has been rude. Thus did he speak. Then Euryalus said, King Alcinous, I will give the stranger all the satisfaction you require. As he spoke, he placed the sword in the hands of Odysseus and said, Good luck to you, father stranger. If anything has been said amiss, may the winds blow it away with them, and may heaven grant you a safe return. For I understand you have been long away from home, and have gone through much hardship. To which Odysseus answered, Good luck to you too, my friend, and may the gods grant you every happiness. I hope you will not miss the sword you have given me along with your apology. With these words, he girded the sword about his shoulders, and towards sundown the presents began to make their appearance, as the servants of the donors kept bringing them to the house of King Alcinous. Here his sons received them, and placed them under their mother's charge. Then Alcinous led the way to the house and bade his guests take their seats. Wife, said he, turning to Queen Arete, go, fetch the best chest we have, and put a clean cloak and shirt in it. I shall myself give him this golden goblet, which is of exquisite workmanship, that he may be reminded of me for the rest of his life whenever he makes a drink offering to Zeus or to any of the gods. Whereon they set a tripod full of bath water onto a clear fire. They threw on sticks to make it blaze, and the water became hot as the flame played about the belly of the tripod. Lastly she added a cloak and a good shirt from Alcinous, and said to Odysseus, See to the lid yourself, and have the whole bound round at once, for fear anyone should rob you by the way when you are asleep in your ship. 72. When Odysseus heard this, he put the lid on the chest and made it fast with a bond that Circe had taught him. Farewell, stranger, said she. Do not forget me when you are safe at home again, for it is to me first that you owe a ransom for having saved your life. And Odysseus said, Nausicaa, daughter of great Alcinous, may Zeus, the mighty husband of Juno, grant that I may reach my home, so shall I bless you as my guardian angel all my days, for it was you who saved me. When he had said this, he seated himself beside Alcinous. Then Odysseus cut off a piece of roast pork with plenty of fat, for there was abundance left on the joint, and said to a servant, Take this piece of pork over to Demodocus and tell him to eat it. For all the pain his lays may cause me, I will salute him none the less. Bards are honored and respected throughout the world, for the muse teaches them their songs and loves them. The servant carried the pork in his fingers over to Demodocus, who took it, and was very much pleased. You must have studied under the muse Zeus's daughter, and under Apollo. So accurately do you sing the return of the Achaeans with all their sufferings and adventures. Now, however, change your song and tell us of the wooden horse which Epeus made with the assistance of Athena, and which Odysseus got by stratagem into the fort of Troy after freighting it with the men who afterwards sacked the city. If you will sing this tale aright, I will tell all the world how magnificently heaven has endowed you. The bard, inspired of heaven, took up the story at the point where some of the Argives set fire to their tents and sailed away, while others, hidden within the horse, were waiting with Odysseus in the Trojan place of assembly. It was there that the fight raged most furiously. Nevertheless, by Athena's help, he was victorious. All this he told, but Odysseus was overcome as he heard him, and his cheeks were wet with tears. All the men and town councillors of the Phaeacians, let Demodocus cease his song, for there are those present who do not seem to like it. Therefore, sir, do you on your part affect no more concealment nor reserve in the matter about which I shall ask you. It would be more polite in you to give me a plain answer. Tell me the name by which your father and mother over yonder used to call you, and by which you were known among your neighbours and fellow citizens. For the Phaeacians have no pilots. Their vessels have no rudders as those of other nations have, but the ships themselves understand what it is that we are thinking about and want. They know all the cities and countries in the whole world, and can traverse the sea just as well even when it is covered with mist and cloud, so that there is no danger of being wrecked or coming to any harm. This is what my father used to say. But whether the god will carry out his threat or no is a matter which he will decide for himself. And now, tell me and tell me true, or was it some brave and kindly-natured comrade? For a good friend is as dear to a man as his own brother. Odysseus declares himself and begins his story. The Sicans Lotipagi and Cyclops, and Odysseus answered, King Alcinous, it is a good thing to hear a bard with such a divine voice as this man has. Firstly, then I will tell you my name that you too may know it, and one day, if I outlive this time of sorrow, may become my guests, though I live so far away from all of you. I live in Ithaca, where there is a high mountain called Neritum, covered with forests, and not far from it there is a group of islands very near to one another, Dulichium, Sam, and the wooded island of Zacynthus. It lies squat on the horizon, all highest up in the sea towards the sunset, while the others lie away from it towards dawn. Now, however, I will tell you of the many hazardous adventures which by Zeus's will I met with on my return from Troy. When I had set sail thence, the wind took me first to Ismarus, which is the city of the Caicons. I then said that we had better make off at once, but my men very foolishly would not obey me, so they stayed there drinking much wine and killing great numbers of sheep and oxen on the seashore. They set the battle in array near the ships, and the hosts aimed their bronze-shod spears at one another. So long as the day waxed and it was still morning, we held our own against them, though they were more in number than we. But as the sun went down, towards the time when men loose their oxen, the Caicons got the better of us, and we lost 6 men from every ship we had. So we got away with those that were left. Hence we sailed onward with sorrow in our hearts, but glad to have escaped death, though we had lost our comrades, nor to relieve till we had thrice invoked each one of the poor fellows who had perished by the hands of the Caicons. Then Zeus raised the north wind against us till it blew a hurricane, so that land and sky were hidden in thick clouds, and night sprang forth out of the heavens. We let the ships run before the gale, but the force of the wind tore our sails to tatters. So we took 'em down for fear of shipwreck, and rowed our hardest towards the land. I should have got home at that time unharmed had not the north wind and the currents been against me as I was doubling Cape Malea, and set me off my course hard by the island of Cythera. I was driven thence by foul winds for a space of 9 days upon the sea. But on the 10th day we reached the land of the lotus-eaters, who live on a food that comes from a kind of flower. Here we landed to take in fresh water, and our crews got their midday meal on the shore near the ships, and I told the rest to go on board at once, let any of them should taste of the lotus and leave off wanting to get home. So they took their places and smote the grey sea with their oars. We sailed hence, always in much distress, till we came to the land of the lawless and inhuman Cyclopes. They have no laws nor assemblies of the people, but live in caves on the tops of high mountains. Each is lord and master in his family, and they take no account of their neighbours. Now off their harbour there lies a wooded and fertile island not quite close to the land of the Cyclopes, but still not far, for the Cyclopes have no ships, nor yet shipwrights who could make ships for them. They cannot therefore go from city to city, or sail over the sea to one another's country as people who have ships can do. If they had these, they would have colonized the island, for it is a very good one, and would yield everything in due season. There is a good harbour where no cables are wanted, nor yet anchors, nor need a ship be moored, but all one has to do is to beach one's vessel and stay there till the wind becomes fair for putting out to sea again. At the head of the harbour there is a spring of clear water coming out of a cave, and there are poplars growing all round it. Here we entered, but so dark was the night that some god must have brought us in, for there was nothing whatever to be seen. A thick mist hung all round our ships. 79. The moon was hidden behind a mass of clouds so that no one could have seen the island if he had looked for it. Nor were there any breakers to tell us we were close inshore before we found ourselves upon the land itself. When, however, we had beached the ships, we took down the sails, went ashore and camped upon the beach till daybreak. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, we admired the island and wandered all over it, while the nymphs, Zeus's daughters, roused the wild goats that we might get some meat for our dinner. On this we fetched our spears and bows and arrows from the ships, and dividing ourselves into 3 bands began to shoot the goats. We could almost fancy we heard their voices and the bleating of their sheep and goats. But when the sun went down and it came on dark, we camped down upon the beach. And next morning I called a council. "Stay here, my brave fellows," said I. "All the rest of you, while I go with my ship and exploit these people myself. I want to see if they are uncivilized savages or a hospitable and humane race." I went on board, bidding my men to do so also, and loosed the hawsers. So they took their places and smote the grey sea with their oars. When we got to the land, which was not far, there, on the face of a cliff near the sea, we saw a great cave overhung with laurels. He was a horrid creature, not like a human being at all, but resembling rather some crag that stands out boldly against the sky on the top of a high mountain. I told my men to draw the ship ashore and stay where they were, all but the 12 best among them, who were to go along with myself. We soon reached his cave, but he was out shepherding, so we went inside and took stock of all that we could see. When they saw all this, my men begged me to let them first steal some cheeses and make off with them to the ship. They would then return, drive down the lambs and kids, put them on board and sail away with them. When, however, we saw him, my poor men found him ill to deal with. We lit a fire, offered some of the cheeses in sacrifice, ate others of them, and then sat waiting till the Cyclops should come in with his sheep. He curdled half the milk and set it aside in wicker strainers, but the other half he poured into bowls that he might drink it for his supper. When he had got through with all his work, he lit the fire, and then caught sight of us, whereon he said, "Strangers, who are you? Where do you sail from? Are you traders, or do you sail the sea as rovers, with your hands against every man and every man's hand against you?" We were frightened out of our senses by his loud voice and monstrous form. But I managed to say, "We are Achaeans on our way home from Troy, but by the will of Zeus and stress of weather, we have been driven far out of our course. May your excellency fear the wrath of heaven, for we are your suppliants, and Zeus takes all respectable travellers under his protection, for he is the avenger of all suppliants and foreigners in distress." To this he gave me but a pitiless answer. "Stranger," said he, "you are a fool, or else you know nothing of this country. We Cyclopes do not care about Zeus or any of your blessed gods, for we are ever so much stronger than they. I shall not spare either yourself or your companions out of any regard for Zeus, unless I am in the humour for doing so. And now tell me where you made your ship fast when you came on shore. Was it round the point, or is she lying straight off the land?" He said this to draw me out, but I was too cunning to be caught in that way, so I answered with a lie. "Poseidon," said I, "sent my ship onto the rocks at the far end of your country and wrecked it. We were driven onto them from the open sea. But I and those who were with me escaped the jaws of death. The cruel wretch vouchsafed me not one word of answer, but with a sudden clutch he gripped up 2 of my men at once and dashed them down upon the ground as though they had been puppies. He gobbled them up like a lion in the wilderness, flesh, bones, marrow, and entrails, without leaving anything uneaten. So we stayed sobbing and sighing where we were till morning came. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, he again lit his fire, milked his goats and ewes, all quite rightly, and then let each have her own young one. As soon as he had got through with all his work, he clutched up 2 more of my men and began eating them for his morning's meal. As soon as he had done so, he shouted and cried, shoo, shoo, after his sheep to drive them on to the mountain. So I was left to scheme some way of taking my revenge and covering myself with glory. In the end, I deemed it would be the best plan to do as follows. The Cyclops had a great club which was lying near one of the sheep pens. It was of green olive wood, and he had cut it intending to use it for a staff as soon as it should be dry. It was so huge that we could only compare it to the mast of a 20-oared merchant vessel of large burden, and able to venture out into open sea. So I went up to him with an ivy-wood bowl of black wine in my hands. "Look here, Cyclops," said I. "You've been eating a great deal of man's flesh, so take this and drink some wine, that you may see what kind of liquor we had on board my ship. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. How can you expect people to come see you anymore if you treat them in this way?" He then took the cup and drank. He was so delighted with the taste of the wine that he begged me for another bowl full. We have wine even in this country, for our soil grows grapes and the sun ripens them. But this drinks like nectar and ambrosia all in one. I then gave him some more. 3 times did I fill the bowl for him, and 3 times did he drain it without thought or heed. Then, when I saw that the wine had got into his head, I said to him as plausibly as I could, "Cyclops, you ask my name and I will tell it you. Give me, therefore, the present you promised me. My name is Noman. This is what my father and mother and my friends have always called me." But the cruel wretch said, "Then I will eat all Noman's comrades before Noman himself, and will keep Noman for the last." As he spoke, he reeled, and fell sprawling face upwards on the ground. "What ails you, Polyphemus?" said they, "that you make such a noise, breaking the stillness of the night, and preventing us from being able to sleep? Surely no man is trying to kill you either by fraud or by force." But Polyphemus shouted to them from inside the cave, "No man is killing me by fraud. No man is killing me by force." "Then," said they, "if no man is attacking you, you must be ill. When Zeus makes people ill, there is no help for it, and you had better pray to your father Poseidon." Then they went away, and I laughed inwardly at the success of my clever stratagem. But the Cyclops, groaning and in an agony of pain, felt about with his hands till he found the stone and took it from the door. Then he sat in the doorway and stretched his hands in front of it to catch anyone going out with the sheep, for he thought I might be foolish enough to attempt this. As for myself, I kept on puzzling to think how I could best save my own life and those of my companions. I schemed and schemed, as one who knows that his life depends upon it, for the danger was very great. Thus, then did we wait in great fear of mind till morning came. But when the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, the male sheep hurried out to feed, while the ewes remained bleating about the pens waiting to be milked, for their udders were full to bursting. But their master, in spite of all his pain, felt the backs of all the sheep as they stood upright, without being sharp enough to find out that the men were underneath their bellies, as the ram was going out. Last of all, heavy with its fleece, and with the weight of my crafty self, Polyphemus laid hold of it and said, "My good ram, what is it that makes you the last to leave my cave this morning? I should thus have some satisfaction for the harm this no-good Noman has done me." As he spoke, he drove the ram outside, but when we were a little way out from the cave and yards, I first got from under the ram's belly, and then freed my comrades. As for the sheep, which were very fat, by constantly heading them in the right direction, we managed to drive them down to the ship. The crew rejoiced greatly at seeing those of us who had escaped death, but wept for the others whom the Cyclops had killed. Then, when I had got as far out as my voice would reach, I began to jeer at the Cyclops. "Cyclops," said I, "you should have taken better measure of your man before eating up his comrades in your cave. You might have known that your sin would find you out, and now Zeus and the other gods have punished you." He got more and more furious as he heard me, so he tore the top from off a high mountain and flung it just in front of my ship so that it was within a little of hitting the end of the rudder. The sea quaked as the rock fell into it, and the wash of the wave it raised carried us back towards the mainland and forced us towards the shore. But I snatched up a long pole and kept the ship off, making signs to my men by nodding my head that they must row for their lives, whereon they laid out with a will. When we had got twice as far as we were before, I was for jeering at the Cyclops again, but the men begged and prayed of me to hold my tongue. "Do not," they exclaimed, be mad enough to provoke the savage creature further. He has thrown one rock at us already which drove us back again to the mainland, and we made sure it had been the death of us. If he had then heard any further sound of voices, he would have pounded our heads and our ship's timbers into a jelly with the rugged rocks he would have heaved at us, for he can throw them a long way. But I would not listen to them, and shouted out to him in my rage, "Cyclops, if anyone asks you who it was that put your eye out and spoiled your beauty, say it was the valiant warrior Odysseus, son of Laertes, who lives in Ithaca." On this he groaned and cried out, "Alas, alas, then the old prophecy about me is coming true. He, if he so will, shall heal me, which no one else, neither god nor man, can do." Then I said, "I wish I could be as sure of killing you outright and sending you down to the house of Hades." Then I said, "I wish I could be as sure of killing you outright and sending you down to the house of Hades, as I am that it will take more than Poseidon to cure that eye of yours." On this he lifted up his hands to the firmament of heaven and prayed, saying, "Hear me, great Poseidon. If I am indeed your own true begotten son, grant that Odysseus may never reach his home alive. Or if he must get back to his friends at last, let him do so late and in sore plight after losing all his men. Let him reach his home in another man's ship and find trouble in his house." 82. Thus did he pray, and Poseidon heard his prayer. It fell just short of the ship, but was within a little of hitting the end of the rudder. The sea quaked as the rock fell into it, and the wash of the wave it raised drove us onwards on our way towards the shore of the island. When at last we got to the island where we had left the rest of our ships, we found our comrades lamenting us, and anxiously awaiting our return. We ran our vessel upon the sands and got out of her onto the seashore. We also landed the Cyclops sheep and divided them equitably amongst us, so that none might have reason to complain. As for the ram, my companions agreed that I should have it as an extra share. So I sacrificed it on the seashore and burned its thigh bones to Zeus, who is the Lord of all. But he heeded not my sacrifice, and only thought how he might destroy both my ships and my comrades. Thus, through the livelong day to the going down of the sun, we feasted our fill on meat and drink. But when the sun went down and it came on dark, we camped upon the beach. Then they took their places and smote the grey sea with their oars. So we sailed on with sorrow in our hearts, but glad to have escaped death, though we had lost our comrades, Aeolus, the Laestrygonians, Circe. Thence we went on to the Aeolian island, where lives Aeolus, son of Hippotas, dear to the immortal gods. It is an island that floats, as it were, upon the sea, iron-bound with a wall that girds it. Now, Aeolus has 6 daughters and 6 lusty sons, so he made the sons marry the daughters, and they all live with their dear father and mother, feasting and enjoying every conceivable kind of luxury. Aeolus entertained me for a whole month, asking me questions all the time about Troy, the Argive fleet, and the return of the Achaeans. He put the sack in the ship and bound the mouth so tightly with a silver thread that not even a breath of a side wind could blow from any quarter. The west wind, which was fair for us, did he alone let blow as it chose. But it all came to nothing, for we were lost through our own folly. 9 days and 9 nights did we sail, and on the 10th day our native land showed on the horizon. On this the men fell to talking among themselves, and said I was bringing back gold and silver in the sack that Aeolus had given me. See what fine prizes he is taking home from Troy, while we, who have travelled just as far as he has, come back with hands as empty as we set out. And now Aeolus has given him ever so much more. Quick, let us see what it all is, and how much gold and silver there is in the sack he gave him." Thus they talked, and evil counsels prevailed. They loosed the sack, whereupon the wind flew howling forth and raised a storm that carried us weeping out to sea and away from our own country. Then I awoke, and knew not whether to throw myself into the sea or to live on and make the best of it. But I bore it, covered myself up, and laid down in the ship, while the men lamented bitterly as the fierce winds bore our fleet back to the Aeolian island. When we reached it, we went ashore to take in water, and dined hard by the ships. Immediately after dinner I took a herald and one of my men and went straight to the house of Aeolus, where I found him feasting with his wife and family. So we sat down as suppliants on the threshold. They were astounded when they saw us and said, "Odysseus, what brings you here? We took great pains to further you on your way home to Ithaca, or wherever it was that you wanted to go to." Thus did they speak. But I answered sorrowfully, "My men have undone me. They and cruel sleep have ruined me. My friends, mend me this mischief, for you can if you will." I spoke as movingly as I could, but they said nothing till their father answered, "Vilest of mankind, get you gone at once out of the island. Him whom heaven hates will I in no wise help." Thence we sailed sadly on till the men were worn out with long and fruitless rowing, for there was no longer any wind to help them. In that country, a man who could do without sleep might earn double wages, one as a herdsman of cattle, and another as a shepherd, for they work much the same by night as they do by day. When we reached the harbour, we found it landlocked under steep cliffs, with a narrow entrance between two headlands. My captains took all their ships inside, and made them fast close to one another, for there was never so much as a breath of wind inside, but it was always dead calm. So I sent 2 of my company with an attendant, to find out what sort of people the inhabitants were. The men, when they got on shore, followed a level road by which the people draw their firewood from the mountains into the town, till presently they met a young woman who had come outside to fetch water, and who was daughter to a Laestrygonian named Antiphates. She at once called her husband Antiphates from the place of assembly, and forthwith he set about killing my men. He snatched up one of them, and began to make his dinner off him then and there, whereon the other 2 ran back to the ships as fast as ever they could. But Antiphates raised a hue and cry after them, and thousands of sturdy Laestrygonians sprang up from every quarter, ogres, not men. They threw vast rocks at us from the cliffs as though they had been mere stones, and I heard the horrid sound of the ships crunching up against one another, and the death cries of my men, as the Laestrygonians speared them like fishes and took them home to eat them. Thence we sailed sadly on, glad to have escaped death, though we had lost our comrades, and came to the Aeaean island, where Circe lives, a great and cunning goddess who is own sister to the magician Aeetes, for they are both children of the sun by Perse, who is daughter to Oceanus. We brought our ship into a safe harbour without a word, for some god guided us thither, and having landed, we lay there for 2 days and 2 nights, worn out in body and mind. Climbing to the top of a high lookout, I espied the smoke of Circe's house rising upwards amid a dense forest of trees, and when I saw this, I doubted whether, having seen the smoke, I would not go on at once and find out more. But in the end I deemed it best to go back to the ship, give the men their dinners, and send some of them instead of going myself. When I had nearly got back to the ship, some god took pity upon my solitude, and sent a fine antlered stag right into the middle of my path. As I threw him down in front of the ship, I called the men and spoke cheeringly, man by man, to each of them. Then, when they had feasted their eyes upon him sufficiently, they washed their hands and began to cook him for dinner. Thus through the livelong day to the going down of the sun we stayed there eating and drinking our fill. But when the sun went down and it came on dark, we camped upon the seashore. We are certainly on an island, for I went as high as I could this morning, and saw the sea reaching all round it to the horizon. It lies low, but towards the middle I saw smoke rising from out of a thick forest of trees. Their hearts sank as they heard me, for they remembered how they had been treated by the Laestrygonian Antiphates and by the savage ogre Polyphemus. Then we cast lots in a helmet, and the lot fell upon Eurylochus. So he set out with his 22 men, and they wept, as also did we who were left behind. When they reached Circe's house, they found it built of cut stones on a site that could be seen from far in the middle of the forest. They called her, and she came down, unfastened the door, and bade them enter. They were like pig's head, hair and all, and they grunted just as pigs do. But their senses were the same as before, and they remembered everything. Thus then were they shut up squealing, and Circe threw them some acorns and beech masts such as pigs eat. But Eurylochus hurried back to tell me about the sad fate of our comrades. "We went," said he, "as you told us, through the forest, and in the middle of it there was a fine house built with cut stones in a place that could be seen from far. From that moment I saw them no more, for not one of them ever came out. though I sat a long time watching for them. Then I took my sword of bronze and slung it over my shoulders. I also took my bow, and told Eurylochus to come back with me and shew me the way. "Stay where you are then," answered I, "eating and drinking at the ship, but I must go, for I am most urgently bound to do so." With this I left the ship and went up inland. "Take this herb, which is one of great virtue, and keep it about you when you go to Circe's house. It will be a talisman to you against every kind of mischief, and I will tell you of all the wicked witchcraft that Circe will try to practice upon you. I will tell you all about it." As he spoke, he pulled the herb out of the ground and shewed me what it was like. The root was black, while the flower was as white as milk. The gods call it moly, and mortal men cannot uproot it, but the gods can do whatever they like. Then Hermes went back to high Olympus, passing over the wooded island. But I fared onward to the house of Circe, and my heart was clouded with care as I walked along. "There now," she cried, "be off to the pigsty, and make your lair with the rest of them." But I rushed at her with my sword drawn as though I would kill her, whereon she fell with a loud scream, clasped my knees, and spoke piteously, saying, "Who and whence are you? Never yet was any man able to stand so much as a taste of the herb I gave you. You must be spell-proof. Surely you can be none other than the bold hero Odysseus, who Hermes always said would come here some day with a ship while on his way home from Troy. So be it then. Sheathe your sword and let us go to bed, that we may make friends and learn to trust each other." And I answered, "Circe, how can you expect me to be friendly with you when you have just been turning all my men into pigs? I shall certainly not consent to go to bed with you, unless you will first take your solemn oath to plot no further harm against me." So she swore at once as I had told her, and when she had completed her oath, then I went to bed with her. Meanwhile her 4 servants, who are her housemaids, set about their work, when Circe saw me sitting there without eating, and in great grief, she came to me and said, "Odysseus, why do you sit like that, as though you were dumb, gnawing at your own heart and refusing both meat and drink? You ought not to be, for I have already sworn solemnly that I will not hurt you." And I said, "Circe, no man with any sense of what is right can think of either eating or drinking in your house until you have set his friends free and let him see them. If you want me to eat and drink, you must free my men and bring them to me that I may see them with my own eyes." When I had said this, she went straight through the court with her wand in her hand and opened the pigsty doors. They knew me at once, seized me each of them by the hand, and wept for joy till the whole house was filled with the sound of their hullabalooing. And Circe herself was so sorry for them that she came up to me and said, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, go back at once to the sea where you have left your ship, and first draw it on to the land. Then hide all your ship's gear and property in some cave, and come back here with your men." I agreed to this, so I went back to the seashore, and found the men at the ship weeping and wailing most piteously. "Sir," said the affectionate creatures, "we are as glad to see you back as though we had got safe home to Ithaca. But tell us all about the fate of our comrades." I spoke comfortingly to them and said, "We must draw our ship onto the land and hide the ship's gear with all our property in some cave. Then come with me, all of you, as fast as you can to Circe's house, where you will find your comrades eating and drinking in the midst of great abundance." On this the men would have come with me at once, but Eurylochus tried to hold them back and said, "Alas, poor wretches that we are, what will become of us? Remember how the Cyclops treated us when our comrades went inside his cave, and Odysseus with them. It was all through his sheer folly that those men lost their lives." When I heard him, I was in 2 minds whether or no to draw the keen blade that hung by my sturdy thigh and cut his head off in spite of his being a near relation of my own. But the men interceded for him and said, "Sir, if it may so be, let this fellow stay here and mind the ship, but take the rest of us with you to Circe's house." On this we all went inland, and Eurylochus was not left behind after all, but came on too, for he was frightened by the severe reprimand that I had given him. Meanwhile Circe had been seeing that the men who had been left behind were washed and anointed with olive oil. She had also given them woolen cloaks and shirts. And when we came, we found them all comfortably at dinner in her house. Thereon Circe came up to me and said, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, tell your men to leave off crying. I know how much you have all of you suffered at sea, and how ill you have fared among cruel savages on the mainland. But that is over now, so stay here and eat and drink till you are once more as strong and hearty as you were when you left Ithaca. For at present you are weakened both in body and mind." Ithaca? For at present you are weakened both in body and mind. You keep all the time thinking of the hardships you have suffered during your travels, so that you have no more cheerfulness left in you. Thus did she speak, and we assented. Thus did they speak, and I assented. I want to get back, and so do my men. They are always pestering me with their complaints as soon as ever your back is turned. And the goddess answered, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, you shall none of you stay here any longer if you do not want to. But there is another journey which you have got to take before you can sail homewards. To him alone has Persephone left his understanding, even in death." But the other ghosts flit about aimlessly. I was dismayed when I heard this. I sat up in bed and wept, and would gladly have lived no longer to see the light of the sun. But presently, when I was tired of weeping and tossing myself about, I said, "And who shall guide me upon this voyage? For the house of Hades is a port that no ship can reach." "You will want no guide," she answered. "Raise your mast, set your white sails, sit quite still, and the north wind will blow you there of itself. When your ship has traversed the waters of Oceanus, you will reach the fertile shore of Persephone's country, with its groves of tall poplars and willows that shed their fruit untimely. Here, beach your ship upon the shore of Oceanus, and go straight on to the dark abode of Hades. You'll find it near the place where the rivers Pyriphlegethum and Cocytus, which is a branch of the river Styx, flow into Acheron, and you'll see a rock near it, just where the two roaring rivers run into one another. When you have reached this spot, as I now tell you, dig a trench a cubit or so in length, breadth, and depth, and pour into it as a drink offering to all the dead. First, honey mixed with milk, then wine, and in the third place, water sprinkling white barley meal over the whole. More particularly, you must promise that Tiresias shall have a black sheep all to himself, the finest in all your flocks. When you shall have thus besought the ghosts with your prayers, offer them a ram and a black ewe, bending their heads towards Erebus, but yourself turn away from them as though you would make towards the river. On this, many dead men's ghosts will come to you, and you must tell your men to skin the 2 sheep that you have just killed, and offer them as a burnt sacrifice with prayers to Hades and to Persephone. The seer will presently come to you and will tell you about your voyage, what stages you are to make, and how you are to sail the sea so as to reach your home." It was daybreak by the time she had done speaking, so she dressed me in my shirt and cloak. Even so, however, I did not get them away without misadventure. When he heard the noise of the men bustling about, he jumped up on a sudden and forgot all about coming down by the main staircase, so he tumbled right off the roof and broke his neck, and his soul went down to the house of Hades. When I had got the men together, I said to them, "You think you are about to start home again, but Circe has explained to me that instead of this, we have got to go to the house of Hades and Persephone to consult the ghost of the Theban prophet Tiresias." The men were broken-hearted as they heard me, and threw themselves on the ground, groaning and tearing their hair, but they did not mend matters by crying. When we reached the seashore, weeping and lamenting our fate, Circe brought the ram and the ewe, and we made them fast hard by the ship. She passed through the midst of us without our knowing it. For who can see the comings and goings of a god, if the god does not wish to be seen, the visit to the dead? Then, when we had got down to the seashore, we drew our ship into the water, and got her mast and sails into her. We also put the sheep on board and took our places, weeping and in great distress of mind. Circe, that great and cunning goddess, sent us a fair wind that blew dead aft and stayed steadily with us, keeping our sails all the time well filled. So we did whatever wanted doing to the ship's gear and let her go as the wind and helmsman headed her. When we got there, we beached the ship, took the sheep out of her, and went along by the waters of Oceanus till we came to the place of which Circe had told us. Here Perimades and Eurylochus held the victims, while I drew my sword and dug the trench a cubit each way. When I saw them coming, I told the men to be quick and flay the carcasses of the 2 dead sheep and make burnt offerings of them, and at the same time to repeat prayers to Hades and to Persephone. But I sat where I was with my sword drawn, and would not let the poor feckless ghosts come near the blood till Tiresias should have answered my questions. The first ghost that came was that of my comrade Elpenor, for he had not yet been laid beneath the earth. We had left his body unwaked and unburied in Circe's house, for we had had too much else to do. You have got here on foot quicker than I have with my ship. Sir, he answered with a groan, it was all bad luck and my own unspeakable drunkenness. I was lying asleep on the top of Circe's house, and never thought of coming down again by the great staircase, but fell right off the roof and broke my neck, so my soul came down to the house of Hades. I know that when you leave this limbo you will again hold your ship for the Aeaean island. And I said, my poor fellow, I will do all that you have asked of me. Thus then did we sit and hold sad talk with one another, I on the one side of the trench with my sword held over the blood, and the ghost of my comrade saying all this to me from the other side. I had left her alive when I set out for Troy, and was moved to tears when I saw her. But even so, for all my sorrow, I would not let her come near the blood till I had asked my questions of Tiresias. Then came also the ghost of the band Tiresias, with his golden scepter in his hand. Stand back from the trench and withdraw your sword that I may drink of the blood and answer your questions truly. So I drew back and sheathed my sword, whereon when he had drank of the blood he began with his prophecy. You want to know, said he, about your return home, but heaven will make this hard for you. I do not think that you will escape the eye of Poseidon, who still nurses his bitter grudge against you for having blinded his son. Still, after much suffering, you may get home if you can restrain yourself and your companions when your ship reaches the Thrinacian island, where you will find the sheep and cattle belonging to the sun, who sees and gives ear to everything. If you leave these flocks unharmed and think of nothing but of getting home, you may yet after much hardship reach Ithaca. But if you harm them, then I forewarn you of the destruction both of your ship and of your men. Even though you may yourself escape, you will return in bad plight after losing all your men, in another man's ship, and you will find trouble in your house which will be overrun by high-handed people who are devouring your substance under the pretext of paying court and making presents to your wife. When you get home you will take your revenge on these suitors, and after you have killed them by force or fraud in your own house, you must take a well-made oar and carry it on, till you come to a country where the people have never heard of the sea and do not even mix salt with their food, nor do they know anything about ships and oars that are as the wings of a ship. The wayfarer will meet you and will say it must be a winnowing shovel that you have got upon your shoulder. On this you must fix the oar in the ground and sacrifice a ram, a bull, and a boar to Poseidon. As for yourself, death shall come to you from the sea, and your life shall ebb away very gently when you are full of years and peace of mind, and your people shall bless you. This, I answered, must be as it may please heaven. But tell me, and tell me, and tell me true. I see my poor mother's ghost close by us. She is sitting by the blood without saying a word, and though I am her own son, she does not remember me and speak to me. Tell me, sir, how I can make her know me. That, said he, I can soon do. Any ghost that you let taste of the blood will talk with you like a reasonable being, but if you do not let them have any blood, they will go away again. On this, the ghost of Tiresias went back to the house of Hades, for his prophesyings had now been spoken. But I sat still where I was until my mother came up and tasted the blood. Are you all this time trying to find your way home from Troy? And have you never yet got back to Ithaca, nor seen your wife in your own house? Mother, said I was forced to come here to consult the ghost of the Theban prophet Tiresias. Tell me again what my wife intends doing, and in what mind she is. Does she live with my son and guard my estate securely, or has she made the best match she could and married again? My mother answered, Your wife still remains in your house, but she is in great distress of mind and spends her whole time in tears both night and day. No one as yet has got possession of your fine property, and Telemachus still holds your lands undisturbed. Then I tried to find some way of embracing my poor mother's ghost. If we could throw our arms around one another, we might find sad comfort in the sharing of our sorrows even in the house of Hades. Does Persephone want to lay a still further load of grief upon me by mocking me with a phantom only? My son, she answered, most ill-fated of all mankind, it is not Persephone that is beguiling you, but all people are like this when they are dead. Now, however, go back to the light of day as soon as you can and note all these things that you may tell them to your wife hereafter. Thus did we converse, and anon Persephone sent up the ghosts of the wives and daughters of all the most famous men. So they came up one after the other, and each one, as I questioned her, told me her race and lineage. The first I saw was Tyro. I am Poseidon. So now go home, but hold your tongue and do not tell anyone. Then he dived under the sea, and she in due course bore Peleus and Neleus, who both of them served Zeus with all their might. The rest of her children were by Cretheus, namely Aeson, Pheres, and Amethone, who was a mighty warrior and charioteer. Next to her I saw Antiope, daughter to Asopus, who could boast of having slept in the arms of even Zeus himself, and who bore him 2 sons, Amphion and Zethus. These founded Thebes with its 7 gates, and built a wall all round it. For strong though they were, they could not hold Thebes till they had walled it. And I saw Alcmena, the wife of Amphitryon, who also bore to Zeus indomitable Hercules, and Megara, who was daughter to great King Creon, and married the redoubtable son of Amphitryon. I also saw fair Epicaste, mother of King Oedipodes, whose awful lot it was to marry her own son without suspecting it. He married her after having killed his father, but the gods proclaimed the whole story to the world. Whereon he remained king of Thebes, in great grief for the spite the gods had borne him. But Epicaste went to the house of the mighty jailer Hades, having hanged herself for grief, and the avenging spirits haunted him as for an outraged mother to his ruin bitterly thereafter. Then I saw Chloris, whom Neleus married for her beauty, having given priceless presents for her. Thus, then, was the will of Zeus accomplished. And I saw Leda, the wife of Tyndarus, who bore him 2 famous sons, Castor breaker of horses, and Pollux the mighty boxer. Both these heroes are lying under the earth, though they are still alive. For by a special dispensation of Zeus, they die and come to life again, each one of them every other day throughout all time, and they have the rank of gods. After her, I saw Iphimedeia, wife of Aloeus, who boasted the embrace of Poseidon. Then I saw Phaedra and Procris, and fair Ariadne, daughter of the magician Minos, whom Theseus was carrying off from Crete to Athens. But he did not enjoy her, for before he could do so, Artemis killed her in the island of Dia on account of what Dionysus had said against her. I also saw Mara and Clymene and hateful Eriphyle, who sold her own husband for gold. Here he ended, and the guests sat all of them enthralled and speechless throughout the covered cloister. Then Arete said to them, "What do you think of this man, O Phaeacians? Do not be in a hurry to send him away, nor niggardly in the presents you make to one who is in such great need, for heaven has blessed all of you with great abundance." Then spoke the aged hero Achenius, who was one of the oldest men among them. "My friend," said he, "what our august queen has just said to us is both reasonable and to the purpose, therefore be persuaded by it. But the decision, whether in word or deed, rests ultimately with King Alcinous." "The thing shall be done," exclaimed Alcinous, "as surely as I still live and reign over the Phaeacians. As regards his escort, it will be a matter for you all, and mine above all others as the chief person among you." And Odysseus answered, "King Alcinous, if you were to bid me to stay here for a whole 12 months, and then speed me on my way, loaded with your noble gifts, I should obey you gladly, and it would redound greatly to my advantage, for I should return full-handed to my own people, and should thus be more respected and beloved by all who see me when I get back to Ithaca." "Odysseus," replied Alcinous, "not one of us who sees you has any idea that you are a charlatan or a swindler. The evenings are still at their longest, and it is not yet bedtime go on. Therefore, with your divine story, for I could stay here listening till tomorrow morning, so long as you will continue to tell us of your adventures." "Alcinous," answered Odysseus. Aeneas, answered Odysseus. There is a time for making speeches and a time for going to bed. Nevertheless, since you so desire, I will not refrain from telling you the still sadder tale of those of my comrades who did not fall fighting with the Trojans, but perished on their return, through the treachery of a wicked woman. When Persephone had dismissed the female ghosts in all directions, the ghost of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, came sadly up to me, surrounded by those who had perished with him in the house of Aegisthus. Did Poseidon raise his winds and waves against you when you were at sea? Or did your enemies make an end of you on the main land when you were cattle lifting or sheep stealing? Or while they were fighting in defense of their wives in city? Odysseus, he answered, noble son of Laertes, I was not lost at sea in any storm of Poseidon's raising, nor did my foes dispatch me upon the mainland, but Aegisthus and my wicked wife were the death of me between them. I thought I was going to be welcomed home by my children and my servants, but her abominable crime has brought disgrace on herself, and all women who shall come after, even on the good ones. And I said, in truth, Zeus has hated the house of Atreus from first to last in the matter of their women's counsels. See how many of us fell for Helen's sake, and now it seems that Clytemnestra hatched mischief against you too during your absence. Be sure, therefore, continued Agamemnon, and not be too friendly even with your own wife. Not that your wife, Odysseus, is likely to murder you, for Penelope is a very admirable woman and has an excellent nature. We left her a young bride with an infant at her breast when we set out for Troy. Furthermore, I say, and lay my saying to your heart, do not tell people when you are bringing your ship to Ithaca, but steal a march upon them. For after all this there is no trusting women. Is he in Orchomenus or at Pylos? Or is he at Sparta with Menelaus? For I presume that he is still living. And I said, Agamemnon, why do you ask me? I do not know whether your son is alive or dead, and it is not right to talk when one does not know. As we two sat weeping and talking thus sadly with one another, the ghost of Achilles came up to us with Patroclus, Antilochus, and Ajax, who was the finest and goodliest man of all the Danaans after the son of Peleus. The fleet descendant of Aeneas knew me and spoke piteously, saying, Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, what deed of daring will you undertake next, that you venture down to the house of Hades among us, silly dead, who are but the ghosts of them that can labour no more? And I said, Achilles, son of Peleus, foremost champion of the Achaeans, I came to consult Tityrus, and see if he could advise me about my return home to Ithaca, for I have never yet been able to get near the Achaean land, nor to set foot in my own country, but have been in trouble all the time. Do not, therefore, take it so much to heart, even if you are dead. Say not a word, he answered, in death's favour. I would rather be a paid servant in a poor man's house and be above ground than king of kings among the dead. Could I but stand by his side in the light of day, with the same strength that I had when I killed the bravest of our foes upon the plain of Troy, could I but be as I then was, and go even for a short time to my father's house, anyone who tried to do him violence or supersede him would soon rue it. I have heard nothing, I answered, of Peleus, but I can tell you all about your son Neoptolemus, for I took him in my own ship from Sirus with the Achaeans. In our councils of war before Troy, he was always first to speak, and his judgment was unerring. When I had told him this, the ghost of Achilles strode off across a meadow full of asphodel, exulting over what I had said concerning the prowess of his son. The ghosts of other dead men stood near me and told me each his own melancholy tale, but that of Ajax son of Telamon alone held aloof, still angry with me for having won the cause in our dispute about the armour of Achilles. When I saw him, I tried to pacify him and said, Ajax, will you not forget and forgive even in death? But must the judgment about that hateful armour still rankle with you? He would not answer, but turned away to Erebus and to the other ghosts. Nevertheless, I should have made him talk to me in spite of his being so angry, or I should have gone on talking to him. Only that there were still others among the dead whom I desired to see. Then I saw Minos, son of Zeus, with his golden sceptre in his hand, sitting in judgment on the dead. And the ghosts were gathered sitting and standing round him in the spacious house of Hades. to learn his sentences upon them. After him I saw huge Orion in a meadow full of asphodel driving the ghosts of the wild beasts that he had killed upon the mountains, and he had a great bronze club in his hand, unbreakable for ever and ever. And I saw Tityus son of Gaia stretched upon the plain and covering some 9 acres of ground. 2 vultures on either side of him were digging their beaks into his liver, and he kept on trying to beat them off with his hands, but could not, for he had violated Zeus's mistress Leto as she was going through Panopeus on her way to Pytho. I saw also the dreadful fate of Tantalus, who stood in a lake that reached his chin. He was dying to quench his thirst, but could never reach the water. For whenever the poor creature stooped to drink, it dried up and vanished, so that there was nothing but dry ground parched by the spite of heaven. There were tall trees, moreover, that shed their fruit over his head-piers, pomegranates, apples, sweet figs, and juicy olives. But whenever the poor creature stretched out his hand to take some, the wind tossed the branches back again to the clouds. And I saw Sisyphus at his endless task raising his prodigious stone with both his hands. Then he would begin trying to push it uphill again, and the sweat ran off him and the steam rose after him. After him I saw mighty Hercules. But it was his phantom only, for he is feasting ever with the immortal gods, and has lovely Hebe to wife, who is daughter of Zeus and Juno. He looked black as night with his bare bow in his hands and his arrow on the string, glaring around as though ever on the point of taking aim. He once sent me here to fetch the hellhound, for he did not think he could find anything harder for me than this. But I got the hound out of Hades and brought him to him, for Hermes and Athena helped me. On this Hercules went down again into the house of Hades, but I stayed where I was in case some other of the mighty dead should come to me. We had to row at first, but presently a fair wind sprang up. The Sirens, Scylla and Charybdis, the cattle of the Soon. After we were clear of the river Oceanus and had got out into the open sea, we went on till we reached the Aeaean island where there is dawn and sunrise as in other places. We then drew our ship onto the sands and got out of her onto the shore, where we went to sleep and waited till day should break. Then, when the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn appeared, I sent some men to Circe's house to fetch the body of Elpenor. We cut firewood from a wood where the headland jutted out into the sea, and after we had wept over him and lamented him, we performed his funeral rites. While we were doing all this, Circe, who knew that we had got back from the house of Hades, dressed herself and came to us as fast as she could, and her maidservants came with her bringing us bread, meat, and wine. In the meantime I will tell Odysseus about your course, and will explain everything to him so as to prevent your suffering from misadventure either by land or sea. We agreed to do as she had said, and feasted through the livelong day to the going down of the sun. But when the sun had set and it came on dark, the men laid themselves down to sleep by the stern cables of the ship. Then Circe took me by the hand and bade me be seated away from the others, while she reclined by my side and asked me all about our adventures. "So far so good," said she, when I had ended my story. "And now pay attention to what I am about to tell you. Heaven itself, indeed, will recall it to your recollection. If you beg and pray the men to unloose you, then they must bind you faster, when your crew have taken you past these Sirens. I cannot give you coherent directions as to which of 2 courses you are to take. I will lay the 2 alternatives before you, and you must consider them for yourself. Of these 2 rocks, the one reaches heaven and its peak is lost in a dark cloud. In the middle of it there is a large cavern, looking west and turned towards Erebus. You must take your ship this way, but the cave is so high up that not even the stoutest archer could send an arrow into it. Inside it Scylla sits and yelps with a voice that you might take to be that of a young hound. But in truth she is a dreadful monster, and no one, not even a god, could face her without being terror-struck. No ship ever yet got past her without losing some men, for she shoots out all her heads at once and carries off a man in each mouth. You will find the other rock lie lower, but they are so close together that there is not more than a bowshot between them. 3 times in the day does she vomit forth her waters, and 3 times she sucks them down again. See that you be not there when she is sucking, for if you are, Poseidon himself could not save you. You must hug the Scylla side and drive ship by as fast as you can, for you had better lose 6 men than your whole crew." "Is there no way," said I, "of escaping Charybdis, and at the same time keeping Scylla off when she is trying to harm my men?" "You daredevil," replied the goddess. "You are always wanting to fight somebody or something. You will not let yourself be beaten even by the immortals. There is no help for it. Your best chance will be to get by her as fast as ever you can, for if you dawdle about her rock while you are putting on your armor, she may catch you with a second cast of her 6 heads and snap up another 6 of your men. So drive your ship past her at full speed and roar out lustily to Crates, who is Scylla's dam, bad luck to her. She will then stop her from making a second raid upon you. You will now come to the Thrinacian island, and here you will see many herds of cattle and flocks of sheep belonging to the sun god, 7 herds of cattle and 7 flocks of sheep, with 50 head in each flock. If you leave these flocks unharmed, and think of nothing but getting home, you may yet after much hardship reach Ithaca. But if you harm them, then I forewarn you of the destruction both of your ship and of your comrades. And even though you may yourself escape, you will return late, in bad plight, after losing all your men." Here she ended, and dawn enthroned in gold began to show in heaven, whereon she returned inland. I then went on board and told my men to loose the ship from her moorings. So they at once got into her, took their places, and began to smite the grey sea with their oars. Presently the great and cunning goddess Circe befriended us with a fair wind that blew dead aft, and stayed steadily with us, keeping our sails well filled. So we did whatever wanted doing to the ship's gear, and let her go as wind and helmsman headed her. Then, being much troubled in mind, I said to my men, "My friends, it is not right that 1 or 2 of us alone should know the prophecies that Circe has made me. I will therefore tell you about them, so that whether we live or die, we may do so with our eyes open." I had hardly finished telling everything to the men before we reached the island of the 2 Sirens, for the wind had been very favorable. When we had got within earshot of the land, and the ship was going at a good rate, the Sirens saw that we were getting inshore and began with their singing. "Come here," they sang, "renowned Odysseus, honor to the Achaean name, and listen to our 2 voices. No one ever sailed past us without staying to hear the enchanting sweetness of our song. And he who listens will go on his way, not only charmed, but wiser, for we know all the ills that the gods laid upon the Argives and Trojans before Troy, and can tell you everything that is going to happen over the whole world." They sang these words most musically, and as I longed to hear them further, I made signs by frowning to my men that they should set me free. But they quickened their stroke, and Eurylochus and Perimedes bound me with still stronger bonds till we had got out of hearing of the Sirens' voices. Immediately after we had got past the island, I saw a great wave from which spray was rising, and I heard a loud roaring sound. The men were so frightened that they loosed hold of their oars, for the whole sea resounded with the rushing of the waters. But the ship stayed where it was, for the men had left off rowing. "My friends," said I, "this is not the first time that we have been in danger, and we are in nothing like so bad a case as when the Cyclops shut us up in his cave. Nevertheless, my courage and wise counsel saved us then, and we shall live to look back on all this as well. As for you, coxswain, these are your orders. Attend to them, for the ship is in your hands. Turn her head away from these steaming rapids and hug the rock, or she will give you the slip and be over yonder before you know where you are, and you will be the death of us." So they did as I told them, but I said nothing about the awful monster Scylla, for I knew the men would not go on rowing if I did, but would huddle together in the hold. Then seizing 2 strong spears, I took my stand on the ship's bows, for it was there that I expected first to see the monster of the rock, who was to do my men so much harm. But I could not make her out anywhere, though I strained my eyes with looking the gloomy rock all over and over. Then we entered the straits in great fear of mind, for on the one hand was Scylla, and on the other dread Charybdis kept sucking up the salt water. When we passed the wandering rocks, with Scylla and terrible Charybdis, we reached the noble island of the sun god, where were the goodly cattle and sheep belonging to the sun Hyperion. While still at sea in my ship, I could bear the cattle lowing as they came home to the yards, and the sheep bleating. Then I remembered what the blind Theban prophet Odysseus had told me, and how carefully Aa and Circe had warned me to shun the island of the blessed sun god. Head the ship, therefore, away from the island. The men were in despair at this, and Eurylochus at once gave me an insolent answer. Now, therefore, let us obey the behests of night and prepare our supper here, hard by the ship. Tomorrow morning we will go on board again and put out to sea. Thus spoke Eurylochus, and the men approved his words. They all swore as I bade them, and when they had completed their oath, we made the ship fast in a harbour that was near a stream of fresh water, and the men went ashore and cooked their suppers. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, they began talking about their poor comrades whom Scylla had snatched up and eaten. This set them weeping, and they went on crying till they fell off into a sound sleep. In the third watch of the night, when the stars had shifted their places, Zeus raised a great gale of wind that flew a hurricane, so that land and sea were covered with thick clouds, and night sprang forth out of the heavens. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn, appeared, we brought the ship to land and drew her into a cave wherein the sea nymphs hold their courts and dances, and I called the men together in council. "My friends," said I, "we have meat and drink in the ship. Let us mind, therefore, and not touch the cattle, or we shall suffer for it. For these cattle and sheep belong to the mighty sun, who sees and gives ear to everything." And again they promised that they would obey. For a whole month the wind blew steadily from the south, and there was no other wind, but only south and east. Meanwhile Eurylochus had been giving evil counsel to the men. "Listen to me," said he, "my poor comrades. If we ever get back to Ithaca, we can build a fine temple to the sun god and enrich it with every kind of ornament. If, however, he is determined to sink our ship out of revenge for these horned cattle, and the other gods are of the same mind, I, for one, would rather drink salt water once for all, and have done with it, than be starved to death by inches in such a desert island as this." Thus spoke Eurylochus, and the men approved his words. By this time my deep sleep had left me, and I turned back to the ship and to the seashore. "Father Zeus," I exclaimed, "and all you other gods who live in everlasting bliss, you have done me a cruel mischief by the sleep into which you have sent me. See what fine work these men of mine have been making in my absence." Meanwhile Lampetti went straight off to the sun and told him we had been killing his cows, wherein he flew into a great rage, and said to the immortals, "Father Zeus, and all you other gods who live in everlasting bliss, I must have vengeance on the crew of Odysseus' ship. They have had the insolence to kill my cows, which were the one thing I loved to look upon, whether I was going up heaven or down again. If they do not square accounts with me about my cows, I will go down to Hades and shine there among the dead." "Sun," said Zeus, "go on shining upon us gods and upon mankind over the fruitful earth. I will shiver their ship into little pieces with a bolt of white lightning as soon as they get out to sea." I was told all this by Calypso, who said she had heard it from the mouth of Hermes. As soon as I got down to my ship and to the seashore, I rebuked each one of the men separately, but we could see no way out of it, for the cows were dead already. For 6 days my men kept driving in the best cows and feasting upon them. But when Zeus, the son of Cronus, had added a 7th day, the fury of the gale abated. We therefore went on board, raised our masts, spread sail, and put out to sea. The mast fell upon the head of the helmsman in the ship's stern, so that the bones of his head were crushed to pieces, and he fell overboard as though he were diving with no more life left in him. Then Zeus let fly with his thunderbolts, and the ship went round and round, and was filled with fire and brimstone as the lightning struck it. The men all fell into the sea. They were carried about in the water round the ship, looking like so many seagulls. But the god presently deprived them of all chance of getting home again. I stuck to the ship till the sea knocked her sides from her keel, which drifted about by itself, and struck the mast out of her in the direction of the keel. But there was a backstay of stout ox thongs still hanging about it, and with this I lashed the mast and keel together, and getting astride of them, was carried wherever the winds chose to take me. The gale from the west had now spent its force, and the wind got into the south again, which frightened me lest I should be taken back to the terrible whirlpool of Charybdis. As for Scylla, The Father of gods and men would not let her get further sight of me. Otherwise I should have certainly been lost. Hence I was carried along for 9 days, till on the 10th night the gods stranded me on the Ogygian island, where dwells the great and powerful goddess, Calypso. Odysseus leaves Astrea and returns to Ithaca. Thus did he speak, and they all held their peace throughout the covered cloister, enthralled by the charm of his story, till presently Alcinous began to speak. "Odysseus," said he, "now that you have reached my house, I doubt not you will get home without further misadventure. No matter how much you have suffered in the past, we will recoup ourselves by the levy of a general rate, for private individuals cannot be expected to bear the burden of such a handsome present." Everyone approved of this, and then they went home to bed, each in his own abode. Alcinous went on board and saw everything so securely stowed under the ship's benches that nothing could break adrift and injure the rowers. Then they went to the house of Alcinous to get dinner, and he sacrificed a bull for them in honor of Zeus, who is the Lord of all, as one who has been all day ploughing a fallow field with a couple of oxen keeps thinking about his supper, and is glad when night comes that he may go and get it, for it is all his legs can do to carry him. Even so did Odysseus rejoice when the sun went down. And he at once said to the Phaeacians, addressing himself more particularly to King Alcinous, "Sir, and all of you, farewell." Thus did he speak. Alcinous therefore said to his servant, "Pontonous, mix some wine and hand it round to everybody, that we may offer a prayer to Father Zeus, and speed our guest upon his way." Pontonous mixed the wine and handed it to everyone in turn. The others each from his own seat made a drink offering to the blessed gods that live in heaven. But Odysseus rose and placed the double cup in the hands of Queen Arete. "Farewell, Queen," said he, "henceforward and forever, till age and death, the common lot of mankind, lay their hands upon you. I now take my leave. Be happy in this house with your children, your people, and with King Alcinous." As he spoke, he crossed the threshold, and Alcinous sent a man to conduct him to his ship and to the seashore. Thereon, when they began rowing out to sea, Odysseus fell into a deep, sweet, almost death-like slumber. The ship bounded forward on her way as a four-in-hand chariot flies over the course when the horses feel the whip. Thus, then, she cut her way through the water, carrying one who was as cunning as the gods, but who was now sleeping peacefully, forgetful of all that he had suffered both on the field of battle and by the waves of the weary sea. When the bright star that heralds the approach of dawn began to show, the ship drew near to land. Now there is in Ithaca a haven of the old Merman forces, which lies between 2 points that break the line of the sea and shut the harbour in. These shelter it from the storms of wind and sea that rage outside, so that when once within it, a ship may lie without being even moored. It has 2 entrances, one facing north by which mortals can go down into the cave, while the other comes from the south and is more mysterious. Mortals cannot possibly get in by it. It is the way taken by the gods. Into this harbour then they took their ship, for they knew the place. She had so much way upon her that she ran half her own length onto the shore, 115 when, however, they had landed. The first thing they did was to lift Odysseus with his rug and linen sheet out of the ship, and lay him down upon the sand still fast asleep. Then they took out the presents which Athena had persuaded the Phaeacians to give him when he was setting out on his voyage homewards. They put these all together by the root of the olive tree, away from the road, for fear some passer-by might come and steal them before Odysseus awoke, and then they made the best of their way home again. But Poseidon did not forget the threats with which he had already threatened Odysseus, so he took counsel with Zeus. "Father Zeus," said he, "I shall no longer be held in any sort of respect among you gods if mortals like the Phaeacians, who are my own flesh and blood, show such small regard for me." I did not say that he should never get home at all, for I knew you had already nodded your head about it, and promised that he should do so. But now they have brought him in a ship fast asleep, and have landed him in Ithaca after loading him with more magnificent presents of bronze, gold, and raiment than he would ever have brought back from Troy, if he had had his share of the spoil and got home without misadventure. And Zeus answered, "What, O Lord of the earthquake, are you talking about? I should have done so at once," replied Poseidon. if I were not anxious to avoid anything that might displease you. Now, therefore, I should like to wreck the Phaeacian ship as it is returning from its escort." "My good friend," answered Zeus, "I should recommend you at the very moment when the people from the city are watching the ship on her way, to turn it into a rock near the land and looking like a ship." When earth-encircling Poseidon heard this, he went to Scheria where the Phaeacians live and stayed there till the ship, which was making rapid way, had got close in. The Phaeacians then began talking among themselves, and one would turn towards his neighbor, saying, "Bless my heart, who is it that can have rooted the ship in the sea just as she was getting into port?" This was how they talked, but they knew nothing about it. And Alcinous said, "I remember now the old prophecy of my father. He said that Poseidon would be angry with us for taking everyone so safely over the sea, and would one day wreck a Phaeacian ship as it was returning from an escort, and bury our city under a high mountain." Thus did the chiefs and rulers of the Phaeacians pray to King Poseidon, standing round his altar. And at the same time Odysseus woke up once more upon his own soil. He had been so long away that he did not know it again. Moreover, Zeus's daughter Athena had made it a foggy day, so that people might not know of his having come, and that she might tell him everything without either his wife or his fellow citizens and friends recognizing him until he had taken his revenge upon the wicked suitors. "Alas," he exclaimed, "among what manner of people am I fallen? In good truth, the chiefs and rulers of the Phaeacians have not been dealing fairly by me, and have left me in the wrong country. They said they would take me back to Ithaca, and they have not done so. May Zeus, the protector of suppliants, chastise them, for he watches over everybody and punishes those who do wrong." He counted his goodly coppers and cauldrons, his gold and all his clothes, but there was nothing missing. Still he kept grieving about not being in his own country, and wandered up and down by the shore of the sounding sea, bewailing his hard fate. Then Athena came up to him disguised as a young shepherd of delicate and princely mien, with a good cloak folded double about her shoulders. She had sandals on her comely feet and held a javelin in her hand. Odysseus was glad when he saw her and went straight up to her. "My friend," said he, "you are the first person whom I have met with in this country. I salute you, therefore, and beg you to be well disposed towards me." "I salute you, therefore. Am I on an island, or is this the seaboard of some continent?" Athena answered, "Stranger, it must be very simple, or must have come from somewhere a long way off, not to know what country this is. It grows any quantity of corn and also wine, for it is watered both by rain and dew. It breeds cattle also and goats. All kinds of timber grow here, and there are watering places where the water never runs dry. So, sir, the name of Ithaca is known even as far as Troy, which I understand to be a long way off from this Achaean country." Odysseus was glad at finding himself, as Athena told him, in his own country, and he began to answer, but he did not speak the truth, and made up a lying story in the instinctive wiliness of his heart. "I heard of Ithaca," said he, "when I was in Crete beyond the seas, and now it seems I have reached it with all these treasures." Then they sailed away to Sidonia, and I was left here in great distress of mind. Such was his story, but Athena smiled and caressed him with her hand. "Did you not know Zeus's daughter Athena, me, who have been ever with you, who kept watch over you in all your troubles, and who made the Phaeacians take so great a liking to you?" And Odysseus answered, "A man, goddess, may know a great deal, but you are so constantly changing your appearance that when he meets you, it is a hard matter for him to know whether it is you or not. This much, however, I know exceedingly well. You were very kind to me as long as we Achaeans were fighting before Troy, but from the day on which we went on board ship after having sacked the city of Priam, and heaven dispersed us from that day, Athena, I saw no more of you, and cannot ever remember your coming to my ship to help me in a difficulty. I had to wander on sick and sorry till the gods delivered me from evil, and I reached the city of the Phaeacians, where you encouraged me and took me into the town." "You are always taking something of that sort in your head," replied Athena. "You are always taking something of that sort in your afflictions. You are so plausible, shrewd, and shifty." As she spoke, the goddess dispersed the mist and the land appeared. Then Odysseus rejoiced at finding himself again in his own land, and kissed the bounteous soil. He lifted up his hands and prayed to the nymphs, saying, "Naiad nymphs, daughters of Zeus, I made sure that I was never again to see you. Now, therefore, I greet you with all loving salutations, and I will bring you offerings as in the old days, if Zeus's redoubtable daughter will grant me life and bring my son to manhood." "Take heart, and do not trouble yourself about that," rejoined Athena. "Let us rather set about stowing your things at once in the cave, where they will be quite safe." Therewith she went down into the cave to look for the safest hiding places, while Odysseus brought up all the treasure of gold, bronze, and good clothing which the Phaeacians had given him. Then the two sat down by the root of the great olive and consulted how to compass the destruction of the wicked suitors. "Odysseus," said Athena, "noble son of Laertes, think how you can lay hands on these disreputable people who have been lording it in your house these 3 years, courting your wife and making wedding presents to her, while she does nothing but lament your absence, giving hope and sending encouraging messages to every one of them, but meaning the very opposite of all she says." And Odysseus answered, "In good truth, goddess, it seems I should have come to much the same bad end in my own house as Agamemnon did, if you had not given me such timely information." "Trust me for that," said she. "I will not lose sight of you when once we set about it, and I imagine that some of those who are devouring your substance will then bespatter the pavement with their blood and brains." "But why?" said Odysseus. "Did you not tell him, for you knew all about it? Did you want him too to go sailing about amid all kinds of hardship while others are eating up his estate?" Athena answered, "Never mind about him. I sent him that he might be well spoken of for having gone. The suitors have put out to sea and are lying in wait for him, for they mean to kill him before he can get home." As she spoke, Athena touched him with her wand and covered him with wrinkles, took away all his yellow hair, and withered the flesh over his whole body. She bleared his eyes, which were naturally very fine ones. She changed his clothes and threw an old rag of a wrap about him, and a tunic, tattered, filthy, and begrimed with smoke. She also gave him an undressed deerskin as an outer garment, and furnished him with a staff and a wallet all in holes, with a twisted thong for him to sling it over his shoulder. When the pair had thus laid their plans, they parted, and the goddess went straight to Lasaenon to fetch Telemachus. Odysseus, ein hot with the Thewas. Odysseus now left the haven, and took the rough track up through the wooded country and over the crest of the mountain, till he reached the place where Athena had said that he would find the swineherd, who was the most thrifty servant he had. 3 of his men were out herding the pigs in one place or another, and he had sent the 4th to town with a boar, that he had been forced to send the suitors that they might sacrifice it, and have their fill of meat. When the hounds saw Odysseus, they set up a furious barking and flew at him. But Odysseus was cunning enough to sit down and loose his hold of the stick that he had in his hand. Still, he would have been torn by them in his own homestead had not the swineherd dropped his ox-hide, rushed full speed through the gate of the yard and driven the dogs off by shouting and throwing stones at them. Then he said to Odysseus, "Old man, the dogs were likely to have made short work of you, and then you would have got me into trouble. But come inside, and when you have had your fill of bread and wine, tell me where you come from, and all about your misfortunes." On this the swineherd led the way into the hut, and bade him sit down. Odysseus was pleased at being made thus welcome, and said, "May Zeus, sir, and the rest of the gods grant you your heart's desire in return for the kind way in which you have received me." To this you answered, "O swineherd Eumaeus, stranger though a still poorer man should come here, it would not be right for me to insult him. For all strangers and beggars are from Zeus. If my master had grown old here, he would have done great things by me, but he is gone, and I wish that Helen's whole race were utterly destroyed, for she has been the death of many a good man. It was this matter that took my master to Ilius, the land of noble steeds, to fight the Trojans in the cause of King Agamemnon." As he spoke, he bound his girdle round him and went to the sties where the young sucking pigs were penned. He singed them, cut them up, and spitted them. When the meat was cooked, he brought it all in and set it before Odysseus, hot and still on the spit, whereon Odysseus sprinkled it over with white barley meal. The swineherd then mixed wine in a bowl of ivy wood, and taking a seat opposite Odysseus told him to begin. "Fall to, stranger," said he, on a dish of servant's pork. The fat pigs have to go to the suitors, who eat them up without shame or scruple. But the blessed gods love not such shameful doings, and respect those who do what is lawful and right. Even the fierce freebooters who go raiding on other people's land, and Zeus gives them their spoil, even they, when they have filled their ships and got home again, live conscience-stricken and look fearfully for judgment. But some god seems to have told these people that Odysseus is dead and gone. They will not, therefore, go back to their own homes and make their offers of marriage in the usual way, but waste his estate by force without fear or stint. No other great man either in Ithaca or on the mainland is as rich as he was. He had as much as 20 men put together. Here in Ithaca, he runs even large flocks of goats on the far end of the island, and they are in the charge of excellent goat herds. Each one of these sends the suitors the best goat in the flock every day. As for myself, I am in charge of the pigs that you see here, and I have to keep picking out the best I have and sending it to them. This was his story, but Odysseus went on eating and drinking ravenously without a word, brooding his revenge. When he had eaten enough and was satisfied, the swineherd took the bowl from which he usually drank, filled it with wine, and gave it to Odysseus, who was pleased, and said as he took it in his hands, "My friend, who is this master of yours that bought you and paid for you, so rich and so powerful as you tell me? Zeus and the other gods know, but I may be able to give you news of him, for I have travelled much." Eumaeus answered, "Old man, no traveller who comes here with news will get Odysseus's wife and son to believe his story." "My friend," replied Odysseus, "you are very positive, and very hard of the leaf about your master's coming home again. Nevertheless, I will not merely say, but will swear that he is coming. I swear by King Zeus, by the rites of hospitality, and by that hearth of Odysseus to which I have now come, that all will surely happen as I have said it will. Odysseus will return in this self-same year. With the end of this moon and the beginning of the next, he will be here to do vengeance on all those who are ill-treating his wife and son." To this you answered, "O swineherd, Eumaeus, old man, you will neither get paid for bringing good news, nor will Odysseus ever come home. Drink your wine in peace, and let us talk about something else. As for your oath, we will let it alone, but I only wish he may come, as do Penelope, his old father Laertes, and his son Telemachus. Tell me of your town and parents, what manner of ship you came in, how crew brought you to Ithaca, and from what country they profess to come, for you cannot have come by land." And Odysseus answered, "I will tell you all about it. I am by birth a Cretan. My father was a well-to-do man, who had many sons born in marriage, whereas I was the son of a slave whom he had purchased for a concubine. Nevertheless, my father Castor, son of Hylax, whose lineage I claim, and who was held in the highest honor among the Cretans for his wealth, prosperity, and the valor of his sons, put me on the same level with my brothers who had been born in wedlock. My delight was in ships, fighting, javelins and arrows, things that most men shudder to think of. But one man likes one thing and another, and this was what I was most naturally inclined to. Before the Achaeans went to Troy, 9 times was I in command of men and ships on foreign service, and I amassed much wealth. I had my pick of the spoil in the first instance, and much more was allotted to me later on. My house grew apace, and I became a great man among the Cretans. But when Zeus counselled that terrible expedition, in which so many perished, the people required me and Idomeneus to lead their ships to Troy, and there was no way out of it, for they insisted on our doing so. There we fought for 9 whole years, but in the 10th we sacked the city of Priam and sailed home again as heaven dispersed us. Nothing went ill with any of our ships, and we had no sickness on board, but sat where we were and let the ships go as the wind and steersman took them. On the 5th day we reached the river Aegyptus. There I stationed my ships in the river, bidding my men stay by them and keep guard over them, while I sent out scouts to reconnoitre on every point of vantage. But the men disobeyed my orders, took to their own devices, and ravaged the land of the Egyptians, killing the men, and taking their wives and children captive. Then Zeus spread panic among my men, and they would no longer face the enemy, for they found themselves surrounded. Many made at me with their ashen spears and tried to kill me in their fury. But the king protected me, for he feared the wrath of Zeus, the protector of strangers, who punishes those who do evil. I stayed there for 7 years and got together much money among the Egyptians, for they all gave me something. But when it was now going on for 8 years, there came a certain Phoenician, a cunning rascal, who had already committed all sorts of villainy, and this man talked me over into going with him to Phoenicia, where his house and his possessions lay. I suspected his intention, but went on board with him, for I could not help it. The ship ran before a fresh north wind till we had reached the sea that lies between Crete and Libya. There, however, Zeus counselled their destruction, for as soon as we were well out from Crete and could see nothing but sea and sky, he raised a black cloud over our ship and the sea grew dark beneath it. Then Zeus let fly with his thunderbolts and the ship went round and round and was filled with fire and brimstone as the lightning struck it. The men fell all into the sea. They were carried about in the water round the ship looking like so many seagulls. But the god presently deprived them of all chance of getting home again. Zeus, however, sent the ship's mast within my reach, which saved my life, for I clung to it and drifted before the fury of the gale. There it was that I heard news of Odysseus, for the king told me he had entertained him and shown him much hospitality while he was on his homeward journey. He showed me also the treasure of gold and wrought iron that Odysseus had got together. But the king said Odysseus had gone to Dodona that he might learn Zeus's mind from the god's high oak tree, and know whether after so long an absence he should return to Ithaca openly, or in secret. Moreover, the king swore in my presence, making drink offerings in his own house as he did so, that the ship was by the waterside, and the crew found that should take him to his own country. He sent me off, however, before Odysseus returned, for there happened to be a Thesprotian ship sailing for the wheat-growing island of Dulichium, and he told those in charge of her to be sure and take me safely to King Acestus. These men hatched a plot against me that would have reduced me to the very extreme of misery. For when the ship had got some way out from land, they resolved on selling me as a slave. They stripped me of the shirt and cloak that I was wearing, and gave me instead the tattered old clouts in which you now see me. Then, towards nightfall, they reached the tilled lands of Ithaca, and there they bound me with a strong rope fast in the ship, while they went on shore to get supper by the seaside. They were very angry at my having escaped and went searching about for me, till at last they thought it was no further use, and went back to their ship. The gods, having hidden me thus easily, then took me to a good man's door. For it seems that I am not to die yet awhile. To this you answered, O swineherd Eumaeus, poor unhappy stranger, I have found the story of your misfortunes extremely interesting. But that part about Odysseus is not right, and you will never get me to believe it. As for me, I live out of the way here with the pigs, and never go to the town unless when Penelope sends for me on the arrival of some news about Odysseus. He said he had seen Odysseus with Idomeneus among the Cretans, refitting his ships which had been damaged in a gale. It is not for any such reason that I shall treat you kindly, but only out of respect for Zeus the god of hospitality, as fearing him and pitying you. Odysseus answered, I see that you are of an unbelieving mind. I have given you my oath, and yet you will not credit me. Let us then make a bargain, and call all the gods in heaven to witness it. And a pretty figure I should cut then, replied Eumaeus, both now and hereafter. If I were to kill you after receiving you into my hut and showing you hospitality, I should have to say my prayers in good earnest if I did. But it is just supper time, and I hope my men will come in directly, that we may cook something savoury for supper. Thus did they converse, and presently the swineherds came up with the pigs, which were then shut up for the night in their sties, and a tremendous squealing they made as they were being driven into them. But Eumaeus called to his men and said, Bring in the best pig you have, that I may sacrifice him for this stranger, and we will take toll of him ourselves. We have had trouble enough this long time feeding pigs, while others reap the fruit of our labour. On this he began chopping firewood, while the others brought in a fine fat 5-year-old boar pig, and set it at the altar. Eumaeus did not forget the gods, for he was a man of good principles. So the first thing he did was to cut bristles from the pig's face and throw them into the fire. praying to all the gods as he did so, that Odysseus might return home again. "I hope, Eumaeus," said he, "that Zeus will be as well disposed towards you as I am, for the respect you are showing to an outcast like myself." To this you answered, "O swineherd Eumaeus, eat, my good fellow, and enjoy your supper, such as it is. God grants this, and withholds that, just as he thinks right, for he can do whatever he chooses." As he spoke, he cut off the first piece and offered it as a burnt sacrifice to the immortal gods. Then he made them a drink offering, put the cup in the hands of Odysseus, and sat down to his own portion. Now the night came on stormy and very dark, for there was no moon. It poured without ceasing, and the wind blew strong from the west, which is a wet quarter, so Odysseus thought he would see whether Eumaeus, in the excellent care he took of him, would take off his own cloak and give it him, or make one of his men give him one. "Listen to me," said he, "Eumaeus and the rest of you. When I have said a prayer, I will tell you something. Would that I was still young and strong as when we got up in ambuscade before Troy. When the night was 2/3 through and the stars had shifted their places, I nudged Odysseus, who was close to me, with my elbow, and he at once gave me his ear. 'Odysseus,' said I, 'this cold will be the death of me, for I have no cloak. Some god fooled me into setting off with nothing on but my shirt, and I do not know what to do.' Odysseus, who was as crafty as he was valiant, hit upon the following plan. 'Keep still,' said he in a low voice. 'All the others will hear you.' Then he raised his head on his elbow. 'My friends,' said he, 'I had a dream from heaven in my sleep. We are a long way from the ships. I wish someone would go down and tell Agamemnon to send us up more men at once.' On this Thor, son of Andraemon, threw off his cloak and set out running to the ships, whereon I took the cloak and lay in it comfortably enough till morning. And Eumaeus answered, 'Old man, you have told us an excellent story, and have said nothing so far but what is quite satisfactory. For the present, therefore, you shall want neither clothing nor anything else that a stranger in distress may reasonably expect. But tomorrow morning you have to shake your own old rags about your body again, for we have not many spare cloaks nor shirts up here, but every man has only one. When Odysseus' son comes home again, he will give you both cloak and shirt and send you wherever you may want to go.' With this he got up and made a bed for Odysseus by throwing some goatskins and sheepskins on the ground in front of the fire. Here Odysseus lay down, and Eumaeus covered him over with a great heavy cloak that he kept for a change in case of extraordinarily bad weather. Thus did Odysseus sleep, and the young men slept beside him. Thus equipped he went to his rest where the pigs were camping under an overhanging rock that gave them shelter from the north wind. Athemens Telemarchus from Lacedaemon heats with the Oclymenus. The Poilos and brings him to Ithaca on landing his goose to the hut of Euameus. But Athena went to the fair city of Lacedaemon to tell Odysseus' son that he was to return at once. She found him and Pisistratus sleeping in the forecourt of Menelaus' house. Pisist was fast asleep, but Telamon could get no rest. She found him and Pisistratus sleeping in the forecourt of Menelaus' house. Pisistratus was fast asleep, so Athena went close up to him and said, "Telemachus, you should not remain so far away from home any longer, nor leave your property with such dangerous people in your house. They will eat up everything you have among them, and you will have been on a fool's errand." Her father and brothers are already urging her to marry Eurymachus, who has given her more than any of the others and has been greatly increasing his wedding presents. The chief men among the suitors are lying in wait for you in the strait between Ithaca and Samos, and they mean to kill you before you can reach home. Sail night and day and keep your ship well away from the islands. The god who watches over you and protects you will send you a fair wind. As soon as you get to Ithaca, send your ship and men onto the town, but yourself go straight to the swineherd who has charge of your pigs. He is well disposed towards you. Stay with him, therefore, for the night, and then send him to Penelope to tell her that you have got back safe from Pylos." Then she went back to Olympus. But Telemachus stirred Pisistratus with his heel to rouse him, and said, "Wake up, Pisistratus, and yoke the horses to the chariot, for we must set off home." 129. But Pisistratus said, "No matter what hurry we are in, we cannot drive in the dark. So long as he lives, a guest should never forget a host who has shown him kindness." As he spoke, day began to break, and Menelaus, who had already risen, leaving Helen in bed, came towards them. When Telemachus saw him, he put on his shirt as fast as he could, threw a great cloak over his shoulders, and went out to meet him. "Menelaus," said he, "let me go back now to my own country, for I want to get home." And Menelaus answered, "Telemachus, if you insist on going, I will not detain you. No one will send us away empty-handed. Everyone will give us something, a bronze tripod, a couple of mules, or a gold cup." "Menelaus," replied Telemachus, "I want to go home at once, for when I came away I left my property without protection, and fear that while looking for my father I shall come to ruin myself, or find that something valuable has been stolen during my absence." When Menelaus heard this, he immediately told his wife and servants to prepare a sufficient dinner from what there might be in the house. When he reached the place where the treasures of his house were kept, he selected a double cup and told his son Megapenthes to bring also a silver mixing bowl, 131. Then they all came back through the house again till they got to Telemachus, and Menelaus said, "Telemachus, may Zeus, the mighty husband of Juno, bring you safely home according to your desire. It is a mixing bowl of pure silver, except the rim, which is inlaid with gold, and it is the work of Hephaestus." With these words he placed the double cup in the hands of Telemachus, while Megapenthes brought the beautiful mixing bowl and set it before him. Hard by stood lovely Helen with the robe ready in her hand. "I too, my son," said she, "have something for you as a keepsake from the hand of Helen. It is for your bride to wear upon her wedding day. Till then, get your dear mother to keep it for you. Thus may you go back rejoicing to your own country and to your home." So saying, she gave the robe over to him, and he received it gladly. Presently Menelaus took Telemachus and Pisistratus into the house, and they both of them sat down to table. Then they laid their hands upon the good things that were before them. But as soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Telemachus and Pisistratus yoked the horses, and took their places in the chariot. He stood in front of the horses and pledged them, saying, "Farewell to both of you. See that you tell Nestor how I have treated you. For he was as kind to me as any father could be while we Achaeans were fighting before Troy." "We will be sure, sir," answered Telemachus, "to tell him everything as soon as we see him. I wish I were as certain of finding Odysseus returned when I get back to Ithaca, that I might tell him of the very great kindness you have shown me, and of the many beautiful presents I am taking with me." As he was thus speaking, a bird flew on his right hand, an eagle with a great white goose in its talons which it had carried off from the farmyard, and all the men and women were running after it and shouting. When they saw it they were glad, and their hearts took comfort within them. Whereon Pisistratus said, "Tell me, Menelaus, has heaven sent this omen for us or for you?" Menelaus was thinking what would be the most proper answer for him to make, but Helen was too quick for him, and said, "I will read this matter as heaven has put it in my heart, and as I doubt not that it will come to pass. The eagle came from the mountain where it was bred and has its nest, and in like manner, Odysseus, after having travelled far and suffered much, will return to take his revenge. If indeed he is not back already and hatching mischief for the suitors." "May Zeus so grant it," replied Telemachus. "If it should prove to be so, I will make vows to you as though you were a god, even when I am at home." As he spoke, he lashed his horses, and they started off at full speed through the town towards the open country. Then Pisistratus lashed his horses on, and they flew forward nothing loath. Ere long they came to Pylos, and then Telemachus said, "Pisistratus, I hope you will promise to do what I am going to ask you." Pisistratus thought how he should do as he was asked, and in the end he deemed it best to turn his horses towards the ship, and put Menelaus's beautiful presents of gold and raiment in the stern of the vessel. But he will be very angry. With this he drove his goodly steeds back to the city of the Pylians, and soon reached his home. But Telemachus called the men together and gave his orders. "Now, my men," said he, "get everything in order on board the ship, and let us set out home." Thus did he speak, and they went on board even as he had said. But as Telemachus was thus busied, praying also and sacrificing to Athena in the ship's stern, there came to him a man from a distant country, a seer, who was flying from Argos because he had killed a man. Antiphates became father of Orcalius, and Orcalius of Amphiaraus, who was dearly loved both by Zeus and by Apollo. But he did not live to old age, for he was killed in Thebes by reason of a woman's gifts. He quarrelled with his father and went to live in Hyperesia, where he remained and prophesied for all men. His son Theoclymenus it was who now came up to Telemachus as he was making drink offerings and praying in his ship. Telemachus said, "I will answer you quite truly. I am from Ithaca, and my father is Odysseus, as surely as that he ever lived. Therefore I have taken this ship and got my crew together to see if I can hear any news of him, for he has been away a long time." "I too," answered Theoclymenus, "am an exile, for I have killed a man of my own race. I am your suppliant. Take me therefore on board your ship that they may not kill me, for I know they are in pursuit." "I will not refuse you," replied Telemachus. "If you wish to join us, come therefore, and in Ithaca we will treat you hospitably according to what we have." On this he received Theoclymenus' spear. Telemachus told them to catch hold of the ropes, and they made all haste to do so. Athena sent them a fair wind that blew fresh and strong to take the ship on her course as fast as possible. Presently the sun set and darkness was over all the land. Telemachus then headed her for the flying islands, wondering within himself whether he should escape death or should be taken prisoner. Meanwhile Odysseus and the swineherd were eating their supper in the hut, and the men supped with them. As soon as they had had to eat and drink, Odysseus began trying to prove the swineherd, and see whether he would continue to treat him kindly and ask him to stay on at the station or pack him off to the city. So he said, "Eumaeus, and all of you, tomorrow I want to go away and begin begging about the town so as to be no more trouble to you or to your men. I should like also to go to the house of Odysseus and bring news of her husband to Queen Penelope." The swineherd was very much disturbed when he heard this. "Stay where you are then. You are not in anybody's way. I do not mind your being here, no more to any of the others, and when Telemachus comes home he will give you a shirt and cloak, and will send you wherever you want to go." Odysseus answered, "I hope you may be as dear to the gods as you are to me, for having saved me from going about and getting into trouble. There is nothing worse than being always on the tramp. Still, when men have once got low down in the world, they will go through a great deal on behalf of their miserable bellies. Since, however, you press me to stay here and await the return of Telemachus, tell me about Odysseus's mother and his father whom he left on the threshold of old age when he set out for Troy. Are they still living, or are they already dead and in the house of Hades?" "I will tell you all about them," replied Eumaeus. "Laertes is still living and prays heaven to let him depart peacefully in his own house, for he is terribly distressed about the absence of his son, and also about the death of his wife, which grieved him greatly and aged him more than anything else did." Odysseus answered, "Then you must have been a very little fellow, Eumaeus, when you were taken so far away from your home and parents. Tell me, and tell me true, was the city in which your father and mother lived sacked and pillaged? Or did some enemies carry you off when you were alone tending sheep or cattle, ship you off here and sell you for whatever your master gave them?" "Stranger," replied Eumaeus, "as regards your question, sit still, make yourself comfortable, drink your wine and listen to me. You may have heard of an island called Circe that lies over above Ortygia, where the land begins to turn round and look in another direction. Now to this place there came some cunning traders from Phoenicia, for the Phoenicians are great mariners, in a ship which they had freighted with gewgaws of all kinds. One day, as I was coming into the town from the country, some Taphian pirates seized me and took me here over the sea, where they sold me to the man who owns this house, and he gave them their price for me. The man who had seduced her then said, 'Would you like to come along with us to see the house of your parents and your parents themselves?' 'I will do so gladly,' answered she, 'if you men will first swear me a solemn oath that you will do me no harm by the way.' They all swore as she told them, and when they had completed their oath the woman said, 'Hush, and if any of your men meets me in the street or at the well, do not let him speak to me, for fear someone should go and tell my master, in which case he would suspect something. I will carry him off in your ship.' and you will get a great deal of money for him if you take him and sell him in foreign parts." On this, she went back to the house. When they had got on board, they sailed their ways over the sea, taking us with them. And Zeus sent then a fair wind. 6 days did we sail both night and day. But on the 7th day, Artemis struck the woman, and she fell heavily down into the ship's hold as though she were a seagull alighting on the water. So they threw her overboard to the seals and fishes, and I was left all sorrowful and alone. Presently the winds and waves took the ship to Ithaca, where Laertes gave sundry of his chattels for me. And thus it was that ever I came to set eyes upon this country. Odysseus answered, "Eumaeus, I have heard the story of your misfortunes with the most lively interest and pity, but Zeus has given you good as well as evil. For in spite of everything you have a good master, who sees that you always have enough to eat and drink, and you lead a good life, whereas I am still going about begging my way from city to city." Thus did they converse, and they had only a very little time left for sleep, for it was soon daybreak. In the meantime, Telemachus and his crew were nearing land, so they loosed the sails, took down the mast, and rowed the ship into the harbour. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Telemachus said, "Take the ship on to the town, but leave me here, for I want to look after the herdsmen on one of my farms." 137. Then Theoclymenus said, "And what, my dear young friend, is to become of me, or shall I go straight to your own house and to your mother?" "At any other time," replied Telemachus, "I should have bidden you go to my own house, for you would find no want of hospitality. At the present moment, however, you would not be comfortable there, for I shall be away, and my mother will not see you. She does not often show herself even to the suitors, but sits at her loom weaving in an upper chamber, out of their way. But I can tell you a man whose house you can go to. I mean Eurymachus the son of Polybus, who is held in the highest estimation by everyone in Ithaca. Zeus, however, in heaven alone knows whether or no they will come to a bad end before the marriage takes place." As he was speaking, a bird flew by, upon his right hand a hawk, Apollo's messenger. It held a dove in its talons, and the feathers, as it tore them off, fell to the ground midway between Telemachus and the ship. "Telemachus," said he, "that bird did not fly on your right hand without having been sent there by some god. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was an omen. It means that you will remain powerful and that there will be no house in Ithaca more royal than your own." "I wish it may prove so," answered Telemachus. "If it does, I will show you so much goodwill and give you so many presents that all who meet you will congratulate you." Then he said to his friend Piraeus, "Piraeus, son of Clytius, Piraeus, son of Clytius, you have throughout shown yourself the most willing to serve me of all those who have accompanied me to Pylos. I wish you would take this stranger to your own house and entertain him hospitably till I can come for him." And Piraeus answered, "Telemachus, you may stay away as long as you please, but I will look after him for you, and he shall find no lack of hospitality." As he spoke, he went on board, and he shall find no lack of hospitality. As he spoke, he went on board, and bade the others do so also, and loose the hawsers. So they took their places in the ship. But Telemachus bound on his sandals, and took a long and doughty spear with a head of sharpened bronze from the deck of the ship. Then they loosed the hawsers, thrust the ship off from land, and made on towards the city as they had been told to do, while Telemachus strode on as fast as he could, till he reached the homestead where his countless herds of swine were feeding, and where dwelled the excellent swineherd who was so devoted a servant to his master. Odysseus reaves himself to Telemachus. Meanwhile, Odysseus and the swineherd had lit a fire in the hut, and were getting breakfast ready at daybreak, for they had sent the men out with the pigs. When Telemachus came up, the dogs did not bark, but fawned upon him. So Odysseus, hearing the sound of feet and noticing that the dogs did not bark, said to Eumaeus, "Eumaeus, I hear footsteps. I suppose one of your men or someone of your acquaintance is coming here, for the dogs are fawning upon him and not barking." The words were hardly out of his mouth before his son stood at the door. Eumaeus sprang to his feet, and the bowls in which he was mixing wine fell from his hands as he made towards his master. A father could not be more delighted at the return of an only son. the child of his old age, after 10 years' absence in a foreign country, and after having gone through much hardship. He embraced him, kissed him all over as though he had come back from the dead, and spoke fondly to him, saying, "So you are come, Telemachus, light of my eyes that you are. I suppose you think it better to keep an eye on what the suitors are doing." "So be it, old friend," answered Telemachus. "But I am come now because I want to see you and to learn whether my mother is still at her old home or whether someone else has married her, so that the bed of Odysseus is without bedding and covered with cobwebs." "She is still at the house," replied Eumaeus, "grieving and breaking her heart, and doing nothing but weep, both night and day continually." As he spoke, he took Telemachus's spear, whereon he crossed the stone threshold and came inside. Odysseus rose from his seat to give him place as he entered, but Telemachus checked him. "Sit down, stranger," said he. "I can easily find another seat, and there is one here who will lay it for me." Odysseus went back to his own place, and Eumaeus strewed some green brushwood on the floor and threw a sheepskin on top of it for Telemachus to sit upon. He mixed wine also in bowls of ivywood, and took his seat facing Odysseus. Then they laid their hands on the good things that were before them. And as soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Telemachus said to Eumaeus, "Old friend, where does this stranger come from? How did his crew bring him to Ithaca, and who were they? For assuredly he did not come here by land." To this you answered, "O swineherd Eumaeus, my son, I will tell you the real truth. At this moment he is running away from a Thesprotian ship, and has taken refuge at my station, so I will put him into your hands. Do whatever you like with him, only remember that he is your suppliant." "I am very much distressed," said Telemachus, "by what you have just told me." Then Odysseus said, "Sir, it is right that I should say something myself. I am much shocked about what you have said about the insolent way in which the suitors are behaving in, despite of such a man as you are." And Telemachus answered, "I will tell you truly everything. But do you, old friend Eumaeus, go at once and tell Penelope that I am safe and have returned from Pylos. Tell it to herself alone, and then come back here without letting anyone else know, for there are many who are plotting mischief against me." "I understand and heed you," replied Eumaeus. "You need instruct me no further. Only as I am going that way, say whether I had not better let poor Laertes know that you are returned." "More's the pity," answered Telemachus. "I am sorry for him, but we must leave him to himself just now. Tell my mother to send one of her women secretly with the news at once, and let him hear it from her." Thus did he urge the swineherd. Eumaeus, therefore, took his sandals, bound them to his feet, and started for the town. Athena watched him well off the station, and then came up to it in the form of a woman fair, stately, and wise. She stood against the side of the entry and revealed herself to Odysseus, but Telemachus could not see her, and knew not that she was there, for the gods do not let themselves be seen by everybody. Then she said to him, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, it is now time for you to tell your son, do not keep him in the dark any longer, but lay your plans for the destruction of the suitors, and then make for the town. I will not be long in joining you, for I too am eager for the fray." As she spoke, she touched him with her golden wand. His son was astounded when he saw him and turned his eyes away for fear he might be looking upon a god. "Stranger," said he, "how suddenly you have changed from what you were a moment or two ago." And Odysseus said, "I am no god. Why should you take me for one? I am your father, on whose account you grieve and suffer so much at the hands of lawless men." As he spoke, he kissed his son, and a tear fell from his cheek unto the ground. For he had restrained all tears till now, but Telemachus could not yet believe that it was his father, and said, "You are not my father, but some god is flattering me with vain hopes that I may grieve the more hereafter. No mortal man could of himself contrive to do as you have been doing, and make yourself old and young at a moment's notice, unless a god were with him. A second ago you were old and all in rags, and now you are like some god come down from heaven." Odysseus answered, "Telemachus, you ought not to be so immeasurably astonished at my being really here. As he spoke, he sat down, and Telemachus threw his arms about his father and wept. Thus piteously did they weep, and the sun would have gone down upon their mourning if Telemachus had not suddenly said, "In what ship, my dear father, did your crew bring you to Ithaca? Of what nation did they declare themselves to be, for you cannot have come by land?" "I will tell you the truth, my son," replied Odysseus. "It was the Phaeacians who brought me here. They took me over the sea while I was fast asleep, and landed me in Ithaca after giving me many presents and bronze, gold, and raiment. I can then turn the matter over in my mind and see whether we too can fight the whole body of them ourselves, or whether we must find others to help us." To this, Telemachus answered, "Father, I have always heard of your renown, both in the field and in council, but the task you talk of is a very great one. I am awed at the mere thought of it. 2 men cannot stand against many and brave ones. See whether you cannot think of someone who would be willing to come and help us." "Listen to me," replied Odysseus, "and think whether Athena and her father Zeus may seem sufficient, or whether I am to try and find someone else as well. Those whom you have named," answered Telemachus, "are a couple of good allies, for though they dwell high up among the clouds, they have power over both gods and men. These two," continued Odysseus, "will not keep long out of the fray. When the suitors and we join fight in my house, make some excuse when the suitors ask you why you are removing it. Say that you have taken it to be out of the way of the smoke, inasmuch as it is no longer what it was when Odysseus went away, but has become soiled and begrimed with soot. But leave a sword and a spear apiece for yourself and me, and a couple of oxhide shields, so that we can snatch them up at any moment. Zeus and Athena will then soon quiet these people. There is also another matter. If you are indeed my son and my blood runs in your veins, let no one know that Odysseus is within the house, neither Laertes nor yet, nor any of the servants, nor even Penelope herself. Let you and me exploit the women alone, and let us also make trial of some other of the men servants, to see who is on our side and whose hand is against us." "Father," replied Telemachus, "you will come to know me by and by, and when you do, you will find that I can keep your counsel. We can attend to that later on, if you really have some sign from Zeus that he will support you." Thus did they converse, and meanwhile the ship which had brought Telemachus and his crew from Pylos had reached the town of Ithaca. Then they sent a servant to tell Penelope that Telemachus had gone into the country, but had sent the ship to the town to prevent her from being alarmed and made unhappy. This servant and Eumaeus happened to meet when they were both on the same errand of going to tell Penelope. When they reached the house, the servant stood up and said to the queen in the presence of the waiting women, "Your son, madam, is now returned from Pylos." But Eumaeus went close up to Penelope and said privately all that her son had bidden him tell her. When he had given his message, he left the house with its outbuildings and went back to his pigs again. The suitors were surprised and angry at what had happened, so they went outside the great wall that ran round the outer court and held a council near the main entrance. "My friends," said he, "this voyage of Telemachus's is a very serious matter. We had made sure that it would come to nothing. Now, however, let us draw a ship into the water and get a crew together to send after the others and tell them to come back as fast as they can." He had hardly done speaking when Amphinomus turned in his place and saw the ship inside the harbour, with the crew lowering her sails and putting by their oars. So he laughed and said to the others, "We need not send them any message, for they are here. Some god must have told them, or else they saw the ship go by and could not overtake her." On this they rose and went to the waterside. The crew then drew the ship on shore. Their servants took their armour from them, and they went up in a body to the place of assembly, but they would not let anyone old or young sit along with them. And Antinous, son of Eupiaithes, spoke first. "Good heavens," said he, "see how the gods have saved this man from destruction. If this does not please you, and you wish Telemachus to live on and hold his father's property, then we must not gather here and eat up his goods in this way, but must make our offers to Penelope each from his own house, and she can marry the man who will give the most for her, and whose lot it is to win her." They all held their peace until Amphinomus rose to speak. "My friends," said he, speaking to them plainly and in all honesty, "I am not in favour of killing Telemachus. Let us first take counsel of the gods." and if the oracles of Zeus advise it, I will both help to kill him myself and will urge everyone else to do so. But if they dissuade us, I would have you hold your hands." Thus did he speak, and his words pleased them well. So they rose forthwith and went to the house of Odysseus, where they took their accustomed seats. Then Penelope resolved that she would show herself to the suitors. She knew of the plot against Telemachus, for the servant Medon had overheard their counsels and had told her. She went down therefore to the court attended by her maidens, and when she reached the suitors, she stood by one of the bearing posts supporting the roof of the cloister, holding a veil before her face, and rebuked Antinous, saying, "Antinous, insolent and wicked schemer, they say you are the best speaker and counselor of any man your own age in Ithaca, but you are nothing of the kind. Madman, why should you try to compass the death of Telemachus, and take no heed of suppliants, whose witness is Zeus himself?" To this Eurymachus, son of Polybus, answered, "Take heart, Queen Penelope, daughter of Isarius, and do not trouble yourself about these matters. Therefore Telemachus is much the dearest friend I have, and has nothing to fear from the hands of us suitors." He said this to quiet her, but in reality he was plotting against Telemachus. Then Penelope went upstairs again and mourned her husband, till Athena shed sleep over her eyes. In the evening, Eumaeus got back to Odysseus and his son, who had just sacrificed a young pig of a year old, and were helping one another to get supper ready. Athena therefore came up to Odysseus, turned him into an old man with a stroke of her wand, and clad him in his old clothes again, for fear that the swineherd might recognize him and not keep the secret, but go and tell Penelope. Telemachus was the first to speak. "Have the suitors returned? Or are they still waiting over yonder to take me on my way home?" "I did not think of asking about that," replied Eumaeus, "when I was in the town. They had many shields and spears, and I thought it was the suitors, but I cannot be sure." On hearing this, Telemachus smiled to his father, but so that Eumaeus could not see him. Then, when they had finished their work and the meal was ready, they ate it, and every man had his full share, so that all were satisfied. As soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, they laid down to rest and enjoyed the boon of sleep. Telemachus and his mother meet Odysseus and Eunoeus come down to the tone. And Odysseus is insulted by Melanthius, who is Ricicidinus. If this makes him angry, so much the worse for him, but I like to say what I mean. Then Odysseus said, "Sir, I do not want to stay here. A beggar can always do better in town than country, for anyone who likes can give him something. My clothes are wretchedly thin, and this frosty morning I shall be perished with cold. For you say the city is some way off." On this Telemachus strode off through the yards, brooding his revenge upon the suitors. When he reached home, he stood his spear against a bearing post of the cloister, crossed the stone floor of the cloister itself, and went inside. Nurse Euryclea saw him long before anyone else did. Penelope came out of her room looking like Artemis or Aphrodite, and wept as she flung her arms about her son. "Do not scold me, mother," answered Telemachus, "nor vex me, seeing what a narrow escape I have had. But wash your face, change your dress, go upstairs with your maids, and promise full and sufficient hecatombs to all the gods if Zeus will only grant us our revenge upon the suitors." I sent him on with my crew, and told Piraeus to take him home and look after him till I could come for him myself. She heeded her son's words, washed her face, changed her dress, and vowed full and sufficient hecatombs to all the gods if they would only vouchsafe her revenge upon the suitors. Telemachus went through and out of the cloisters, spear in hand, not alone, for his 2 fleet dogs went with him. Piraeus was first to speak. "Telemachus," said he, "I wish you would send some of your women to my house to take away the presents Menelaus gave you." "We do not know, Piraeus," answered Telemachus, "what may happen. If, on the other hand, I manage to kill them, I shall be much obliged if you will kindly bring me my presents." With these words he took Theoclymenus to his own house. Then they laid their hands on the good things that were before them. And as soon as they had had enough to eat and drink, Penelope said, "Telemachus, I shall go upstairs and lie down on that sad couch, which I have not ceased to water with my tears, from the day Odysseus set out for Troy with the sons of Atreus. You failed, however, to make it clear to me before the suitors came back to the house whether or no you had been able to hear anything about the return of your father. I will tell you then truth, replied her son. The lion, when he comes back to his lair, will make short work with the pair of them, and so will Odysseus with these suitors. By Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, if Odysseus is still the man that he was when he wrestled with Philomelides in Lesbos and threw him so heavily that all the Greeks cheered him, if he is still such, and were to come near these suitors, they would have a short shrift and a sorry wedding. He said he could see Odysseus on an island sorrowing bitterly in the house of the nymph Calypso, who was keeping him prisoner, and he could not reach his home, for he had no ships nor sailors to take him over the sea. This was what Menelaus told me, and when I had heard his story I came away. With these words he moved the heart of Penelope. Madam, wife of Odysseus, Telemachus does not understand these things. Listen therefore to me, for I can divine them surely, and will hide nothing from you. May Zeus the King of Heaven be my witness, and the rites of hospitality, with that hearth of Odysseus to which I now come, that Odysseus himself is even now in Ithaca, and, either going about the country or staying in one place, is inquiring into all these evil deeds and preparing a day of reckoning for the suitors. I saw an omen when I was on the ship which meant this, and I told Telemachus about it. May it be even so, answered Penelope. If your words come true, you shall have such gifts and such goodwill from me that all who see you shall congratulate you. Thus did they converse. They left their sports as he told them. And when they were within the house, they laid their cloaks on the benches and seats inside, and then sacrificed some sheep, goats, pigs, and a heifer, all of them fat and well grown. Let us then be off, for it is now broad day. It will be night again directly, and then you will find it colder. On 142. I know, and understand you, replied Odysseus. You need say no more. Let us be going. But if you have a stick ready cut, let me have it to walk with, for you say the road is a very rough one. As he spoke, he threw his shabby old tattered wallet over his shoulders, by the cord from which it hung, and Eumaeus gave him a stick to his liking. When he saw Eumaeus and Odysseus, he reviled them with outrageous and unseemly language, which made Odysseus very angry. There you go, cried he, and a precious pair you are, I say, therefore, and it shall surely be. If he goes near Odysseus's house, he will get his head broken by the stools. They will fling at him till they turn him out. On this, as he passed, he gave Odysseus a kick on the hip out of pure wantonness, but Odysseus stood firm and did not budge from the path. Fountain nymphs, he cried, children of Zeus, if ever Odysseus burned you thigh bones covered with fat, whether of lambs or kids, grant my prayer that heaven may send him home. He would soon put an end to the swaggering frets with which such men as you go about insulting people, gadding all over the town while your flocks are going to ruin through bad shepherding. Then Melanthius the Guthard answered, You ill-conditioned cur, what are you talking about? I wish I were assured that Apollo would strike Telemachus dead this very day, or that the suitors would kill him, as I am that Odysseus will never come home again. With this he left them to come on at their leisure, while he went quickly forward and soon reached the house of his master. When he got there, he went in and took his seat among the suitors opposite Eurymachus, who liked him better than any of the others. Presently Odysseus and the swineherd came up to the house and stood by it, amid a sound of music, for Phemius was just beginning to sing to the suitors. Then Odysseus took hold of the swineherd's hand and said, Eumaeus, this house of Odysseus is a very fine place. I perceive, too, that there are many people banqueting within it, for there is a smell of roast meat, and I hear a sound of music, which the gods have made to go along with feasting. Then Eumaeus said, You have perceived aright, as indeed you generally do, but let us think what will be our best course. And Odysseus answered, I understand and heed, but a man cannot hide away the cravings of a hungry belly. This is an enemy which gives much trouble to all men. It is because of this that ships are fitted out to sail the seas and to make war upon other people. As they were thus talking, A dog that had been lying asleep raised his head and pricked up his ears. This was Argos, whom Odysseus had bred before setting out for Troy, but he had never had any work out of him. When Odysseus saw the dog on the other side of the yard, he dashed a tear from his eyes without Eumaeus seeing it, and said, "Eumaeus, what a noble hound that is over yonder on the manure heap. His build is splendid. Is he as fine a fellow as he looks, or is he only one of those dogs that come begging about a table and I kept merely for show?" "This hound," answered Eumaeus, "belonged to him who has died in a far country. If he were what he was when Odysseus left for Troy, he would soon show you what he could do. Servants never do their work when their master's hand is no longer over them, for Zeus takes half the goodness out of a man when he makes a slave of him." As he spoke, he went inside the buildings to the cloister where the suitors were. But Argos died as soon as he had recognized his master. Telemachus saw Eumaeus long before anyone else did, and beckoned him to come and sit beside him. So he looked about and saw a seat lying near where the carver sat serving out their portions to the suitors. He picked it up, brought it to Telemachus's table, and sat down opposite him. Then the servant brought him his portion and gave him bread from the bread basket. Immediately afterwards, Odysseus came inside, looking like a poor, miserable old beggar, leaning on his staff and with his clothes all in rags. Telemachus took a whole loaf from the bread basket, with as much meat as he could hold in his 2 hands, and said to Eumaeus, "Take this to the stranger and tell him to go the round of the suitors and beg from them. A beggar must not be shamefaced." So Eumaeus went up to him and said, "Stranger, Telemachus sends you this, and says you are to go the round of the suitors begging, for beggars must not be shamefaced." Odysseus answered, "May King Zeus grant all happiness to Telemachus, and fulfill the desire of his heart." Then with both hands he took what Telemachus had sent him, and laid it on the dirty old wallet at his feet. The suitors applauded the bard, whereon Athena went up to Odysseus and prompted him to beg pieces of bread from each one of the suitors, that he might see what kind of people they were, and tell the good from the bad. But come what might, she was not going to save a single one of them. "The swineherd brought him here, but I know nothing about the man himself, nor where he comes from." On this Antinous began to abuse the swineherded. "Do you think it a small thing that such people gather here to waste your master's property? And must you needs bring this man as well?" And Eumaeus answered, "Antinous, your birth is good, but your words, evil. You are always harder on Odysseus' servants than any of the other suitors are, and above all on me. But I do not care so long as Telemachus and Penelope are alive and here." But Telemachus said, "Hush, do not answer him. Antinous has the bitterest tongue of all the suitors, and he makes the others worse." Then, turning to Antinous, he said, "Antinous, you take as much care of my interests as though I were your son." "What do you mean, Telemachus?" replied Antinous, "by this swaggering talk? If all the suitors were to give him as much as I will, he would not come here again for another 3 months." As he spoke, he drew the stool on which he rested his dainty feet from under the table, and made as though he would throw it at Odysseus. But the other suitors all gave him something, and filled his wallet with bread and meat. He was about, therefore, to go back to the threshold and eat what the suitors had given him. But he first went up to Antinous and said, "Sir, give me something. You are not, surely, the poorest man here. You seem to be a chief, foremost among them all. Therefore you should be the better giver, and I will tell far and wide of your bounty. I stationed my ships in the river Aegyptus, and bade my men stay by them and keep guard over them, while I sent out scouts to reconnoiter from every point of vantage. But the men disobeyed my orders, took to their own devices, and ravaged the land of the Egyptians, killing the men and taking their wives and children captives. Then Antinous said, What god can have sent such a pestilence to plague us during our dinner? On this Odysseus began to move off, and said, Your looks, my fine sir, are better than your breeding. If you were in your own house, you would not spare a poor man so much as a pinch of salt, for though you are in another man's, and surrounded with abundance, you cannot find it in you to give him even a piece of bread. This made Antinous very angry, and he scowled at him, saying, You shall pay for this before you get clear of the court." Then he went back to the threshold and sat down there, laying his well-filled wallet at his feet. "Listen to me," he cried, "you suitors of Queen Penelope, that I may speak even as I am minded. Still, if the poor have gods and avenging deities at all, I pray them that Antinous may come to a bad end before his marriage. Sit where you are and eat your victuals in silence, or be off elsewhere," shouted Antinous. "If you say more, I will have you dragged hand and foot through the courts, and the servants shall flay you alive." The other suitors were much displeased at this, and one of the young men said, "Antinous, you did ill in striking that poor wretch of a tramp. It will be worse for you if he should turn out to be some god, and we know the gods go about disguised in all sorts of ways as people from foreign countries, and travel about the world to see who do amiss and who righteously." 146. Thus said the suitors, but Antinous paid them no heed. Meanwhile, Telemachus was furious about the blow that had been given to his father, and though no tear fell from him, he shook his head in silence and brooded on his revenge. Now when Penelope heard that the beggar had been struck in the banqueting cloister, she said before her maids, "Would that Apollo would so strike you, Antinous?" And her waiting woman Eurynome answered, "If our prayers were answered, not one of the suitors would ever again see the sun rise." Then Penelope said, "Nurse, I hate every single one of them, for they mean nothing but mischief. But I hate Antinous like the darkness of death itself. Everyone else has given him something to put in his wallet, but Antinous has hit him on the right shoulder blade with a footstool." Thus did she talk with her maids as she sat in her own room, and in the meantime Odysseus was getting his dinner. Then she called for the swineherd and said, "Eumaeus, go and tell the stranger to come here. I want to see him and ask him some questions." To this you answered, "O swineherd, Eumaeus, if these Achaeans, madam, would only keep quiet, you would be charmed with the history of his adventures. He says there is an old friendship between his house and that of Odysseus, and that he comes from Crete where the descendants of Minos live, after having been driven hither and thither by every kind of misfortune. He also declares that he has heard of Odysseus as being alive and near at hand among the Thesprotians, and that he is bringing great wealth home with him." "Call him here, then," said Penelope, "that I too may hear his story." As she spoke, Telemachus sneezed so loudly that the whole house resounded with it. Penelope laughed when she heard this, and said to Eumaeus, "Go and call the stranger. Did you not hear how my son sneezed just as I was speaking? This can only mean that all the suitors are going to be killed, and that not one of them shall escape." When Eumaeus heard this, he went straight to Odysseus and said, "Father stranger, my mistress Penelope, mother of Telemachus, has sent for you. She is in great grief, but she wishes to hear anything you can tell her about her husband, and if she is satisfied that you are speaking the truth, she will give you a shirt and cloak, which are the very things that you are most in want of." "I will tell Penelope," answered Odysseus, "nothing but what is strictly true. Let her give me a seat close up to the fire, for my clothes are worn very thin. You know they are, for you have seen them ever since I first asked you to help me. She can then ask me about the return of her husband." The swineherd went back when he heard this, and Penelope said as she saw him cross the threshold, "Why do you not bring him here, Eumaeus?" To this you answered, "O swineherd Eumaeus, the stranger is quite reasonable." "The man is no fool," answered Penelope. "It would very likely be as he says, for there are no such abominable people in the whole world as these men are." When she had done speaking, Eumaeus went back to the suitors, for he had explained everything. Then he went up to Telemachus and said in his ear, so that none could overhear him, "My dear sir, I will now go back to the pigs, to see after your property and my own business. May Zeus bring them to a bad end before they do us a mischief." "Very well," replied Telemachus. "Go home when you have had your dinner, and in the morning come here with the victims we are to sacrifice for the day." On this Eumaeus took his seat again, and when he had finished his dinner he left the courts and the cloister with the men at table and went back to his pigs. As for the suitors, they presently began to amuse themselves with singing and dancing, for it was now getting on towards evening. The fight with Iris Odysseus worn as Amphinomus Penelope gets presents from the suitors, the braziers Odysseus Rebixius. Now there came a certain common tramp who used to go begging all over the city of Ithaca and was notorious as an incorrigible glutton and drunkard. As soon as he came, he began to insult Odysseus and to try him out of his own house. "Be off, old man," he cried, "from the doorway, or you shall be dragged out neck and heels. Get up, then, and go of yourself, or we shall come to blows." Odysseus frowned on him and said, "My friend, I do you no manner of harm. People give you a great deal, but I am not jealous. I shall have more peace tomorrow if I do, for you will not come to the house of Odysseus any more." Iris was very angry and answered, "You filthy glutton, you run on trippingly like an old fish fag. You will never be able to fight one who is so much younger than yourself." Thus roundly did they rate one another on the smooth pavement in front of the doorway, and when Antinous saw what was going on, he laughed heartily and said to the others, "This is the finest sport that you ever saw. Heaven never yet sent anything like it into this house. The stranger and Iris have quarrelled and are going to fight. Let us set them on to do so at once." The suitors all came up laughing, and gathered round the two ragged tramps. The others all agreed, but Odysseus, to throw them off the scent, said, "Sirs, an old man like myself, worn out with suffering, cannot hold his own against a young one. But my irrepressible belly urges me on, though I know it can only end in my getting a drubbing. You must swear, however, that none of you will give me a foul blow to favour Iris and secure him the victory." They swore as he told them, and when they had completed their oath, Telemachus put in a word and said, "Stranger, if you have a mind to settle with this fellow, you need not be afraid of anyone here. I am a host, and the other chiefs, Antinous and Eurymachus, both of them men of understanding, are of the same mind as I am." Everyone assented, and Odysseus girded his old rags about his loins, thus baring his stalwart thighs, his broad chest and shoulders, and his mighty arms. But Athena came up to him and made his limbs even stronger still. The suitors were beyond measure astonished, and one would turn towards his neighbour, saying, "The stranger has brought such a thigh out of his old rags that there will soon be nothing left of Iris." Iris began to be very uneasy as he heard them, but the servants girded him by force and brought him into the open part of the court in such a fright that his limbs were all of a tremble. Antinous scolded him and said, "You swaggering bully, you ought never to have been born at all if you are afraid of such an old, broken-down creature as this tramp is. He will cut off your nose and ears and draw out your entrails for the dogs to eat." This frightened Iris still more, but they brought him into the middle of the court, and the two men raised their hands to fight. "Sit here," said he, "and keep the dogs and pigs off. You are a pitiful creature, and if you try to make yourself king of the beggars any more, you shall fare still worse." Then he threw his dirty old wallet, all tattered and torn over his shoulder with the cord by which it hung, and went back to sit down upon the threshold. But the suitors went within the cloisters, laughing and saluting him. "May Zeus and all the other gods," said they, "grant you whatever you want for having put an end to the importunity of this insatiable tramp. We will take him over to the mainland presently, to King Echetus, who kills every one that comes near him." Odysseus hailed this as of good omen, and Antinous set a great goat's paunch before him filled with blood and fat. "Good luck to you," he said. "Father stranger, you are very badly off at present, but I hope you will have better times by and by." To this Odysseus answered, "Amphinomus, you seem to be a man of good understanding, as indeed you may well be, seeing whose son you are. Nay, he will be here soon. May heaven send you home quietly first, that you may not meet with him in the day of his coming. For once he is here, the suitors, and he will not part bloodlessly." With these words he made a drink offering, and when he had drunk he put the gold cup again into the hands of Amphinomus, who walked away serious and bowing his head, for he foreboded evil, but even so he did not escape destruction. For Athena had doomed him to fall by the hand of Telemachus. So he took his seat again at the place from which he had come. Then Athena put it into the mind of Penelope to show herself to the suitors, that she might make them still more enamoured of her and win still further honour from her son and husband. So she feigned a mocking laugh and said, "Eurynome, I have changed my mind and have a fancy to show myself to the suitors, although I detest them. They speak fairly enough, but they mean mischief. "My dear child," answered Eurynome, "all that you have said is true. Go and tell your son about it. But first wash yourself and anoint your face. Do not go about with your cheeks all covered with tears. It is not right that you should grieve so incessantly. For Telemachus, whom you always prayed that you might live to see with a beard, is already grown up." "I know, Eurynome," replied Penelope, "that you mean well, but do not try and persuade me to wash and to anoint myself. For heaven robbed me of all my beauty on the day my husband sailed. Nevertheless, tell Autonoe and Hippodamia that I want them. They must be with me when I am in the cloister. I am not going among the men alone. It would not be proper for me to do so." On this, the old woman went out of the room to bid the maids go to their mistress. In the meantime, Athena bethought her of another matter, and sent Penelope off into a sweet slumber. So she lay down on her couch and her limbs became heavy with sleep. When Athena had done all this, she went away, whereon the maids came in from the women's room and woke Penelope with the sound of their talking. "What an exquisitely delicious sleep I have been having," said she as she passed her hands over her face, "in spite of all my misery." With these words she came down from her upper room, not alone but attended by 2 of her maidens. And when she reached the suitors, she stood by one of the bearing posts supporting the roof of the cloister, holding a veil before her face, and with a staid maid-servant on either side of her. As they beheld her, the suitors were so overpowered and became so desperately enamored of her, that each one prayed he might win her for his own bedfellow. "Telemachus," said she, addressing her son, "I fear you are no longer so discreet and well-conducted as you used to be." "I am not surprised, my dear mother, at your displeasure," replied Telemachus. "I understand all about it and know when things are not as they should be, which I could not do when I was younger. I cannot, however, behave with perfect propriety at all times. See how he nods his head like a drunken man. He has had such a thrashing that he cannot stand on his feet nor get back to his home, wherever that may be, for he has no strength left in him." Thus did they converse. Eurymachus then came up and said, "Queen Penelope, daughter of Icarius, if all the Achaeans in Asian Argos could see you at this moment, you would have still more suitors in your house by tomorrow morning, for you are the most admirable woman in the whole world, both as regards personal beauty and strength of understanding." To this Penelope replied, "Eurymachus, heaven robbed me of all my beauty, whether of face or figure, when the Argives set sail for Troy and my dear husband with them." This was what she said, and Odysseus was glad when he heard her trying to get presents out of the suitors, and flattering them with fair words which he knew she did not mean. Then Antinous said, "Queen Penelope, daughter of Icarius, take as many presents as you please from anyone who will give them to you. It is not well to refuse a present, but we will not go about our business nor stir from where we are till you have married the best man among us, whoever he may be." The others applauded what Antinous had said, and each one sent his servant to bring his present. Antinous' man returned with a large and lovely dress most exquisitely embroidered. Then the queen went back to her room upstairs, and her maids brought the presents after her. Then Odysseus said, "Maidservants of Odysseus, who has so long been absent, go to the queen inside the house. Sit with her and amuse her, or spin and pick wool. They may stay till morning, but shall not beat me, for I can stand a great deal." The maids looked at one another and laughed, while pretty Melantho began to jibe at him contemptuously. She was daughter to Dolius, but had been brought up by Penelope, who used to give her toys to play with, and looked after her when she was a child. But in spite of all this, she showed no consideration for the sorrows of her mistress, and used to misconduct herself with Eurymachus, with whom she was in love. "Poor wretch," said she, "are you gone clean out of your mind? You seem to have lost your wits because you beat the tramp Iris. Take care that a better man than he does not come and cudgel you about the head till he pack you bleeding out of the house." "Vixen," replied Odysseus, scowling at her, "I will go and tell Telemachus what you have been saying, and he will have you torn limb from limb." With these words he scared the women, and they went off into the body of the house. But Odysseus took his stand near the burning braziers, holding up torches and looking at the people brooding the while on things that should surely come to pass. But Athena would not let the suitors for one moment cease their insolence, but she wanted Odysseus to become even more bitter against them. She therefore set Eurymachus son of Polybus on to jibe at him, which made the others laugh. "Listen to me," said he, "you shooters of Queen Penelope, that I may speak even as I am minded. It is not for nothing that this man has come to the house of Odysseus. I believe the light has not been coming from the torches, but from his own head, for his air is all gone, every bit of it." Then turning to Odysseus, he said, "Stranger, will you work as a servant, if I send you to the wolds and see that you are well paid?" "Eurymachus," answered Odysseus, "if you and I were to work one against the other in early summer when the days are at their longest, give me a good scythe, and take another yourself, and let us see which will last the longer or mow the stronger, from dawn till dark when the mowing grass is about. If Odysseus comes to his own again, the doors of his house are wide, but you will find them narrow when you try to fly through them." Eurymachus was furious at all this. The suitors in the covered cloister were now in an uproar, and one would turn towards his neighbor, saying, "I wish the stranger had gone somewhere else, bad luck to him for all the trouble he gives us." On this Telemachus came forward and said, "Sirs, are you mad?" The suitors bit their lips and marveled at the boldness of his speech. But Amphinomus the son of Nisus, who was son to Areteus, said, "Do not let us take offense. It is reasonable, so let us make no answer. As for the stranger, let us leave Telemachus to deal with him, for it is to his house that he has come." Thus did he speak, and his saying pleased them well. So Mulius of Dulichium, Sir Mulius of Dulichium, servant Amphinomus, mixed them a bowl of wine and water, and handed it round to each of them man by man, whereon they made their drink offerings to the blessed gods. Then, when they had made their drink offerings and had drunk each one as he was minded, they took their several ways each of them to his own abode. Telmaeus and Odysseus remove the armor. Odysseus interviews Penelope. Eurycleia washes his feet and recognizes the scar on his leg. Penelope tells us, "Make some excuse when the suitors ask you why you have removed it. Say that you have taken it to be out of the way of the smoke, inasmuch as it is no longer what it was when Odysseus went away, but has become soiled and begrimed with soot. Add to this more particularly that you are afraid Zeus may set them on to quarrel over their wine, and that they may do each other some harm which may disgrace both banquet and wooing, for the sight of arms sometimes tempts people to use them." Telemachus approved of what his father had said, so he called nurse Eurycleia and said, "Nurse, shut the women up in their room, while I take the armor that my father left behind him down into the storeroom. I want to take it down where the smoke cannot reach it." "I wish, child," answered Eurycleia, "that you would take the management of the house into your own hands altogether, and look after all the property yourself. The maids would have done so, but you would not let them." "The stranger," said Telemachus, "shall show me a light. When people eat my bread, they must earn it, no matter where they come from." Eurycleia did as she was told, and bolted the women inside their room. Then Odysseus and his son made all haste to take the helmets, shields, and spears inside, and Athena went before them with a gold lamp in her hand that shed a soft and brilliant radiance, whereon Telemachus said, "Father, my eyes behold a great marvel. The walls with the rafters, crossbeams, and the supports on which they rest are all aglow as with a flaming fire. Surely there is some god here who has come down from heaven." "Hush," answered Odysseus. "Hold your peace and ask no questions, for this is the manner of the gods. Your mother in her grief will ask me all sorts of questions." On this Telemachus went by torchlight to the other side of the inner court, to the room in which he always slept. There he lay in his bed till morning, while Odysseus was left in the cloister pondering on the means whereby with Athena's help he might be able to kill the suitors. Then Penelope came down from her room, looking like Aphrodite or Artemis, and they set her a seat inlaid with scrolls of silver and ivory near the fire in her accustomed place. They set about removing the tables at which the wicked suitors had been dining, and took away the bread that was left, with the cups from which they had drunk. They emptied the embers out of the braziers, and heaped much wood upon them to give both light and heat. But Melantho began to rail at Odysseus a second time, and said, "Stranger, Do you mean to plague us by hanging about the house all night and spying upon the women? Be off, you wretch, outside and eat your supper there, or you shall be driven out with a firebrand." Odysseus scowled at her and answered, "My good woman, why should you be so angry with me? Moreover, though he be dead as you think he is, yet by Apollo's will he has left a son behind him, Telemachus, who will note anything done amiss by the maids in the house, for he is now no longer in his boyhood." Penelope heard what he was saying and scolded the maid. "Impudent baggage," said she, "I see how abominably you are behaving, and you shall smart for it. You knew perfectly well, for I told you myself, that I was going to see the stranger and ask him about my husband, for whose sake I am in such continual sorrow." Then she said to her head-waiting woman Eurynome, "Bring a seat with a fleece upon it for the stranger to sit upon while he tells his story and listens to what I have to say. I wish to ask him some questions." Eurynome brought the seat at once and set a fleece upon it, and as soon as Odysseus had sat down, Penelope began by saying, "Stranger, I shall first ask you, who and whence are you?" "Madam," answered Odysseus, "who on the face of the whole earth can dare to chide with you? I shall have one of the servants, or even yourself, complaining of me and saying that my eyes swim with tears because I am heavy with wine." Then Penelope answered, "Stranger, heaven robbed me of all beauty, whether of face or figure, when the Argives set sail for Troy and my dear husband with them. The chiefs from all our islands, Dulichium, Siam, and Zacynthus, as also from Ithaca itself, are wooing me against my will and are wasting my estate. I can therefore show no attention to strangers, nor suppliants, nor to people who say that they are skilled artisans, but am all the time broken-hearted about Odysseus." Then Odysseus answered, "Madam, wife of Odysseus, since you persist in asking me about my family, I will answer, no matter what it costs me. People must expect to be pained when they have been exiles as long as I have, and suffered as much among as many peoples. There is a great town there, Cnossus, where Minos reigned, who every 9 years had a conference with Zeus himself. Idomeneus sailed for Troy, and I, who am the younger, am called Aethon. My brother, however, was at once the older and the more valiant of the two. Hence it was in Crete that I saw Odysseus and showed him hospitality, for the winds took him there as he was on his way to Troy, carrying him out of his course from Cape Malea and leaving him in Amnisus off the cave of Eleutheria, where the harbours are difficult to enter, and he could hardly find shelter from the winds that were then raging. I suppose some unfriendly god had raised it for them, but on the 13th day the wind dropped, and they got away. Many a plausible tale did Odysseus further tell her, and Penelope wept as she listened, for her heart was melted. Odysseus felt for her and was sorry for her, but he kept his eyes as hard as horn or iron, without letting them so much as quiver, so cunningly did he restrain his tears. "Tell me, then, how he was dressed, what kind of a man he was to look at, and so also with his companions." "Madam," answered Odysseus, "it is such a long time ago that I can hardly say." Odysseus wore a mantle of purple wool, double-lined, and it was fastened by a gold brooch with 2 catches for the pin. I myself gave him a sword of bronze and a beautiful purple mantle, double-lined, with a shirt that went down to his feet, and I sent him on board his ship with every mark of honor. His name was Eurybates, and Odysseus treated him with greater familiarity than he did any of the others, as being the most like-minded with himself. Penelope was moved still more deeply as she heard the indisputable proofs that Odysseus laid before her, and when she had again found relief in tears, she said to him, "Stranger, I was already disposed to pity you, but henceforth you shall be honored and made welcome in my house. It was by an ill fate that he ever set out for that detested city whose very name I cannot bring myself even to mention." Then Odysseus answered, "Madam, wife of Odysseus, do not disfigure yourself further by grieving thus bitterly for your loss, though I can hardly blame you for doing so. A woman who has loved her husband and borne him children would naturally be grieved at losing him, even though he were a worse man than Odysseus, who they say was like a god. I will hide nothing from you, and can say with perfect truth that I have lately heard of Odysseus as being alive and on his way home. He is among the Thesprotians, and is bringing back much valuable treasure that he has begged from one and another of them. But his ship and all his crew were lost as they were leaving the Thrinacian island. For Zeus and the sun god were angry with him, because his men had slaughtered the sun god's cattle, and they were all drowned to a man. But Odysseus stuck to the keel of the ship and was drifted onto the land of the Phaeacians, who were near of kin to the immortals, and who treated him as though he had been a god, giving him many presents, and wishing to escort him home safe and sound. Pydon, king of the Thesprotians, told me all this, and he swore to me, making drink offerings in his house as he did so, that the ship was by the waterside and the crew found who would take Odysseus to his own country. He sent me off first, for there happened to be a Thesprotian ship sailing for the wheat-growing island of Dulichium. But he showed me all the treasure Odysseus had got together, and he had enough lying in the house of King Phaedon to keep his family for 10 generations. But the king said Odysseus had gone to Dodona that he might learn Zeus's mind from the high oak tree, and know whether after so long an absence he should return to Ithaca openly or in secret. Odysseus will return in this selfsame year. With the end of this moon and the beginning of the next, he will be here. May it be even so, answered Penelope. If your words come true, you shall have such gifts and such good will from me that all who see you shall congratulate you. But I know very well how it will be. Then, at daybreak, wash him and anoint him again, that he may sit in the cloister and take his meals with Telemachus. Men live but for a little season. If they are hard and deal hardly, people wish them ill so long as they are alive, and speak contemptuously of them when they are dead. But he that is righteous and deals righteously, the people tell of his praise among all lands, and many shall call him blessed. Odysseus answered, Madam, I have forsworn rugs and blankets from the day that I left the snowy ranges of Crete to go on shipboard. To this Penelope said, My dear sir, of all the guests who ever yet came to my house there, never was one who spoke in all things with such admirable propriety as you do. Come here, said she, Euryclea, and wash your master's age-mate. I suppose Odysseus' hands and feet are very much the same now as his are, for trouble ages all of us dreadfully fast. On these words the old woman covered her face with her hands. She began to weep and made lamentation, saying, My dear child, I cannot think whatever I am to do with you. I am certain no one was ever more God-fearing than yourself, and yet Zeus hates you. I have no doubt the women in some foreign palace which Odysseus has got to are gibing at him as all these sluts here have been gibing at you. I do not wonder at your not choosing to let them wash you after the manner in which they have insulted you. I will wash your feet myself gladly enough, as Penelope has said that I am to do so. I will wash them both for Penelope's sake and for your own, for you have raised the most lively feelings of compassion in my mind. And let me say this, moreover, which pray attend to. We've had all kinds of strangers in distress come here before now, but I make bold to say that no one ever yet came who was so like Odysseus in figure, voice, and feet as you are. Those who have seen us both, answered Odysseus, have always said we were wonderfully like each other, and now you have noticed it too. Then the old woman took the cauldron in which she was going to wash his feet, and poured plenty of cold water into it, adding hot till the bath was warm enough. Hermes himself had endowed him with this gift, for he used to burn the thigh bones of goats and kids to him, so he took pleasure in his companionship. It happened once that Autolycus had gone to Ithaca and had found the child of his daughter just born. As soon as he had done supper, Euryclea set the infant upon his knees and said, Autolycus, ye must find a name for your grandson. You greatly wish that ye might have one. Son-in-law and daughter, replied Autolycus. Call the child thus. I am highly displeased with a large number of people in one place and another, both men and women. So name the child Odysseus, or the child of anger, Parnassus, where my possessions lie. I will make him a present and will send him on his way rejoicing. Odysseus therefore went to Parnassus to get the presents from Autolycus, who with his sons shook hands with him and gave him welcome. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered Dawn, appeared, the sons of Autolycus went out with their hounds hunting, and Odysseus went too. The dogs were in front, searching for the tracks of the beast they were chasing, and after them came the sons of Autolycus, among whom was Odysseus, close behind the dogs, and he had a long spear in his hand. As for the boar, Odysseus hit him on the right shoulder, and the point of the spear went right through him, so that he fell groaning in the dust until the life went out of him. The sons of Autolycus busied themselves with the carcass of the boar, and bound Odysseus's wound. Then, after saying a spell to stop the bleeding, they went home as fast as they could. But when Autolycus and his sons had thoroughly healed Odysseus, they made him some splendid presents, and sent him back to Ithaca with much mutual goodwill. As soon as Euryclea had got the scarred limb in her hands and had well hold of it, she recognized it and dropped the foot at once. The leg fell into the bath, which rang out and was overturned, so that all the water was spilt on the ground. Euryclea's eyes between her joy and her grief filled with tears, and she could not speak. But she caught Odysseus by the beard and said, "My dear child, I am sure you must be Odysseus himself, only I did not know you till I had actually touched and handled you." As she spoke, she looked towards Penelope, as though wanting to tell her that her dear husband was in the house, but Penelope was unable to look in that direction and observe what was going on, for Athena had diverted her attention. So Odysseus caught Euryclea by the throat with his right hand and with his left drew her close to him, and said, "Nurse, do you wish to be the ruin of me? You who nursed me at your own breast, now that after 20 years of wandering I am at last come to my own home again." "My child," answered Euryclea, "what are you talking about? I will hold my tongue like a stone or a piece of iron. Furthermore, let me say, and lay my saying to your heart, when heaven has delivered the suitors into your hand, I will give you a list of the women in the house who have been ill-behaved, and of those who are guiltless." And Odysseus answered, "Nurse, you ought not to speak in that way. I am well able to form my own opinion about one and all of them. Hold your tongue and leave everything to heaven." As he said this, Euryclea left the cloister to fetch some more water, for the first had been all spilt, and when she had washed him and anointed him with oil, Odysseus drew his seat nearer to the fire to warm himself, and hid the scar under his rags. Then Penelope began talking to him and said, "Stranger, I should like to speak with you briefly about another matter." Presently he soared off into the sky, and left them lying dead about the yard, whereon I wept in my dream till all my maids gathered round me. So piteously was I grieving because the eagle had killed my geese. The geese are the suitors, and I am no longer an eagle, but your own husband, who am come back to you, and who will bring these suitors to a disgraceful end. On this I woke, and when I looked out I saw my geese at the trough eating their mash as usual. "This dream, madam," replied Odysseus. "Can admit," replied Odysseus himself, "told you how it shall be fulfilled. The death of the suitors is portended, and not one single one of them will escape." And Penelope answered, "Stranger, dreams are very curious and unaccountable things, and they do not by any means invariably come true. Furthermore I say, and lay my saying to your heart, the coming dawn will usher in the ill-omened day that is to sever me from the house of Odysseus. For I am about to hold a tournament of axes. My husband used to set up 12 axes in the court, one in front of the other, like the stays upon which a ship is built. He would then go back from them and shoot an arrow through the whole 12. I shall make the suitors try to do the same thing, and whichever of them can string the bow most easily, and send his arrow through all the 12 axes, him will I follow and quit this house of my lawful husband, so goodly and so abounding in wealth. But even so, I doubt not that I shall remember it in my dreams." Then Odysseus answered, "Madam, wife of Odysseus, you need not defer your tournament, for Odysseus will return ere ever they can string the bow, handle it how they will, and send their arrows through the iron." To this Penelope said, "As long, sir, as you will sit here and talk to me, I can have no desire to go to bed. I will therefore go upstairs and recline upon that couch which I have never ceased to flood with my tears from the day Odysseus set out for the city with a hateful name." She then went upstairs to her own room, not alone, but attended by her maidens. And when there, she lamented her dear husband till Athena shed sweet sleep over her eyelids. Odysseus cannot sleep Penelopes. Prior to Artemis the two signals from heaven Eumomius and Platylates arrive. And the Malus. There then, Odysseus lay wakefully brooding upon the way in which he should kill the suitors. And by, The women, who had been in the habit of misconducting themselves with them, left the house giggling and laughing with one another. This made Odysseus very angry, and he doubted whether to get up and kill every single one of them then and there, or to let them sleep one more and last time with the suitors. His heart growled within him, and as a bitch with puppies growls and shows her teeth when she sees a stranger, so did his heart growl with anger at the evil deeds that were being done. But he beat his breast and said, "Heart, be still, you had worse than this to bear on the day when the terrible Cyclops ate your brave companions. Yet you bore it in silence till your cunning got you safe out of the cave, though you made sure of being killed." Thus he chided with his heart, and checked it into endurance, but he tossed about as one who turns a paunch full of blood and fat in front of a hot fire, doing it first on one side and then on the other, that he may get it cooked as soon as possible. Even so did he turn himself about from side to side, thinking all the time how, single-handed as he was, he should contrive to kill so large a body of men as the wicked suitors. But by and by Athena came down from heaven in the likeness of a woman, and hovered over his head, saying, "My poor unhappy man, why do you lie awake in this way? This is your house. Your wife is safe inside it, and so is your son, who is just such a young man as any father may be proud of." "Goddess," answered Odysseus, "all that you have said is true, but I am in some doubt as to how I shall be able to kill these wicked suitors single-handed, seeing what a number of them there always are. Supposing that with Zeus's and your assistance I succeed in killing them, I must ask you to consider where I am to escape to from their avengers when it is all over." "For shame," replied Athena. "Why, anyone else would trust a worse ally than myself, even though that ally were only a mortal and less wise than I am. But go to sleep. It is a very bad thing to lie awake all night, and you shall be out of your troubles before long." As she spoke, she shed sleep over his eyes, and then went back to Olympus. While Odysseus was thus yielding himself to a very deep slumber that eased the burden of his sorrows, his admirable wife awoke, and sitting up in her bed began to cry. "This very night, methought there was one lying by my side who was like Odysseus as he was when he went away with his host. And I rejoiced, for I believed that it was no dream, but the very truth itself." On this the day broke, but Odysseus heard the sound of her weeping, and it puzzled him, for it seemed as though she already knew him and was by his side. He lifted up his hands to heaven and prayed, saying, "Father Zeus, since you have seen fit to bring me over land and sea to my own home, after all the afflictions you have laid upon me, give me a sign out of the mouth of someone or other of those who are now waking within the house, and let me have another sign of some kind from outside." Thus did he pray. Zeus heard his prayer and forthwith thundered high up among the clouds from the splendor of Olympus, and Odysseus was glad when he heard it. "Father Zeus," said she, "you who rule over heaven and earth, you have thundered from a clear sky without so much as a cloud in it, and this means something for somebody. Grant the prayer, then, of me, your poor servant who calls upon you, and let this be the very last day that the suitors dine in the house of Odysseus. They have worn me out with labor of grinding meal for them, and I hope they may never have another dinner anywhere at all." Odysseus was glad when he heard the omens conveyed to him by the woman's speech, and by the thunder, for he knew they meant that he should avenge himself on the suitors. Then the other maids in the house rose and lit the fire on the hearth. Telemachus also rose and put on his clothes. "Do not find fault, child," said Euryclea, "when there is no one to find fault with." Then Telemachus went out of the court to the place where the Achaeans were meeting in assembly. He had his spear in his hand, and he was not alone, for his 2 dogs went with him. But Euryclea called the maids and said, "Come, wake up. Set about sweeping the cloisters and sprinkling them with water to lay the dust. Put the covers on the seats, wipe down the tables, some of you, with a wet sponge. Clean out the mixing jugs and the cups, and go for water from the fountain at once. The suitors will be here directly. They will be here early, for it is a feast day." Thus did she speak, and they did even as she had said. 20 of them went to the fountain for water, and the others set themselves busily to work about the house. These he let feed about the premises, and then he said good-humouredly to Odysseus, "Stranger, Are the suitors treating you any better now? Or are they as insolent as ever? May heaven, answered Odysseus, requite to them the wickedness with which they deal high-handedly in another man's house without any sense of shame. Thus did they converse. Meanwhile Melanthius the gathered came up, for he too was bringing in his best goats for the suitors' dinner, and he had 2 shepherds with him. You beg without any sense of decency. Are there not feasts elsewhere among the Achaeans as well as here? Odysseus made no answer, but bowed his head and brooded. As he spoke, he went up to Odysseus and saluted him with his right hand. Good day to you, father stranger, said he. You seem to be very poorly off now, but I hope you will have better times by and by. If he is already dead and in the house of Hades, then, alas, my position is intolerable, and I should long since have run away and put myself under the protection of some other chief. Only that I believe my poor master will yet return, and send all these suitors flying out of the house. Stockman, answered Odysseus, you seem to be a very well-disposed person, and I can see that you are a man of sense, by Zeus, the chief of all gods, and by that hearth of Odysseus to which I am now come. Odysseus shall return before you leave this place, and if you are so minded you shall see him killing the suitors who are now masters here. If Zeus were to bring this to pass, replied the stockman, you should see how I would do my very utmost to help him. And in like manner Eumaeus prayed that Odysseus might return home. Thus did they converse. Meanwhile the suitors were hatching a plot to murder Telemachus, but a bird flew near them on their left hand, an eagle with a dove in its talons. On this Amphinomus said, My friends, this plot of ours to murder Telemachus will not succeed. Let us go to dinner instead. The others assented, so they went inside and laid their cloaks on the benches and seats. Telemachus purposely made Odysseus sit in the part of the cloister that was paved with stone. 158, he gave him a shabby-looking seat at a little table to himself, and had his portion of the inward meats brought to him, with his wine in a gold cup. I will put a stop to the gibes and blows of the suitors, for this is no public house, but belongs to Odysseus, and has passed from him to me. Therefore, suitors, keep your hands and your tongues to yourselves, or there will be mischief. The suitors bit their lips and marveled at the boldness of his speech. Then Antinous said, We do not like such language, but we will put up with it, for Telemachus is threatening us in good earnest. If Zeus had let us, we should have put a stop to his brave talk ere now. Thus spoke Antinous, but Telemachus, his brave talk ere now. Thus spoke Antinous. Then they roasted the outer meat, drew it off the spits, gave every man his portion, and feasted to their heart's content. Those who waited at table gave Odysseus exactly the same portion as the others had, for Telemachus had told them to do so. But Athena would not let the suitors for one moment drop their insolence, for she wanted Odysseus to become still more bitter against them. This man, confident in his great wealth, was paying court to the wife of Odysseus, and said to the suitors, Hear what I have to say. I will, however, make him a present on my own account, that he may have something to give to the bathwoman or to some other of Odysseus' servants. As he spoke, he picked up a heifer's foot from the meat basket in which it lay and threw it at Odysseus. But Odysseus turned his head a little aside and avoided it, smiling grimly Sardinian fashion as he did so, and it hit the wall, not him. On this Telemachus spoke fiercely to Chrysippus. It is a good thing for you, said he, that the stranger turned his head so that you missed him. They all held their peace till at last Archelaus son of Damastus said, No one should take offence at what has just been said, nor gainsay it, for it is quite reasonable. As long, I would say, as you had ground for hoping that Odysseus would one day come home, no one could complain of your waiting and suffering the suitors to be in your house. To this Telemachus answered, By Zeus, Agelaus, and by the sorrows of my unhappy father, who has either perished far from Ithaca, or is wandering in some distant land, I throw no obstacles in the way of my mother's marriage. On the contrary, I urge her to choose whomsoever she will, and I will give her numberless gifts into the bargain. But I dare not insist point blank that she shall leave the house against her own wishes. Athena now made the suitors fall to laughing immoderately, and set their wits wandering, but they were laughing with a forced laughter. Thus did he speak, and they all of them laughed heartily. Eurymachus then said, "This stranger who has lately come here has lost his senses." But Theocnena said, "Eurymachus, you need not send anyone with me. I will take these out of the house with me, for I see mischief overhanging you, from which not one of you men who are insulting people and plotting ill deeds in the house of Odysseus will be able to escape." He left the house as he spoke and went back to Piraeus, who gave him welcome. But the suitors kept looking at one another and provoking Telemachus by laughing at the strangers. "Let me persuade you, for it will be much better to put them on board ship and send them off to the Sicils to sell for what they will bring." Telemachus gave him no heed, but sat silently watching his father, expecting every moment that he would begin his attack upon the suitors. Meanwhile, the daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope, had had a rich seat placed for her facing the court and cloisters, so that she could hear what everyone was saying. The trial of the Axes, during which Odysseus reveals himself to Amaios, and Peloeteus Athena now put it in Penelope's mind to make the suitors try their skill with the bow and with the iron axes in contest among themselves, as a means of bringing about their destruction. The two fell in with one another in Messene at the house of Ortilochus, where Odysseus was staying in order to recover a debt that was owing from the whole people. For the Messenians had carried off 300 sheep from Ithaca and had sailed away with them and with their shepherds. It was when claiming these that Iphitus met Odysseus and gave him the bow which mighty Eurysses had been used to carry and which on his death had been left by him to his son. Odysseus gave him in return a sword and a spear, and this was the beginning of a fast friendship, although they never visited at one another's houses, for Zeus's son Hercules killed Iphitus if they could do so. This bow, then, given him by Iphitus, had not been taken with him by Odysseus when he sailed for Troy. He had used it so long as he had been at home, but had left it behind as having been a keepsake from a valued friend. Penelope presently reached the oak threshold of the storeroom. The carpenter had planed this duly, and had drawn a line on it so as to get it quite straight. He had then set the doorposts into it and hung the doors. She sat down with it on her knees, weeping bitterly as she took the bow out of its case. And when her tears had relieved her, she went to the cloister where the suitors were, carrying the bow and the quiver, with the many deadly arrows that were inside it. Then she said, "Listen to me, you suitors, who persist in abusing the hospitality of this house because its owner has been long absent, and without other pretext than that you want to marry me. This, then, being the prize that you are contending for, I will bring out the mighty bow of Odysseus, and whomsoever of you shall string it most easily and send his arrow through each one of 12 axes, him will I follow and quit this house of my lawful husband, so goodly and so abounding in wealth." As she spoke, she told Eumaeus to set the bow and the pieces of iron before the suitors, and Eumaeus wept as he took them to do as she had bidden him. Hard by, the stockman wept also when he saw his master's bow, but Antinous scolded them. "We suitors shall have to contend for it with might and main, for we shall find it no light matter to string such a bow as this is. There is not a man of us all who is such another as Odysseus. For I have seen him and remember him, though I was then only a child." This was what he said, but all the time he was expecting to be able to string the bow and shoot through the iron, whereas in fact he was to be the first that should taste of the arrows from the hands of Odysseus, whom he was dishonoring in his own house, egging the others on to do so. Then Telemachus spoke. Great heavens! As he spoke he sprang from his seat, threw his crimson cloak from him, and took his sword from his shoulder. So he said, "Alas! You others, therefore, who are stronger than I, make trial of the bow and get this contest settled." On this he put the bow down, letting it lean against the door. That led into the house with the arrow standing against the top of the bow. Then he sat down on the seat from which he had risen, and Antinous said, "Come on, each of you in his turn, going towards the right from the place at which the cupbearer begins when he is handing round the wine." The rest agreed, and Laeod son of Aonops was the first to rise. He was sacrificial priest to the suitors, and sat in the corner near the mixing bowl. He was now the first to take the bow and arrow, so he went on to the pavement to make his trial, but he could not string the bow, for his hands were weak and unused to hard work. They therefore soon grew tired, and he said to the suitors, "My friends, I cannot string it. Let another have it." This bow shall take the life and soul out of many a chief among us, for it is better to die than to live after having missed the prize that we have so long striven for, and which has brought us so long together. Some one of us is even now hoping and praying that he may marry Penelope. But when he has seen this bow and tried it, let him woo and make bridal offerings to some other woman, and let Penelope marry whoever makes her the best offer and whose lot it is to win her." On this he put the bow down, letting it lean against the door, with the arrow standing against the tip of the bow. Then he took his seat again on the seat from which he had risen. And Antinous rebuked him, saying, "Leaids, what are you talking about?" Then he said to Melanthius the Goatherd, "Look sharp, light a fire in the court, and set a seat hard by with a sheepskin on it. Bring us also a large ball of lard, from what they have in the house. Let us warm the bow and grease it. We will then make trial of it again, and bring the contest to an end." Melanthius lit the fire, and set a seat covered with sheepskins beside it. He also brought a great ball of lard from what they had in the house, and the suitors warmed the bow and again made trial of it, but they were none of them nearly strong enough to string it. Nevertheless, there still remained Antinous and Eurymachus, who were the ringleaders among the suitors and much the foremost among them all. Then the swineherd and the stockman left the cloisters together, and Odysseus followed them. When they had got outside the gates in the outer yard, Odysseus said to them quietly, "Stockman, and you swineherd, I have something in my mind which I am in doubt whether to say or no. But I think I will say it. I have something in my mind which I am in doubt whether to say or no. Say what you are disposed to do, to side with the suitors or with Odysseus." "Father Zeus," answered the stockman, "would indeed that you might so ordain it. If some god were but to bring Odysseus back, you should see with what might and main I would fight for him." In like words, Eumaeus prayed to all the gods that Odysseus might return. When therefore he saw for certain what mind they were of, Odysseus said, "It is I, Odysseus, who am here. If heaven shall deliver the suitors into my hands, I will find wives for both of you, will give you house and holding close to my own, and you shall be to me as though you were brothers and friends of Telemachus." As he spoke, he drew his rags aside from the great scar, and when they had examined it thoroughly, they both of them wept about Odysseus, threw their arms round him, and kissed his head and shoulders, while Odysseus kissed their hands and faces in return. The sun would have gone down upon their mourning if Odysseus had not checked them and said, "Cease your weeping, lest someone should come outside and see us, and tell those who are within." When he had thus spoken, he went back to the house and took the seat that he had left. At this moment the bow was in the hands of Eurymachus, who was warming it by the fire, but even so he could not string it, and he was greatly grieved. "It shall not be so, Eurymachus," said Antinous, "and you know it yourself." The rest approved his words, and thereon men servants poured water over the hands of the guests, while pages filled the mixing bowls with wine and water and handed it round after giving every man his drink offering. Then, when they had made their offerings and had drunk each as much as he desired, Odysseus craftily said, "Suitors of the illustrious queen, listen that I may speak even as I am minded. I appeal more especially to Eurymachus and to Antinous, who has just spoken with so much reason." This made them all very angry, for they feared he might string the bow. Antinous therefore rebuked him fiercely, saying, "Wretched creature, you have not so much as a grain of sense in your whole body. You ought to think yourself lucky in being allowed to dine unharmed among your betters, without having any smaller portion served you than we others have had, and in being allowed to hear our conversation." Penelope then spoke to him. "Antinous," said she, "it is not right that you should ill-treat any guest of Telemachus who comes to this house. If the stranger should prove strong enough to string the mighty bow of Odysseus, can you suppose that he would take me home with him and make me his wife?" "Queen Penelope," answered Eurymachus, "we do not suppose that this man will take you away with him. It is impossible, but we are afraid lest some of the baser sort, men or women among the Achaeans, should go gossiping about and say, 'These suitors are a feeble folk. They are paying court to the wife of a brave man whose bow not one of them was able to string, and yet a beggarly tramp who came to the house strung it at once and sent an arrow through the iron. Eurymachus, Penelope answered, people who persist in eating up the estate of a great chieftain and dishonoring his house must not expect others to think well of them. Then Telemachus said, Mother, I am the only man, either in Ithaca or in the islands that are over against Elis, who has the right to let anyone have the bow or to refuse it. This bow is a man's matter, and mine above all others, for it is I who am master here. She went wandering back into the house, and laid her son's saying in her heart. Then going upstairs with her handmaids into her room, she mourned her dear husband till Athena sent sweet sleep over her eyelids. The swineherd now took up the bow, and was for taking it to Odysseus, but the suitors clamoured at him from all parts of the cloisters, and one of them said, You idiot, where are you taking the bow to? Eumaeus was frightened at the outcry they all raised, so he put the bow down then and there. But Telemachus shouted out at him from the other side of the cloisters, and threatened him, saying, Father Eumaeus, bring the bow on in spite of them, or young as I am, I will pelt you with stones back to the country, for I am the better man of the two. I wish I was as much stronger than all the other suitors in the house as I am than you. I would soon send some of them off sick and sorry, for they mean mischief. Thus did he speak, and they all of them laughed heartily, which put them in a better humour with Telemachus. So Eumaeus brought the bow on and placed it in the hands of Odysseus. Euryclea did as she was told and closed the doors of the women's apartments. Meanwhile Philoetius slipped quietly out and made fast the gates of the outer court. There was a ship's cable of byblos fibre lying in the gatehouse, so he made the gates fast with it, and then came in again, resuming the seat that he had left, and keeping an eye on Odysseus, who had now got the bow in his hands and was turning it every way about, and proving it all over to see whether the worms had been eating into its two horns during his absence. Then would one turn towards his neighbour, saying, This is some tricky old bow fancier. Either he has got one like it at home, or he wants to make one. In such workmanlike style does the old vagabond handle it. Another said, I hope he may be no more successful in other things than he is likely to be in stringing this bow. But Odysseus, when he had taken it up and examined it all over, strung it as easily as a skilled bard strings a new peg of his lyre and makes the twisted gut fast at both ends. The suitors were dismayed and turned colour as they heard it. At that moment, moreover, Zeus thundered loudly as a sign, and the heart of Odysseus rejoiced as he heard the omen that the son of scheming Cronus had sent him. He took an arrow that was lying upon the table, 165, for those which the Achaeans were so shortly about to taste were all inside the quiver. He laid it on the centre-piece of the bow, and drew the notch of the arrow and the string toward him, still seated on his seat. Then he said to Telemachus, Your guest has not disgraced you, Telemachus. As he spoke, he made a sign with his eyebrows, and Telemachus girded on his sword, grasped his spear, and stood armed beside his father's seat. The killing of the suitors, the maids who have misconducted the mensals, are made to cleanse the cloisters and are then hanged. Then Odysseus tore off his rags and sprang on to the broad pavement with his bow and his quiver full of arrows. He shed the arrows onto the ground at his feet and said, The mighty contest is at an end. On this he aimed a deadly arrow at Antinous, who was about to take up a two-handled gold cup to drink his wine, and already had it in his hands. The arrow struck Antinous in the throat, and the point went clean through his neck, so that he fell over and the cup dropped from his hand, while a thick stream of blood gushed from his nostrils. The suitors were in an uproar when they saw that a man had been hit. They sprang in dismay, one and all of them, from their seats and looked everywhere towards the walls. But there was neither shield nor spear, and they rebuked Odysseus very angrily. Stranger, said they, you shall pay for shooting people in this way. You shall see no other contest. You are a doomed man. He whom you have slain was the foremost youth in Ithaca, and the vultures shall devour you for having killed him. Thus they spoke, for they thought that he had killed Antinous by mistake, and did not perceive that death was hanging over the head of every one of them. But Odysseus glared at them and said, Dogs, did you think that I should not come back from Troy? You have feared neither God nor man, and now you shall die. They turned pale with fear as he spoke, and every man looked round about to see whither he might fly for safety. But Eurymachus alone spoke. "If you are Odysseus," said he, "then what you have said is just. It was not that he wanted to marry Penelope. He did not so much care about that. What he wanted was something quite different. And Zeus has not vouchsafed it to him. He wanted to kill your son and to be chief man in Ithaca." Odysseus again glared at him and said, "Though you should give me all that you have in the world both now and all that you ever shall have, I will not stay my hand till I have paid all of you in full." Their hearts sank as they heard him. But Eurymachus again spoke, saying, "My friends, this man will give us no quarter." As he spoke, he drew his keen blade of bronze, sharpened on both sides, and with a loud cry sprang towards Odysseus. But Odysseus instantly shot an arrow into his breast that caught him by the nipple and fixed itself in his liver. Then Amphinomus drew his sword and made straight at Odysseus to try and get him away from the door. But Telemachus was too quick for him and struck him from behind. The spear caught him between the shoulders and went right through his chest, so that he fell heavily to the ground and struck the earth with his forehead. Then he said, "Father, let me bring you a shield, 2 spears and a brass helmet for your temples." "Run and fetch them," answered Odysseus, "while my arrows hold out, or when I am alone they may get me away from the door." Telemachus did as his father said, and went off to the storeroom where the armor was kept. Meanwhile Odysseus, as long as his arrows lasted, had been shooting the suitors one by one, and they fell thick on one another. When his arrows gave out, he set the bow to stand against the end wall of the house by the doorpost, and hung a shield 4 hides thick about his shoulders. On his comely head he set his helmet, well wrought with a crest of horsehair that nodded menacingly above it, and he grasped 2 redoubtable bronze-shod spears. Now there was a trap-door on the wall, while at one end of the pavement there was an exit leading to a narrow passage, and this exit was closed by a well-made door. "This may not be, Agelaus," answered Melanthius. "The mouth of the narrow passage is dangerously near the entrance to the outer court, but I know what I will do. I will bring you arms from the storeroom, for I am sure it is there that Odysseus and his son have put them." On this the gathered Melanthius went by back passages to the storeroom of Odysseus' house. Odysseus' heart began to fail him when he saw the suitors putting on their armor and brandishing their spears. He saw the greatness of the danger and said to Telemachus, "Some one of the women inside is helping the suitors against us, or it may be Melanthius." Telemachus answered, "The fault, father, is mine and mine only. I left the storeroom door open and they have kept a sharper lookout than I have." Thus did they converse. Odysseus answered, "Telemachus and I will hold these suitors in check, no matter what they do. Go back both of you and bind Melanthius' hands and feet behind him." Thus did he speak, and they did even as he had said. They went to the storeroom, which they entered before Melanthius saw them, for he was busy searching for arms in the innermost part of the room. So the 2 took their stand on either side of the door and waited. You will know very well when morning comes from the streams of Oceanus, and it is time for you to be driving in your goats for the suitors to feast on. There, then, they left him in very cruel bondage, and having put on their armor they closed the door behind them and went back to take their places by the side of Odysseus, whereon the 4 men stood in the cloister, fierce and full of fury. Nevertheless, those who were in the body of the court were still both brave and many. Then Zeus's daughter Athena came up to them, having assumed the voice and form of Mentor. But all the time he felt sure it was Athena, and the suitors from the other side raised an uproar when they saw her. "Mentor," he cried, "do not let Odysseus beguile you into siding with him and fighting the suitors. You shall pay for it with your head, and when we have killed you, we will take all you have, indoors or out, and bring it into hotch-pot with Odysseus' property. We will not let your sons live in your house, nor your daughters, nor shall your widow continue to live in the city of Ithaca." This made Athena still more furious, so she scolded Odysseus very angrily. "Odysseus," said she, "your strength and prowess are no longer what they were when you fought for 9 long years among the Trojans about the noble lady Helen. But she would not give him full victory as yet, for she wished still further to prove his own prowess and that of his brave son. So she flew up to one of the rafters in the roof of the cloister and sat upon it in the form of a swallow. Meanwhile, Agelaus, son of Damastor, Eurynomus, Amphimedon, Demoptolemus, Pisander, and Polybus, son of Polydor, bore the brunt of the fight upon the suitors' side. Of all those who were still fighting for their lives, they were by far the most valiant, for the others had already fallen under the arrows of Odysseus. They threw their spears as he bade them, but Athena made them all of no effect. One hit the doorpost. Another went against the door. The pointed shaft of another struck the wall. And as soon as they had avoided all the spears of the suitors, Odysseus said to his own men, "My friends, I should say we too had better let drive into the middle of them, or they will crown all the harm they have done us by killing us outright." They therefore aimed straight in front of them and threw their spears. Odysseus killed Demoptolemus, Telemachus Euryades, Eumaeus Alatus, while the stockmen killed Pisander. These all bit the dust, and as the others drew back into a corner, Odysseus and his men rushed forward and regained their spears by drawing them from the bodies of the dead. The suitors now aimed a second time, but again, Athena made their weapons for the most part without effect. Still, Amphimedon just took a piece of the top skin from off Telemachus's wrist, and Sisyphus managed to graze Eumaeus's shoulder above his shield. But the spear went on and fell to the ground. Then Odysseus and his men let drive into the crowd of suitors. Odysseus hit Eurydamas, Telemachus Amphimedon, and Eumaeus Polybus. "I make you a present of this advice to repay you for the foot which you gave Odysseus when he was begging about in his own house." Thus spoke the stockman, and Odysseus struck the son of Damastor with a spear in close fight, while Telemachus hit Theocritus, son of Evenor, in the belly, and the dart went clean through him, so that he fell forward full on his face upon the ground. Then Athena from her seat on the rafter held up her deadly aegis, and the hearts of the suitors quailed. Leodes then caught the knees of Odysseus and said, "Odysseus, I beseech you, have mercy upon me and spare me." Odysseus looked sternly at him and answered, "If you were their sacrificing priest, you must have prayed many a time that it might be long before I got home again, and that you might marry my wife and have children by her." With these words, he picked up the sword that Agelaus had dropped when he was being killed, and which was lying upon the ground. Then he struck Leodes on the back of his neck, so that his head fell rolling in the dust while he was yet speaking. The minstrel Phemius, son of Terpes, who had been forced by the suitors to sing to them now, tried to save his life, so he laid his lyre on the ground between the mixing bowl 175 and the silver-studded seat. Then going up to Odysseus, he caught hold of his knees and said, "Odysseus, I beseech you have mercy on me and spare me. Your own son Telemachus will tell you that I did not want to frequent your house and sing to the suitors after their meals, but they were too many and too strong for me, so they made me." Telemachus heard him and at once went up to his father. He cried, "The man is guiltless, do him no hurt, and we will spare Medon too, who was always good to me when I was a boy, unless Philetius or Eumaeus has already killed him, or he has fallen in your way when you were raging about the court." Medon caught these words of Telemachus, for he was crouching under a seat beneath which he had hidden by covering himself up with a freshly flayed heifer's hide. So he threw off the hide, went up to Telemachus, and laid hold of his knees. "Here I am, my dear sir," said he. "Stay your hand, therefore, and tell your father, or he will kill me in his rage against the suitors for having wasted his substance and been so foolishly disrespectful to yourself." Odysseus smiled at him and answered, "Fear not. Telemachus has saved your life, that you may know in future, and tell other people how greatly better deeds prosper than evil ones." The pair went into the outer court as fast as they could, and sat down by Zeus's great altar, looking fearfully round, and still expecting that they would be killed. Then Odysseus searched the whole court carefully over, to see if anyone had managed to hide himself and was still living, but he found them all lying in the dust and weltering in their blood. Even so were the suitors lying all huddled up one against the other. Then Odysseus said to Telemachus, "Call nurse Euryclea, I have something to say to her." Telemachus went and knocked at the door of the women's room. When Euryclea heard this, she unfastened the door of the women's room and came out, following Telemachus. "I will tell you the truth, my son," answered Euryclea. "Do not wake her yet," answered Odysseus, "but tell the women who have misconducted themselves to come to me." Euryclea left the cloister to tell the women and make them come to Odysseus. In the meantime, he called Telemachus, the stockman, and the swineherd. On this the women came down in a body, weeping and wailing bitterly. Then, when they had made the whole place quite clean and orderly, they took the women out and hemmed them in the narrow space between the wall of the domed room and that of the yard, so that they could not get away. And Telemachus said to the other two, "I shall not let these women die a clean death, for they were insolent to me and my mother, and used to sleep with the suitors." So saying, he made a ship's cable fast to one of the bearing posts that supported the roof of the domed room, and secured it all around the building, at a good height, lest any of the women's feet should touch the ground. And as thrushes or doves beat against the net that has been set for them in a thicket just as they were getting to their nest, and a terrible fate awaits them, even so did the women have to put their heads in nooses one after the other, and die most miserably. As for Melanthius, they took him through the cloister into the inner court. When they had done this, they washed their hands and feet and went back into the house, for all was now over. And Odysseus said to the dear old nurse Euryclea, "Bring me sulphur, which cleanses all pollution, and fetch fire also, that I may burn it and purify the cloisters. Go, moreover, and tell Penelope to come here with her attendants, and also all the maidservants that are in the house." "All that you have said is true," answered Euryclea, "but let me bring you some clean clothes, a shirt and cloak. It is not right." "First light me a fire," replied Odysseus. She brought the fire and sulphur, as he had bidden her, and Odysseus thoroughly purified the cloisters and both the inner and outer courts. Penelope even Euli reconges her Huscand. Euigandale in the morning Odysseus, Telemachus, Emoius, and Philotius, and Hyloetes leads the tone. Euryclea now went upstairs laughing to tell her mistress that her dear husband had come home. "Wake up, Penelope, my dear child," she exclaimed, "and see with your own eyes something that you have been wanting this long time past. Odysseus has at last indeed come home again, and has killed the suitors who were giving so much trouble in his house, eating up his estate and ill-treating his son." "My good nurse," answered Penelope, "you must be mad, as it is your age shall protect you." "My dear child," answered Euryclea, "I am not mocking you. It is quite true as I tell you that Odysseus is come home again. Telemachus knew all the time that he was come back, but kept his father's secret that he might have his revenge on all these wicked people." Then Penelope sprang up from her couch, threw her arms round Euryclea, and wept for joy. "But my dear nurse," said she, "explain this to me. If he has really come home as you say, how did he manage to overcome the wicked suitors single-handed, seeing what a number of them there always were?" "I was not there," answered Euryclea, "and do not know. I only heard them groaning while they were being killed. Then I found Odysseus standing over the corpses that were lying on the ground all round him, one on top of the other. But the corpses are now all piled up in the gatehouse that is in the outer court, and Odysseus has lit a great fire to purify the house with sulphur. He has sent me to call you, so come with me that you may both be happy together after all, for now at last the desire of your heart has been fulfilled. Your husband is come home to find both wife and son alive and well, and to take his revenge in his own house on the suitors who behaved so badly to him." "My dear nurse," said Penelope, "do not exult too confidently over all this. You know how delighted everyone would be to see Odysseus come home, more particularly myself, and the son who has been born to both of us. But what you tell me cannot be really true. It is some god who is angry with the suitors for their great wickedness, and has made an end of them, for they respected no man in the whole world, neither rich nor poor, who came near them, and they have come to a bad end in consequence of their iniquity. Odysseus is dead far away from the Ithaca. Odysseus is dead far away from the Achaean land. He will never return home again." Then Nurse Euryclea said, "My child, what are you talking about?" "My dear nurse," said Penelope, "however wise you may be, you can hardly fathom the counsels of the gods. Nevertheless, we will go in search of my son, that I may see the corpses of the suitors and the man who has killed them." On this she came down from her upper room, and while doing so she considered whether she should keep at a distance from her husband and question him, or whether she should at once go up to him and embrace him. At one moment she looked him full in the face, but then again directly. She was misled by his shabby clothes and failed to recognize him, till Telemachus began to reproach her and said, "Mother, but you are so hard that I cannot call you by such a name. Why do you keep away from my father in this way?" No other woman could bear to keep away from her husband when he had come back to her after 20 years of absence, and after having gone through so much. But your heart always was as hard as a stone. Penelope answered, "My son, I am so lost in astonishment that I can find no words in which either to ask questions or to answer them. Still, if he really is Odysseus come back to his own home again, we shall get to understand one another better by and by, for there are tokens with which we two are alone acquainted, and which are hidden from all others." Odysseus smiled at this and said to Telemachus, "Let your mother put me to any proof she likes. She will make up her mind about it presently." "Look to it yourself, father," answered Telemachus, "for they say you are the wisest counselor in the world, and that there is no other mortal man who can compare with you. We will follow you with right good will, nor shall you find us fail you in so far as our strength holds out." "I will say what I think will be best," answered Odysseus. "Once there, we will settle which of the courses heaven vouchsafes us shall seem wisest." Thus did he speak, and they did even as he had said. She ought to be ashamed of herself for not continuing to protect her husband's property until he comes home. 1A2. This was what they said, but they did not know what it was that had been happening. He came from the bath looking like one of the immortals, and sat down opposite his wife on the seat he had left. "But come, nurse, get a bed ready for me. I will sleep alone, for this woman has a heart as hard as iron." "My dear," answered Penelope, "I have no wish to set myself up, nor to depreciate you, but I am not struck by your appearance, for I very well remember what kind of a man you were when you set sail from Ithaca. Bring the bed outside this room, and put bedding upon it with fleeces, good coverlets and blankets." She said this to try him, but Odysseus was very angry and said, "Wife, I am much displeased at what you have just been saying. So you see I know all about it, and I desire to learn whether it is still there, or whether anyone has been removing it by cutting down the olive tree at its roots." When she heard the sure proofs Odysseus now gave her, she fairly broke down. "Do not be angry with me, Odysseus," she cried, "you who are the wisest of mankind. We have suffered, both of us. Zeus's daughter Helen would never have yielded herself to a man from a foreign country, if she had known that the sons of Achaeans would come after her and bring her back." Then Odysseus in his turn melted and wept as he clasped his dear and faithful wife to his bosom. Indeed, they would have gone on indulging their sorrow till rosy-fingered morn appeared, had not Athena determined otherwise, and held night back in the far west, while she would not suffer dawn to leave Oceanus, nor to yoke the two steeds Lampus and Phaethon that bear her onward to break the day upon mankind. At last, however, Odysseus said, "Wife, we have not yet reached the end of our troubles. It is long and difficult, but I must go through with it, for thus the shade of Teiresias prophesied concerning me, on the day when I went down into Hades to ask about my return and that of my companions. But now let us go to bed, that we may lie down and enjoy the blessed boon of sleep." "You shall go to bed as soon as you please," replied Penelope. "Now that the gods have sent you home to your own good house and to your country, I shall have to hear about it later, so it is better that I should be told at once." "My dear," answered Odysseus, "why should you press me to tell you? I do not like it myself, for Teiresias bade me travel far and wide, carrying an oar, till I came to a country where the people have never heard of the sea, and do not even mix salt with their food. They know nothing about ships, nor oars that are as the wings of a ship. On this, I was to fix my oar in the ground, sacrifice a ram, a bull, and a boar to Poseidon. After which I was to go home and offer hecatombs to all the gods in heaven, one after the other. And Penelope said, "If the gods are going to vouchsafe you a happier time in your old age, you may hope then to have some respite from misfortune." Thus did they converse. Meanwhile Eurynome and the nurse took torches and made the bed ready with soft coverlets. As soon as they had laid them, the nurse went back into the house to go to her rest, leaving the bedchamber woman Eurynome to show Odysseus and Penelope to bed by torchlight. When Odysseus and Penelope had had their fill of love, they fell talking with one another. She told him how much she had had to bear in seeing the house filled with a crowd of wicked suitors who had killed so many sheep and oxen on her account and had drunk so many casks of wine. He told her everything, and she was so delighted to listen that she never went to sleep till he had ended his whole story. He began with his victory over the Caicans and how he thence reached the fertile land of the Lotus Eaters. He told her all about the Cyclops and how he had punished him for having so ruthlessly eaten his brave comrades. How he then went on to Aeolus, who received him hospitably and furthered him on his way. But even so he was not to reach home, for to his great grief, a hurricane carried him out to sea again. How he went on to the Laestrygonian city, Telepylus, where the people destroyed all his ships with their crews, save himself and his own ship only. Then he told of cunning Circe and her craft, and how he sailed to the chill house of Hades to consult the ghost of the Theban prophet Teresias, and how he saw his old comrades in arms, and his mother who bore him and brought him up when he was a child. How he then heard the wondrous singing of the Sirens, and went on to the wandering rocks and terrible Charybdis and to Scylla, who no man had ever yet passed in safety. How his men then ate the cattle of the sun god, and how Zeus therefore struck the ship with his thunderbolts, so that all his men perished together, himself alone being left alive. How at last he reached the Argesian island and the nymph Calypso, who kept him there in a cave, and fed him, and wanted him to marry her, in which case she intended making him immortal, so that he should never grow old, but she could not persuade him to let her do so. And how after much suffering he had found his way to the Phaeacians, who had treated him as though he had been a god, and sent him back in a ship to his own country after having given him gold, bronze, and raiment in great abundance. This was the last thing about which he told her, for here a deep sleep took hold upon him and eased the burden of his sorrows. Then Athena bethought her of another matter. On this, Odysseus rose from his comfortable bed and said to Penelope, "Wife, we have both of us had our full share of troubles, you, here, in lamenting my absence, and I in being prevented from getting home, though I was longing all the time to do so." As he spoke, he girded on his armor. Then he roused Telemachus, Philoetius, and Eumaeus, and told them all to put on their armor also. It was now daylight, but Athena nevertheless concealed them in darkness, and led them quickly out of the town. The ghosts of the suitors in Hades Odysseus and his men go to the house of Laertes. The people of Ithaca come out to attack Odysseus, but Athena concludes Xyntis lies and summoned the ghosts of Scylla. Then Hermes of Cyllene summoned the ghosts of the suitors, and in his hand he held the fair golden wand with which he seals men's eyes in sleep or wakes them, just as with this and led them, while they followed wine and dibbering behind him. Here they found the ghost of Achilles son of Peleus, with those of Patroclus, Antilochus, and Ajax, who was the finest and handsomest man of all the Danaans after the son of Peleus himself. They gathered round the ghost of the son of Peleus, and the ghost of Agamemnon joined them, sorrowing bitterly. Round him were gathered also the ghosts of those who had perished with him in the house of Aegisthus. And the ghost of Achilles spoke first. "Son of Atreus," it said, "we used to say that Zeus had loved you better from first to last than any other hero. For you were captain over many and brave men when we were all fighting together before Troy. Yet the hand of death, which no mortal can escape, was laid upon you all too early. Better for you had you fallen at Troy in the heyday of your renown, for the Achaeans would have built a mound over your ashes, and your son would have been heir to your good name. Whereas it has now been your lot to come to a most miserable end." "Happy son of Peleus," answered the ghost of Agamemnon, for having died at Troy far from Argos, while the bravest of the Trojans and the Achaeans fell round you fighting for your body. We fought the whole of the livelong day, nor should we ever have left off if Zeus had not sent a hurricane to stay us. Then, when we had borne you to the ships out of the fray, we laid you on your bed and cleansed your fair skin with warm water and with ointments. Your mother, when she heard, came with her immortal nymphs from out of the sea, and the sound of a great wailing went forth over the waters so that the Achaeans quaked for fear. They would have fled panic-stricken to their ships had not wise old Nestor, whose counsel was ever truest, checked them, saying, "Hold, Argibs, fly not, sons of the Achaeans. This is his mother coming from the sea with her immortal nymphs to view the body of her son." Thus he spoke, and the Achaeans feared no more. The daughters of the old man of the sea stood round you weeping bitterly, and clothed you in immortal raiment. Over these the host of the Argives built a noble tomb, on a point jutting out over the open Hellespont, that it might be seen from far out upon the sea, by those now living and by them that shall be born hereafter. For Zeus willed my destruction on my return, by the hands of Aegisthus and those of my wicked wife. Thus did they converse, and presently Hermes came up to them with the ghosts of the suitors who had been killed by Odysseus. "Amphiman," it said, "what has happened to all you fine young men, all of an age too, that you are come down here under the ground? Did Poseidon raise his winds and waves against you when you were at sea? Or did your enemies make an end of you on the mainland when you were cattle lifting or sheep stealing? Or while fighting in defense of their wives and city? Do you not remember how I came to your house with Menelaus, to persuade Odysseus to join us with his ships against Troy? It was a whole month there we could resume our voyage, for we had hard work to persuade Odysseus to come with us." And the ghost of Amphimedon answered, "Agamemnon, son of Atreus, king of men, I remember everything that you have said, and will tell you fully and accurately about the way in which our end was brought about." Then some malicious god conveyed Odysseus to the upland farm where his swineherd lives. Telemachus came first, and then after him, accompanied by the swineherd, came Odysseus, clad in rags and leaning on a staff as though he were some miserable old beggar. He endured both being struck and insulted without a word, though he was in his own house. But when the will of aegis-bearing Zeus inspired him, he and Telemachus took the armor and hid it in an inner chamber, bolting the doors behind them. Then he cunningly made his wife offer his bow and a quantity of iron to be contended for by us ill-fated suitors, and this was the beginning of our end, for not one of us could string the bow nor nearly do so. When it was about to reach the hands of Odysseus, we all of us shouted out that it should not be given him, no matter what he might say. But Telemachus insisted on his having it. When he had got it in his hands, he strung it with ease and sent his arrow through the iron. Then he stood on the floor of the cloister and poured his arrows on the ground, glaring fiercely about him. First he killed Antinous, and then, aiming straight before him, he let fly his deadly darts, and they fell thick on one another. This, Agamemnon, is how we came by our end, and our bodies are lying still uncared for in the house of Odysseus, for our friends at home do not yet know what has happened, so that they cannot lay us out and wash the black blood from our wounds, making moan over us according to the offices due to the departed. "Happy Odysseus, son of Laertes," replied the ghost of Agamemnon, "you are indeed blessed in the possession of a wife endowed with such rare excellence of understanding, and so faithful to her wedded lord as Penelope the daughter of Isaeus. The fame, therefore, of her virtue shall never die, and the immortals shall compose a song that shall be welcome to all mankind in honor of the constancy of Penelope." Thus did they converse in the house of Hades, deep down within the bowels of the earth. Meanwhile, Odysseus and the others passed out of the town, and soon reached the fair and well-tilled farm of Laertes, which he had reclaimed with infinite labor. When Odysseus got there, he said to his son and to the other two, "Go to the house and kill the best pigs that you can find for dinner. Meanwhile, I want to see whether my father will know me or fail to recognize me after so long an absence." He then took off his armor and gave it to Eumaeus and Philoetius, who went straight on to the vineyard to make trial of his father. In the end he deemed it best to be crafty with him. So in this mind he went up to his father, who was bending down and digging about a plant. "I see, sir," said Odysseus, "that you are an excellent gardener. What pains you take with it, to be sure." To all this I added 4 good-looking women skilled in all useful arts, and I let him take his choice. His father shed tears and answered, "Sir, you have indeed come to the country that you have named, but it is fallen into the hands of wicked people. Alas! Where is the ship lying that has brought you and your men to Ithaca? Or were you a passenger on some other man's ship, and those who brought you here have gone on their way and left you?" "I will tell you everything," answered Odysseus. "Quite truly. As for my ship, it is lying over yonder, off the open country outside the town, and this is the 5th year since Odysseus left my country. The birds all flew on our right hands, and both he and I rejoiced to see them as we parted, for we had every hope that we should have another friendly meeting and exchange presents." A dark cloud of sorrow fell upon Laertes as he listened. The heart of Odysseus was touched, and his nostrils quivered as he looked upon his father. Then he sprang towards him, flung his arms about him and kissed him, saying, "I am he, father, about whom you are asking. I have returned after having been away for 20 years. But cease your sighing and lamentation. We have no time to lose, for I should tell you that I have been killing the suitors in my house, to punish them for their insolence and crimes." "If you really are my son Odysseus," replied Laertes, "and have come back again, you must give me such manifest proof of your identity as shall convince me." "First observe this scar," answered Odysseus, "which I got from a boar's tusk when I was hunting on Mount Parnassus." Laertes' strength failed him when he heard the convincing proofs which his son had given him. He threw his arms about him, and Odysseus had to support him, or he would have gone off into a swoon. But as soon as he came to and was beginning to recover his senses, he said, "O Father Zeus, then you gods are still in Olympus after all, if the suitors have really been punished for their insolence and folly. Nevertheless, I am much afraid that I shall have all the townspeople of Ithaca up here directly, and they will be sending messengers everywhere throughout the cities of the Cephallenians." Odysseus answered, "Take heart and do not trouble yourself about that, but let us go into the house hard by your garden. I have already told Telemachus, Philoetius, and Eumaeus to go on there and get dinner ready as soon as possible." Thus conversing, the two made their way towards the house. When he came back, his son was surprised to see him looking so like an immortal, and said to him, "My dear father, some one of the gods has been making you much taller and better looking." Laertes answered, "Would, by Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, that I were the man I was when I ruled among the Cephallenians and took Nericum, that strong fortress on the foreland. I should have killed a great many of them, and you would have rejoiced to see it." Thus did they converse. But the others, when they had finished their work and the feast was ready, left off working, and took each his proper place on the benches and seats. When they saw Odysseus and were certain it was he, they stood there lost in astonishment. But Odysseus scolded them good-naturedly and said, "Sit down to your dinner, old man, and never mind about your surprise. We have been wanting to begin for some time and have been waiting for you." Then Dulius put out both his hands and went up to Odysseus. "But tell me, does Penelope already know of your return, or shall we send someone to tell her?" "Old man," answered Odysseus, "she knows already, so you need not trouble about that." On this he took his seat, and the sons of Dolius gathered round Odysseus to give him greeting and embrace him one after the other. Then they took their seats in due order near Dolius their father. While they were thus busy getting their dinner ready, rumour went round the town, and noised abroad the terrible fate that had befallen the suitors. As soon, therefore, as the people heard of it, they gathered from every quarter, groaning and hooting before the house of Odysseus. He was overwhelmed with grief for the death of his son Antinous, who had been the first man killed by Odysseus. So he said, weeping bitterly, "My friends, this man has done the Achaeans great wrong. Let us be up then, and after them, before they can cross over to the mainland." He wept as he spoke, and every one pitied him. Every one was astonished at seeing them, but they stood in the middle of the assembly, and Maiden said, "Hear me, men of Ithaca. This god appeared, now in front of him, encouraging him, and now going furiously about the court and attacking the suitors, whereon they fell thick on one another. On this pale fear laid hold of them, and old Halitherses, son of Mastor, rose to speak, for he was the only man among them who knew both past and future. So he spoke to them plainly and in all honesty, saying, "Men of Ithaca, it is all your own fault that things have turned out as they have. You would not listen to me, nor yet to Mentor, when we bade you check the folly of your sons, who were doing much wrong in the wantonness of their hearts, wasting the substance and dishonoring the wife of a chieftain who they thought would not return. Do not go out against Odysseus, or you may find that you have been drawing down evil on your own heads." This was what he said, and more than half raised a loud shout, and at once left the assembly. He thought he was going to avenge the murder of his son, whereas in truth he was never to return, but was himself to perish in his attempt. Then Athena said to Zeus, "Father, son of Cronus, king of kings, answer me this question. What do you propose to do? Will you set them fighting still further, or will you make peace between them?" And Zeus answered, "My child, why should you ask me? Was it not by your own arrangement that Odysseus came home and took his revenge upon the suitors? Let them then all become friends as heretofore, and let peace and plenty reign." This was what Athena was already eager to bring about, so down she darted from off the topmost summits of Olympus. Now when Laertes and the others had done dinner, Odysseus began by saying, "Some of you go out and see if they are not getting close up to us." Standing on the threshold, he could see them all quite near, and said to Odysseus, "Here they are. Let us put on our armor at once." They put on their armor as fast as they could, that is to say, Odysseus, his 3 men, and the 6 sons of Dolius. When they had all put on their armor, they opened the gate and sallied forth, Odysseus leading the way. Then Zeus's daughter Athena came up to them, having assumed the form and voice of Mentor. Odysseus was glad when he saw her, and said to his son Telemachus, "Telemachus, now that you are about to fight in an engagement, which will show every man's mettle, be sure not to disgrace your ancestors, who were eminent for their strength and courage all the world over." "You say truly, my dear father," answered Telemachus, "and you shall see, if you will, that I am in no mind to disgrace your family." Laertes was delighted when he heard this. "My son and grandson are vying with one another in the matter of valor." On this, Athena came close up to him and said, "Son of Arcesius, best friend I have in the world, pray to the blue-eyed damsel and to Zeus her father. Then poise your spear and hurl it." As she spoke, she infused fresh vigor into him, and when he had prayed to her, he poised his spear and hurled it. Meantime, Odysseus and his son fell upon the front line of the foe and smote them with their swords and spears. Indeed, they would have killed every one of them, and prevented them from ever getting home again. Only Athena raised her voice aloud and made everyone pause. "Men of Ithaca," she cried, "cease this dreadful war and settle the matter at once without further bloodshed." On this pale fear seized everyone. They were so frightened that their arms dropped from their hands and fell upon the ground at the sound of the goddess' voice, and they fled back to the city for their lives. Then the son of Cronus sent a thunderbolt of fire that fell just in front of Athena. So she said to Odysseus, "Odysseus, noble son of Laertes, stop this warful strife, or Zeus will be angry with you." Thus spoke Athena, and Odysseus obeyed her gladly. Then Athena assumed the form and voice of Mentor, and presently made a covenant of peace between the 2 contending parties.